Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Katsuki Bakugou on Wattpad. Now, let's start. What race am I? 157.5 third person POV 2 Kacchan. You are so cool, I bet when you get your quirk that you are going to have one of the best ones in the entire world. Izuku Midoriya squealed towards his classmate. 3. I bet you're going to be an alpha, another one of their classmates told Katsuki Bakugou. 12. Yeah, totally. 2. It's so obvious that Bakugou is going to be the #1 hero when he grows up. 1. Listen everyone, I already know all those things. I'm going to be as big as All Might. Just you guys watch, Bakugou bragged with a smirk. 18. The boy throws a fist up in the air and receives claps from all his classmates. 3. Okay everyone, settle down. It's time for playtime. Smiled the teacher as all the kids began to gush out the door. 8. Izuku followed Bakugou as he began to show off to his friends the cool superhero moves he was going to do when he grew up. Midoriya watched wide-eyed. I wish I could be as cool as him. A loud boom filled the playground area and Bakugou flew back. The boy looked down at his hand and smiled. It had been a very hot day and obviously Katsuki had begun to sweat while he was showing off. One push of the hand, and the sweat on his palm began to erupt into explosions. The 4-year-old began to run around showing everyone in his class. 7. Katsuki. Since you just received your quirk, we are sending you home so you can meet with your doctor right away for your second race examination. Called the teacher once again. Bakugou nodded, but deep down he already knew he was going to be an alpha without a doubt. It was made for him. 10. 2 weeks later. Mommy. Mommy! Yelled small Midoriya. 7. Yes baby. What's wrong? Inko asked while picking up Izuku in her arms. 2. When will my quirk come? I want to be as cool as Kacchan and All Might. He cheered. 10. Inko's smile faded. Isn't Kacchan that mean little boy that calls you Deku? 39. He's not mean mommy. He is super cool and he just got his quirk. The next day he told the class he was an alpha. Isn't that cool mommy? Izuku said with a large grin plastered on his face. 7. Inko noticed how happy her small boy was. She set him down and smiled gently. Well, if you are that curious, let's go to the doctors right now and see if they can tell us any news, okay? 20. He screamed with joy and nodded his head vigorously. His mother put him down and turned around and sighed. With the small quirks that his father and mother had, she began to doubt if Izuku would even have a quirk at all. She knew how badly he wanted to be a hero and to have an amazing quirk. Inko just hoped for the best. 23. At the doctor's. 1. I'm sorry but your son will not be manifesting a quirk. 46. Izuku's heart dropped. He would be quirkless. All he wanted was to be a hero and save people, just like All Might. His eyes began to water and the world seemed to stop. The doctor and Inko continued their conversation. How do you know he isn't just a late bloomer? I'm sure my strong boy has a quirk somewhere hidden in him, right? She begged the doctor. As you can see, in his pinky toe he has 2 joints. People with quirks seem to only have 1 joint. Although I wish that things were different, that's how things are, sweetie. 47. Wait, so if he is quirkless, how can we find out his second race? Inko questioned. Izuku raised his head, hoping for some good news. The world seemed so blurred with tears that he just wanted some good news. Just a little bringer-upper. He knew deep down that he wasn't going to be an alpha, but he still hoped that on some level he could compete with Kacchan and the rest of his class. The doctor sighed. Quirklessness was usually more common found in girls than boys. But this is a rare case where this young one is a boy without a quirk. So that would make him. 24. The doctor mumbled the last under his breath, not wanting to hurt Izuku's dreams any more than he already had. 8. Makes me. Izuku spoke up again. 6. An omega anxious, excited, and afraid. 49. 12 years after the prologue. 19. Izuku Midoriya's POV for the class seems awake and full of life today. You can't be surprised though, this is class 2A and the last day of school before a very important day would be coming up. I quietly sigh and rest my head on my desk. As much as I hate to admit it, I was excited and dreading the day at the same time. 12 Okay class, calm down, Mr. Aizawa orders. I know everyone is very excited about the new year that is coming up. I just wanted to take the time today to make sure everyone stays safe and chooses the right person to mark, and not go crazy and mark the wrong person. 39 My heart aches every time I even think about this whole alpha and marking process. After that fateful day with my mom in the doctor's office, I vowed I would never tell anyone my second race. I was the rare case of being a male omega. How embarrassing. Mr. Aizawa continued to talk about the precautions one should take when they find their mate. Deku. Hello. A sweet girly voice snapped me out of my daze. 7 Oh hey Uraka, I say with a smile, trying to hide the fact that I was moping only 2 seconds ago. So, what do you think? She asks. 6 About what? I realized I tuned out all the students talking, so I was totally lost with the situation at hand. Would an alpha like you care to join the second years at the New Year's/mate finding party? She grins as the entire class leans into our conversation. 79 I shuddered. If only I was an alpha, right? Everyone thought of me as one due to the powerful quirk that I obtained. But deep down I was just an omega. 7 Yeah Midoriya. You should totally come, said a familiar spiky red head. 4 I mean there's no point in not going, right? I assure my classmates. Like useless Deku could actually find a mate while looking like that. I feel bad for whoever has to deal with him for the rest of their lives. 151 I felt my eyes well up. Everyone knew there was only one person that treated me like literal garbage, the one and only Kacchan. I know Kacchan, I feel bad for them too. 48 I know most of you aren't listening, but this year's mate finding party will be the first hosted in the hands of UA, therefore no funny business, the half-dead teacher announces. 24 The students cheer and continue to talk amongst themselves and how they believe that this year's matching would play out. I once again became lost in my thoughts. Once that party comes, everyone will know my second race. Omegas can't even do anything to find their mate, they just sit and wait for their alpha to come to them. Bakugou is definitely going to find some hot girl from a different class. Kirishima nudges at the blonde boy. 61 Kacchan of course began to smirk. That one-of-a-kind Kacchan smirk. The one full of power and strength. We all knew he was going to find an amazing mate. The two would basically take on the world together. It was written in the stars or something. Tears began to spill from my eyes and wouldn't stop. Why am I so weak? 25 Well, I think the cutest couple of mates will definitely be Uraraka and Midoriya. Zeus smiles and points to the two of us. 110 Quickly the tears turned into a bright red flush of color on both of our faces. As much as being mates with your best friend sounded, I didn't really feel that way for her. Sure, she was nice and pretty, but she's an omega too, and that never works out right. I look up to her and we make eye contact, which she quickly breaks. I know she doesn't like me, right? 46 times skip to after class 8 Uraraka still didn't make eye contact with me after the comment that 𝗬𝗍 made. As much as I wished that it wasn't true, I had a gut feeling that she liked me and hoped I would be her mate. I was about to say something to her, but Ida, our beta of the group, interrupted. Midoriya and Uraraka, would you like to come to my house after school today in order to, how do I put this, hang out? Ida asks us, mostly looking at Uraraka though. 53 Yeah, sure, of course. I'll be over by 6, sound okay? I reply. The two nodded as we said our goodbyes. After they left, my mind kept drifting off to the day that was to come. Would my mate be a pretty girl? But wouldn't that mean a girl would be the DMNT one? I have nothing against girls or anything, they truly run the world. Like, look at my mom, I put her through so much just being the weak and frail child I am, but she has made it her mission to help support me no matter what. It's just I know Kacchan will make fun of me even more. I sigh again. 32 I hope someone can love me like this. For the pathetic excuse for a hero that I am. 24 I continue to walk out of the school gate while looking at my bright red shoes. I began to mumble to myself all the things that could go wrong and tears start to fill my eyes once more. 2 Crash. 7 I hear books fall to the floor as I fell back. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I should have watched where I was going. I'm such a mess. I laugh nervously, picking up the books that fell. 6. I finally look up to the person I crashed into, giving them an apologetic and helplessly awkward smile. I was met with angry, glaring eyes. 22. Kacchan. And we add one more 16 for Katsuki Bakugou's 𝗵𝗃. I looked at the boy, anger filling my eyes. I've never laid eyes on anyone so weak. I watched as his lip began to tremble and his head hung low, as if he was waiting. Fern, look at me and apologize. 31. His green eyes met mine again, filled with tears. I'm so sorry, Kacchan. A mere whisper left his mouth. I grabbed his arm, gripping it. He yelped in pain. I can't hear you, Deku. You're just proving to me that you're just as weak as I think you are. A pathetic nerd like you doesn't deserve to go to UA, doesn't deserve to be seen as my equal. Now, say it like you mean it. 8. I'm sorry, 𝗬𝗃 5. Beep. Beep. A message is here. Beep. Beep. 16. He began to blush furiously while tears continued streaming down his face. Stupid Deku, stupid Deku. Just as big of a geek as always. Beep. Beep. A message is here. Beep. 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 A message is here. Beep. 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 A message is here. Beep. Beep. 11. The boy in my grasp, frozen in fear, didn't even bother to reach down to answer his annoying but phone. I reached into his pocket to retrieve his phone. A password. Easy. 20 ALLMIGHT 12. Then it clicked open. Turns out the annoying sounds were from the girl with a round face and that one car, or I mean that one guy with the weird engine thing on his legs. Was his name Teeny? 10. Tentacle. 55. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 light skin tone 𝗵𝗃𝗃 cherry blossom. Hey Deku, me and Ida were wondering if you would want to sleep over instead of just hanging out. Ida run a light skin tone emoji modify ## light skin tone person raising both hands in celebration. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 does not understand the meaning of texting with proper grammar. Please respond as soon as possible. I would like to know how much food is necessary to make this sleepover a success. If it becomes a sleepover, of course. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 light skin tone 𝗵𝗃𝗃 cherry blossom. You're so silly, Ida. Texting doesn't need to be formal. 5. Ida run a light skin tone emoji modify ## light skin tone person raising both hands in celebration. For your information, it is your. Everything needs to be proper if we want to be heroes. We cannot save the world one misspelled word at a time. 37. They are so annoying. But if a sleepover means I get to torture Deku all night long, it will be a fun night. 37. Deku weightlifter medium light skin tone emoji modify ## dizzy. Hey, it's Bakugou. Me and Deku are coming, sire. Later extras. 71. I let go of my grip onto the waste of oxygen and tossed his phone right into his chest. He stumbled back, whimpering even more. Tears soaked his shirt and made him look even more pathetic than the worthless mop of hair made him look. There was no way this kid could be an alpha. Look at him, crumbling at my fingertips. I created an explosion at the tip of my finger and walked past him. 6. I'll see you later, worthless. 44. Izuku Midoriya's 𝗵𝗃𝗃. I sat frozen on the concrete. See you later. What did that even mean? I picked up my phone and noticed that the ringer had been turned off and that I had new messages from 𝗬𝗧𝗏 and Ida. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 light skin tone 𝗵𝗃𝗃 cherry blossom. Bakugou. WDYM Bakugou is coming. Why is he even with Deku in the first place? Get away from him, Bakugou, or else I'll use my quirk to float you up to oblivion. Face with look of triumph, face with look of triumph, face with look of triumph. 41. Ida run a light skin tone emoji modify ## light skin tone person raising both hands in celebration. Do not be irrational about this, 𝗬𝗧𝗏. I am sure that once Midoriya gets his phone back, he will gladly explain what is going on. 2. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 light skin tone 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 cherry blossom. But why would that boom monster even want to come? 38. Ida run a light skin tone emoji modify ## light skin tone person raising both hands in celebration. I suppose the answer to that is to have a night dedicated to making our lives miserable. 17. I scrolled up to see what Kacchan had been typing before he threw my phone at me. My mouth gaped open. His coming. Deku weightlifter medium light skin tone emoji modify ## dizzy. Hey guys, I'm so sorry. I accidentally bumped into Kacchan and he took my phone and texted you guys that. I'm sure he's just kidding though. Yes, I'm totally down for a sleepover. I'll come right after I get my stuff. 2. Of course he was kidding. Why would he want to hang out with us for an entire night? Plus I've already been to 𝗧𝗪𝗏's before, there's only 2 beds and 1 fold-out couch. Usually 𝗎𝗪𝗏 and 𝗧𝗪𝗏 take a bed each and I just sleep on the fold-out couch. There wouldn't even be any room for him to sleep anyway. 57. I begin to rush home to get my stuff. I quickly change into a plain green t-shirt, grey sweatpants, and on top of that my favorite all-might sweatshirt. Toothbrush and toothpaste, check. Snacks, check. Phone and charger, check. Money just in case, check. Hairbrush, check. I continue through my list until I packed everything I needed. My mom had been out on a trip with one of her friends and wouldn't be back until tomorrow. 20. I still yelled, "Good night, Mom. See you tomorrow, love YA." 23. I began to walk to 𝗧𝗪𝗏's. Thank goodness it was relatively close to my house. I couldn't stand being in the cold for much longer. I took a look at my phone and realized something, my heat would be starting today. I nervously began to think about all the scenarios that could happen that night. Hopefully nothing too terrible. I mean, it's just 𝗧𝗪𝗏 and 𝗎𝗪𝗏, what could go wrong? It's not like they would notice because they were only an 𝗎𝗏 and a 𝗵𝗃. They couldn't smell the heat like an alpha could. 77. As I mentally prepared myself for the night to come, I arrived at 𝗧𝗪𝗏's. My face quickly lit up. I love hanging out with my friends. 13. Knock. Knock. 9. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 and 𝗎𝗪𝗏 opened the door and welcomed me with big smiles on their faces. I could tell that they were just as excited as me. We began to watch movies and talking about the New Year's Day that was coming up. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 was worried about the fact that he was only a 𝗵𝗃 and finding his mate could be either very hard or simple, depending on what second race his mate was. 𝗎𝗪𝗏 just giggled and laughed at the worried boy with dark navy hair. Don't worry, 𝗧𝗪𝗏. You're such a catch that anyone that will end up your mate will love you no matter what. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 blushed furiously. Here. He likes her now. I chuckle at the two. 9. Want any snacks? I asked, pulling out what I had brought from home. They both nodded and began to eat. I was about to join them when I started to feel a weird tingling sensation in the lower part of my body. It was a sign that my heat would begin soon. I sighed. How am I supposed to hide this for an entire night? Yeah, I've hidden it for a couple hours, but an entire night. Oh boy. 1. Are you okay, Deku? You seem to be burning up. 𝗎𝗪𝗏 points out, giving me her water. I'm just fine. It's just a little hot in here, that's all. I stutter, receiving a raised eyebrow from 𝗎𝗪𝗏. 19. I started to worry until she just nodded and laughed it off. Sorry, for a second there I thought you were going into heat, but you're an alpha so that doesn't happen. 95. I nervously nodded. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 agreed and turned on the fan. That was seriously a close one. Knock. Knock. 22. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 got up to get the door. What are you doing here? 𝗧𝗪𝗏 asks the person at the door. His tall stature was blocking the person in front of him. Me and 𝗎𝗪𝗏 shared a glance at each other, confused. Move out of the way before I blast your butt. 32. Here. I thought he wasn't coming. Am I dreaming? But we didn't even sleep yet. Hello Deku, did you miss me? 73. There stood Kacchan. In a black tank top and shorts, he looked me up and down and laughed. I gulped, feeling my eyes tear up again. He wasn't joking. He was actually here. Plus my head drops down again. This was going to be one interesting night. An 𝗎𝗏 in heat 37-7 Katsuki Bakugou's 𝗵𝗃 was looking at me, full of curiosity and bitterness. I told them I was coming, so what's the big deal? I sniffed the air, a sweet luring scent brought me into the house. What is that? Is 𝗎𝗪𝗏 going into heat or something? As I walked in to greet Deku and 𝗎𝗪𝗏, the rounded-faced girl looked at me in disbelief. Maybe she was going into heat. Gross. 22. I smirked towards the boy with green hair. You guys really didn't think I was coming, did you? Deku flushed a bright red and smiled. Hi Kacchan, I'm happy you're here. 25. What's up with him? I took a seat next to Deku while putting my stuff down. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 followed. The air became tense, almost suffocating. Hey Bakugou, I don't exactly know where you'll be able to sleep. There is 2 beds, one for me and one for 𝗎𝗪𝗏. One fold-out couch for 𝗵𝗃 Midoriya. Would you mind sleeping on the floor? Ida asks, breaking the silence. 11A I don't really care. As long as I get to spend the night with my best friend, Deku. 113 I felt him shudder next to me. I leaned in closer to him to say something only he would hear. I will make tonight a living hell for you, Deku, don't you doubt that. 76 As I leaned in to be right next to him, the sweet smell from earlier began to intensify. Him sitting so close to Uraraka and Ida made it hard to differentiate who the smell was coming from. If it was possible, Deku turned into a brighter shade of red. He began to shift in his seat uncomfortably. I thought to myself, there's no way. I know he's not an alpha, but there's still no way it was him going into heat. Uraraka clearly noticed Deku being uncomfortable and pulled him aside. Okiko Uraraka's 𝗵𝗃 At first, I thought I was crazy. There was no way that Deku could actually be anything less than an alpha. I quickly pulled him aside. Deku, what's wrong? For his face was burning up and he began to squeeze his legs together. My bag. 3 I reached for his bag and he grabbed it and smiled. He ran towards Ida's room. I quickly followed after. I was worried for him. Okiko, please. He begged for me to leave but I stayed put. 6 Tell me what's wrong. 4 I can't. Knock. Knock. 2 What's going on in there, are you two okay? Ida's voice spoke quietly through the door. I looked towards Deku and he nodded, tears forming in his eyes. He opened his bag searching through the contents as I let Ida in. I'm sorry to have left you out there with Bakugou, but it seemed like Deku needed to escape. Ida understood. The question that floated through both our heads was spoken out. If you're really our friend, what's wrong? What are you hiding from us? You can tell us, Ida promised, while engaging towards Deku. 14 Deku flushed a bright red again. He began to speak quietly. They were only mumbles so Ida and I could barely hear before he bursted out into tears. This was obviously a touchy subject for him. I quickly wrapped my arms around him as he nuzzled into my neck and cried even louder. Ida, go and watch Bakugou. I promise if Deku says anything, I will tell you. I have a feeling that if Bakugou overhears, it could be detrimental to Deku. 6 Ida gets up and opens the door to reveal Bakugou about to knock. Bakugou looked down at Deku in my arms, crying. Ida closed the door after leaving, but not quick enough to see an unreadable expression on Katsuki's face. Worry? Jealously? Did he actually care for the boy that he bullied for all these years? 8 Okiko, I need to tell you something. I've been hiding this from everyone. Only my mom and all might know. I listened intently as my hold on him tightened. I wanted to let him know that I was here and that everything would be okay. He didn't speak after that. He took off his shirt and took out a black collar. I knew what this collar meant. It was to prevent alphas from marking them. It also helped suppress the sweet scent that omegas produced from their nape. I gasped. I had the same one at home. That could only mean 2 Uraraka, I'm an omega. 13 I let go of him in disbelief, but only females could be omegas. 15 I know you're thinking that only females can be omegas, but I am a rare case where I am a male omega. I hid it from everyone because I didn't want anyone to know how weak I was. It's okay Deku, you're not weak. Ida and I will love you no matter what your second race is. 55 He smiled softly, almost broken. I know you noticed it earlier, I didn't mentally prepare myself for this. Please help me. 1 I knew right away what he was talking about. Deku was going into his heat. I nodded and helped him put on his collar. He looked through his bag again and pulled out a green half-zip that would zip up to cover his collar. I searched around to find some type of cologne or something to hide his scent. I found some under Ida's nightstand. I quickly sprayed it all over him. 1 Do you have any suppressants? I asked. No, I left the house and totally forgot about bringing them. His head dropped. I brought some. I can go get it for you. I got up and opened the door, going to retrieve my bag from where we were hanging out before. 6 Bakugou and Ida sat awkwardly as Ida began to lecture Bakugou on what being a hero meant. I could tell that Bakugou really wanted to leave. I hurried and grabbed my bag. As soon as I got up to leave, Bakugou grabbed my arm. 9 He whispered quietly in my ear, will the nerd be okay? It's not like I care about the weirdo or anything. It's just my mom is asking. 129 I looked at him as he flushed a light shade of pink. I nodded and made my way back to the room. Katsuki Bakugou, blushing. I closed the door behind me and threw my suppressants at Deku. He took one and gave me a small smile. It hurt a little to know the chances of being mates with my best friend was close to impossible. Even if I wished he was my mate, the chances were too slim. I would rather support him through his tough time than sit and mope about the small bit of feelings I had for him. 19 Thank you so much Uraka, I owe you one. He smiles, his tears were gone and his face seemed to return back to his normal hue. His heat was suppressed. It was still there, but now it was controllable. I'm pretty sure no one here will try to provoke it in any way. We made our way back to Ida and Bakugou. 12 Sorry for ruining the moment. Deku smiles at the two boys, want to play a game. I looked at the green-haired boy, were we really the same second race? He looked so powerful and strong. We didn't even stand on the same level, let alone the same planet. Maybe there's a lot I don't know about Deku. 10 Katsuki scoffed, sure, as long as it's not boring. I'm this close to leaving. 34 The caring nature I saw only 2 minutes ago disappeared back into the old and cold-hearted Bakugou. Truth or STRP. 145 3 Izuku Midoriya's POV It was so nerve-wracking to admit what my second race was for the first time to one of my friends. Although it was more than scary, it was also relieving to know that I finally had someone to talk to about this problem. 1 Let's play Truth or Dare. Uraraka gleamed. 15 I'm down. I reply smiling at her. Ida nods in agreement, while staring at me. I bet he was wondering what was happening to me. I made a mental note to tell him later. Yeah, whatever, but is there no catch like, if you don't want to answer your truth or do your dare? Kacchan implied that he wanted something to actually make the game worth playing. Oh. I got it. You have to take an article of clothing off. Uraraka concludes. 63 Kacchan smirked at this and agreed. Ida agreed. I looked at Uraraka worryingly. Did she forget about my collar? I laughed nervously. I guess I will just have to answer all my truths and do all my dares, no matter how terrible they were. I couldn't risk taking off my zip-up to show this terrible collar I'm wearing. 17 Okay, me first. Ida Kuan. Truth or dare? Okako asks. Dare. I dare you to stick an ice pack down your breathes for the rest of the game. 42 The boys in the room winced. We waited for Ida's response. He sighed and began to take off his shirt. 27 Bakugou, truth or dare? Ida directs towards the blonde boy. Dare, obviously. 1 Dare you to. Wait, I am like really bad at this. Ida stuttered. 25 Uraraka chuckles and whispers into Ida's ear. His eyes go wide. They exchange some words and then Ida looks up again. I dare you to change into a dress, my mom has a bunch, I'll just give you one. Ida says, scared of Bakugou's response. 9 Easy, give me a dim dress. 45 Ida and Bakugou go to a different room, I suppose his parents' room. Okako pulls out her phone and waits for the moment when Kacchan would come out. I gave myself another spritz of cologne to cover my scent. It took only 5 minutes for Kacchan to come out wearing. 115 Uraraka quickly snaps a picture before rolling on the floor laughing. I couldn't help but begin to laugh myself. He looked like a Barbie doll, wearing all pink. He growled at the both of us before sitting down again. 6 Hey nerd, truth or dare? Me. Dare. I guess. Kiss Uraraka. 48 I turned bright red. It's not because I like her or anything. It's because she's my friend and she likes me and she might get the wrong idea. I've never had my first kiss either. On top of that, Ida likes her. I sighed again. They waited for my response as Uraraka looks at the floor, a brighter shade of red than I was. I took off my sweatpants and threw them on top of the couch. I sat in my boxers, which were a plain olive green color with all might written at the hem. Kacchan laughed and then left to go change back into his regular clothes. 44 Uraraka, Truth or dare? I ask, trying to cover up how embarrassed I was. Dare. I dare you to post that picture of Kacchan. Payback. 19. She smiled and did it without a problem. I could hear Kacchan yell furiously. As soon as it was up, all the students from our class began to save it and laugh. Kacchan started inching towards me. I was too busy laughing to realize what he was going to do. He tackled me and pinned me to the floor. Aiton, you better watch it, nerd. Before I ruin you. He screamed while straddling me. 31. Seeing him on top of me quickly began to overpower my suppressants. I knew I was 𝗵𝘃𝗲, but if the hottest alpha was on top of me, I would sell my body to him. Wait, no. What am I saying? I began to sweat again. I could feel my scent getting stronger. I started to blush furiously. Not now, not now, not now. He sniffed the air and looked at me. 22, you put on too much cologne. 90. Okay. I guess the cologne overpowered how I actually smelled. I chuckled nervously. Click. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 continued to take more pictures of us. Without thinking, I buried my face into Kacchan's chest. As soon as I realized my actions, I felt him tense up. He didn't push me away. Kacchan just sat there, still straddling me. 16. What are you, gay or something? 139. I felt tears begin to fall down my face. I wasn't gay. I didn't think I was. I like girls. Yeah. Girls. I pushed him off and tried to continue on with the game. Although my heat was starting to beat out my suppressants, I still maintained control over it. Trying to ignore the fact that Kacchan was just sitting right on my lap. 30. Okay, Bakugou. Truth or dare? Truth. 6. Have you had your first kiss, since you were trying to make Deku lose his? 𝗬𝗓𝗏 giggles, moving her eyebrows up and down. For I glared at her. Why would she just tell him that? He laughed. But not the Kacchan laugh. The one where he would make people shudder in fear. It was a laugh that made me scared. He was hiding something. The next thing we knew, his shirt was off and thrown on top of my stuff as well. My heat began to grow again. Looking at him was truly something else. While Kacchan was looking down, I took the opportunity to look at him. The boy had abs on abs on abs. Literally. I felt myself begin to sweat. This is not going well. 43. The game continued. I had to do every dare and truth in order to keep my secret safe. Hey Deku, truth or dare? One last one. Kacchan asked. He was only in his boxers at this point, while I had my boxers and zip-up still on. Just the sight of that made my heat go out of whack. If one more thing were to happen, my body would start going crazy. Dare I guess? Take off that zip-up, I know you're hiding something behind it. Or else you wouldn't have cared towards taking it off. Instead of taking off your zip-up, you ran down the street screaming, you told us your most embarrassing story, you let 𝗬𝗓𝗏 do your eyebrows and makeup, you asked the neighbors for condoms, and you even told us the story of your first crush. This isn't the Deku I know, take it off. What are you hiding? 61. My body froze. I looked at 𝗬𝗓𝗏 pleading for help. She slowly shook her head. She couldn't do anything either. Was doing his dare really worth exposing my secret? Let me go to the bathroom. Kacchan smirked. He was only here to torture me. I walked to the bathroom. I splashed water in my face as I was pondering how I could get out of this situation. I zipped my zip-up down and took a look at the collar. If I took this off, Kacchan would smell me right away. The smell drives alphas crazy. I was too scared to see what he would do to me. I sighed to myself there was only one thing I could do. 14. Katsuki Bakugou's Deku came out of the bathroom looking flushed with tears in his eyes. All of our jaws drop. He really took off his boxers instead of his zip-up. The worthless piece of 𝗬𝗏 was pulling his zip-up down so he wouldn't expose anything. I started to roar in laughter. How pathetic. Truly pathetic. This kid literally has no ball. I quickly took out my phone to try and take a picture. 181. No, Kacchan, stop. He tries to pull my phone away while landing on my lap. The boy doesn't even have anything covering his lower half and he still wanted to play like this. I leaned back, making the phone harder to reach. He only had one hand while the other was desperately covering himself. That's when I saw it, just a glimpse. A black thing covering his neck. What is that? I reached out really fast and snatched it off. He gasped and tumbled backwards. 11 What's this Deku? You got some kind of KNK? I scoffed, making a TCH sound. 41 I looked down and he was gone. He used one for all to speed out of the room. The front door was open and his sweatpants were gone as well. I looked at Roundface and the guy. They gasped as they ran out of the door to look for him. 6 You're crazy. You don't just take someone's collar off like that, Katsuki. Can you imagine how much danger you just put him in? Uraraka screams as she runs back to grab the collar and leaves again. 17 Tenya 𝗎𝗍𝗵 Throughout the entire game, I was wondering what Midoriya had told Uraraka in my room. But I knew immediately what was happening when Bakugou took off the collar from Midoriya's neck. I had seen that type of thing before. Flashback. Hi mommy. You have a new black necklace. I said to her. 9 She nodded sadly. She has been very sad lately, I don't know why. Maybe one day she will tell me. Her smile has been really sad after that one day. She went outside and came home and was crying. She had bruises all over and her clothes were all torn. I bet she fell down and needs a band-aid. Daddy said mommy doesn't like to talk about it anymore. 16 Yes Tenya, mommy has a new necklace. It keeps all the bad guys away. Do you understand? If someone has this necklace, they will be safe. I didn't understand, but it was mommy, so I nodded anyway. The necklace fights away the bad guys. Got it mommy. Save me. Kacchan. 6-3 Warning. Includes SXL harassment. Sorry babies. 87 Izuku Midoriya's POV 1 I ran. I didn't even know where I was running, but I kept running. If I got away quick enough, he wouldn't be able to smell me anymore. I sighed. After giving Kacchan a full lap dance without anything on my bottom half, my heat had completely taken over my suppressants. I was alone and vulnerable, but I didn't care. 8 Why would he do that to me? For I understand he hates me. I understand if he believes I don't belong on this world because I am weak and worthless, and the list goes on. I finally felt my legs weaken and buckle underneath me. I began to cry. Loud screams found their way out of my throat. My eyes wouldn't focus on the setting around me. I just continued to sob. Kacchan is right, I am weak and useless. 4 No. I can't let myself think of myself this way. If I was weak and useless, I wouldn't be put here. I wouldn't be standing today. I have wonderful friends who love me. I have my mother who would give up anything for me. I have All Might, the dad I never had. So what if Katsuki Bakugou hated me? If he makes fun of me for the rest of my life, I will make it through. It's been years and I've put up with him constantly taunting me. The only reason I put up with this is because I love him. No, not like that way. I don't think I like him that way. No matter what, I promised myself I would be as strong as him and All Might. I love him because he is who he is. He will always hold a special place in my heart. Even if he would never bat an eyelash in my direction, I still will always love him. 15 What's a pretty little omega like you doing out here in the open? A low voice called for me. 41 I looked up and my heart dropped. There were 5 alpha males standing around me. I started to whimper, backing up into a wall. I finally looked around and found myself hidden away by buildings. Did I really go that far away from 𝗎𝗍𝗓? 7 You smell so good, baby. Come play with us. Another one of them spoke, reaching towards me. For I felt myself start burning up. I reached towards my neck where my collar should be. The sweatpants I was wearing weren't hiding the fact I was going into heat well either. I can see you're excited. The tallest alpha smirked, looking down at me. Please get away from M. My mouth began to betray me. Or don't worry love, you'll have so much fun. 29 They all nodded in agreement as they began to close in on me. I tried to activate One for All, but I felt as if my power was being scared away. Was it one of their quirks? 4 You like it? I can snatch your strength for 15 minutes. One of them chuckled. 6 more tears ran down my face. I felt like I was suffocating. This couldn't be happening. Please stop. They smiled at me. No one could stop an alpha once they have a weak omega in heat. It was hard enough to stop one. But, 5. They began to tug on my breathes. I resisted and punched one in the face and he stumbled back. I ran through the opening. Think, Izuku. Think. What can I do? 2. I began to scream. Loud blood-curdling screams. It was fairly late and most of the lights were off, but my screams made them flicker back on. I smiled, but not before I was pulled back into a dark alley by one of the alphas. 1 speed of light quirk. At least there was only one now. 4. At least I don't have to share now. I couldn't even try to pull a move and run away. He would catch up to me anyway. Even landing a punch on him would be hard since that other guy still had my strength drained. I just had to sit and take it. You're not wearing boxers, as he pulled down my sweatpants. He flipped me over so my face was pressed against the wall. My tears wouldn't stop pouring out of my eyes. Please, someone save me. I felt him kissing and skiing down my neck. Please don't mark me. It's only for my mate. Please don't. I guess he didn't want to. He probably just wanted my body. The fresh, unused one. I shuddered as he grabbed at my waist, holding me firm in place. I tried to scream again, but my voice wasn't letting me. He trailed his fingers down my back and landing right where? Well, you know. 11. I choked on my words. Save me. 9. Kacchan. Stay with me, for tonight. 1. 3. Katsuki Bakugou's piece. Save me, Kacchan. A voice in my head echoed. I turned and looked around myself. Where did it come from? I was alone. The last time I checked, Ida and Uraraka had left to go find Deku. That was probably a good idea. Deku was weak and useless and most of all pathetic. He wouldn't last a minute without someone protecting him. He was just a worthless nerd and we all knew that. 6. Come save me. What the F? Where is this even coming from? I got up and looked around more. Was that Deku's voice? 2. Get the F out from wherever you're hiding. I know you're here. I screamed. I am outside, come find me. I looked everywhere in the house and of course, he wasn't there. I pondered, maybe this was just my head playing tricks on me. How is this voice in my head? But if it's telling the truth. I put on some clothes and walked towards the door. I am not far. It's dark. I need help, Kacchan. 2. As I closed the door, I quickly shot myself up into the air with my explosions. I began to scan the city from the sky. It wouldn't be so hard to find a head of green hair, right? He's touching me, Kacchan. I'm scared. I looked deeper and deeper into the city. Who is touching him? I felt a knot tie in my stomach. What was this? Worry. I can feel you. You're near. Please help. I dropped down to the floor and began running. Where are you? Please be okay. Why hadn't he saved himself? He has a quirk now, right? I'm right here, Kacchan. I turned and saw something that even made my cold heart break. Deku was being pushed on the floor. The man above him was definitely an alpha. As Deku looked up at the man helplessly, the man began to take off his breathes. Without thinking, I ran behind the man, feeling an explosion brewing in me. I stepped behind him and put my hand close to his side and fired off an explosion. His body flung into the end of the alley, unconscious. I smirked, but then I looked down at the boy in front of me. His clothes were torn and he was basically naked. He was covered in bruises and scratches. 19. Thank you. Katsuki. 7. His face covered in tears, but his eyes filled with happiness. Did he just call me by my name? 23. Can you walk? 2. He tried to stand up, but then he wobbled nervously. Deku took a few more steps before falling into me. I sighed and began to carry him bridal style. He covered his face in his hands. I quickly began running back to Ida's. His friends were probably worried sick about him. Even if I hated him with all my heart, one night of kindness wouldn't hurt. I knew I was mean, but I wasn't mean enough to hurt someone after they had been attacked. I could smell a faint sweet smell, but it was hidden under cologne. As a young alpha, he can't really smell the scent if it is hidden under another smell too. Why do you smell like that, Deku? I asked quietly. He didn't respond. I looked down at him and saw his head had fallen into my chest as he was sleeping. I finally got to Ida's house and carefully woke him up. His green eyes opened slowly. He took in the scenery around him. Before I knew it, he encased me in a hug. My shoulder felt wet and I knew he was crying. I couldn't help but hug him back with my head on his. 13 It was just for tonight. 9 Izuku Midoriya's but ever since I was young, the only places I felt safe were at home and in Kacchan's arms. I know he probably didn't remember, but he used to hold me whenever I was scared or sad and whisper nice things into my ear until I stopped crying. I knew he wouldn't do that now because he hated me with all his heart. But just being in his arms again brought me comfort. He pulled away and I looked at him. A dust of pink found its way onto his face and I looked down. He knocked on the door. 9 We were greeted by a sobbing Uraraka and a worried Ida. They quickly took me into their arms and I winced. The pain ached all over my body. Are you okay? Where were you? Ida asked while taking a look over my body. Did you save my Deku? Uraraka turned to Kacchan. 62 He walked in without saying a word. I followed and smiled at my two friends, telling them I was okay and yes, Kacchan did save me. He sat down on the couch and began to play on his phone like nothing had happened. Can I take a shower? I asked Ida. He nodded and asked, do you want us to help you or something? I sheepishly nodded. Uraraka began to follow behind me before a voice stopped us in our tracks. I'll do it. 18 We looked up to see Kacchan following behind me. Uraraka looked at me questioningly and I just nodded. I made my way back to the room to get some clothes. I noticed I hadn't brought extra in case something like this would happen. I took out a clean pair of boxers and looked towards Kacchan. 5 I forgot to bring extra clothes. I told him while blushing. He rummaged through his bag before throwing a black t-shirt at me. I thanked him and he followed me into the bathroom. As I began stripping, I watched as Kacchan began to fill the bath with water. For it's okay Kacchan, I can do it myself. I whispered quietly. He still hasn't said anything since he took me home. Kacchan picked me up and put me into the tub like a kid. The blonde-haired boy carefully and gently washed around my scratches and bruises. It felt nice when he began to wash my hair. I leaned into him and ummed quietly. My heat had already died down, so the bath covered up that scent with the scent of soap and shampoo. When he finished, I stepped out of the tub and he dried me down with a towel. I blushed again, feeling exposed. For I've seen it all before when we were kids. He finally spoke up again. 49 I turned a darker shade of red. I quickly put on my boxers and his shirt. It was really big on me, going past my boxers. Thank you again Kacchan. I weakly smiled up at him. You're really useless without me, you know that right? 12 Yes I know. 18 He smiled a small smile. I haven't had him smile at me genuinely in so long. I felt a twang in my heart. Another feeling I hadn't felt in a long time. We walked out of the bathroom and back to where Ida and Uraraka were sitting. They both apologized to me and bombarded me with questions about what happened. It was a long conversation as I began to fill them in on what had happened. 7 When I finished, Uraraka was crying and Ida was hugging me. I felt so much love from my best friends. 2 Are you sure you want to stay? We can take you home. Ida motioned to the door. I really want to stay, I don't want to be alone right now. I admitted. We kept talking until 3 a.m. I was slowly getting more tired. Without noticing, I was leaning into Kacchan. I felt him tense up behind me but I didn't care, I was sleepy. He slowly relaxed and placed his arm behind my back so I leaned more into his chest. Instead. 7 If you guys are tired, Midoriya, why don't you take my bed in my room? No, it's okay. I'll sleep on the couch. I sat up. I insist Midoriya. Changing Ida's mind is close to impossible. 7 I nodded. I hope you don't mind but I set up a place for Katsuki to sleep right next to the bed. I felt myself slowly nod off again. 2 arms held underneath my shoulders and knees and carried me off to Ida's room I think. Good night. I giggled. I received 2 good nights from Ida and Uraraka. They were probably staying up later. Kacchan placed me carefully into the bed and I snuggled into the sheets. It felt nice to be in a bed after the events that happened today. For the events that happened today, I began to shake and cry quietly again. I was so close to having my virginity taken away from me. The bed seemed uncomfortable and lonely. Kacchan was laying on the floor while once again playing on his phone. I really just didn't want to be alone right now. I needed anyone at this point. It's okay, Izuku, be strong. Just get through the night. 11 an hour passed and I still haven't fallen asleep. The thoughts of earlier clouded my mind. I kept squirming and thrashing around. I took a deep breath and turned towards where Kacchan was. I tapped him awake. Hey! Kacchan! He grunted, informing me that he was awake. Can you sleep with me? Just for tonight. I don't want to be alone right now. I spoke softly. 21 My face had turned bright red and my tears hadn't stopped for the past hour. I didn't receive a response back and my heart began to ache. It's totally okay if you don't want to. I'll just sleep by myself, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Sorry for bothering you. I chuckled nervously. I turned to face the wall. I'm so stupid. The last time he slept with me was when we were kids. He's changed now. He's way past me. I was too busy mumbling and lost in my thoughts to realize the weight on the bed shifted. I turned to see red crimson eyes staring back at me. There was no hatred or no anger. They were the soft and caring eyes I used to know. 23, thank you again. I whispered. Only for tonight. Okay. He replied softer. 13 We looked at each other for a while. I love him. My heart was set at this point. I knew I loved him ever since I was young. He made my heart feel something else. Even if he hated me, I'll take this chance just tonight. Are you okay? He asked, his face laced with concern. Yeah, I know I'll always be okay if you're here. Did I really just say that? 13 He hid away his face. I smiled at him. His hand slowly came up to my face, stroking my cheek lightly. He wiped the remaining tears off of my cheek. This was the Kacchan I loved. The one that used to play with me every night and held me lovingly every night. I don't know why he had turned cold after he realized I was quirkless. I snuggled closer into him. My face close to his chest. He moved his hand from my cheek to my hair, playing with it. I ammed quietly because it felt good to have him near me again. I blushed from the noise I made and buried my face into his chest. His other arm found its way around my waist. I felt safe. I felt complete. I wrapped my arms around him and our legs were entangled together. 61 I love you, Kacchan. 2 I thought to myself. I felt him stop stroking my hair and he looked down at me again. Did he hear that? He hid his face in my hair. My heart fluttered in my chest. Probably not. I'm tripping out. My body finally began to relax in his warm embrace. My eyes began to flutter shut. 10 Only for tonight, Deku. I heard him whisper to himself as I finally drifted off to sleep. I'll find you tonight. 35 3 Izuku Midoriya's time skipped to New Year's Eve because yes 39 Kacchan and I haven't really talked since that night. It was pretty understandable though, it was break and why would he go out of his way to talk to me when he didn't need to? I already knew that he only felt pity towards me that night. He even said that it was only for that night. He still hates me, I already know that. I looked down to what I was wearing. Okako had picked it out for me. I wore a dark green button-up with a black vest, black tie, and black coat over it. For breathes, I wore black breathes. Look above for reference. I couldn't wait for the party. It made my heart skip a beat to know that I would finally find the person that would love me forever and unconditionally. 11 Deku, is something wrong? Aren't you going to be happy? We get to find the loves of our lives tonight. Uraraka cheered gleefully as she began to change into her outfit. I smiled at her and nodded. Today is where our lives begin. 44 I smiled at her and nodded. Today is where our lives begin. 9 Another time skip. Don't hate me. DX 21 We arrived at the party to be greeted by all of our classmates and second years. It was going to be a fun night, I told myself. I was going to find my mate, even if my life depended on it. 6:35 p.m. 5 times seemed to drift by so slowly. Everyone was anxious and impatient, just wanting the clock to strike. I look around, for someone. I don't really know who, but I was looking. The room seemed so off. The door swung open and then walked in. Kacchan. He walked in like he had owned the place. My heart began to skip beats, unhealthy I know. It was if my body was telling me that he was the one I was looking for. I could see all the girls turn and swoon at him. Just like how it was when we were kids. 8. Look at Katsuki. I hope he's my mate. 20. He's so hot. 16. He's the strongest alpha, whoever gets him is so lucky. 21. I could feel a pang of jealousy in my chest. I knew deep down he was going to get the best girl in the room. It's okay though, once I get my mate, the love I have for them will overpower the love I have for Kacchan. I smiled to myself. Years of loving someone who didn't love me back was finally going to be over. 58:28 p.m. Just hold on a little longer, Izuku. The love of your life will be coming soon. Oi, Deku. Meet me outside. We need to talk. Kacchan's voice rang in my ear. 26. I felt my face burn up because I just knew the girls in the room were looking at me, plus if your crush asks to meet you outside. To talk, it could only be good news, right? I walked after him and saw he was leaning against the wall. 8. Hi Kacchan. What's up aha? I tried to say with confidence, but ended up failing bitterly. 2. He scowled at me. I looked over his face to see any bit of the Kacchan I saw the night I had gotten attacked. But he wasn't there anymore. This was the Kacchan that tormented me every second of my life. I was right after all, it was only because he felt bad for me. He didn't care. Of course he wouldn't. I just wanted to say, he paused, you are still nothing. 76. My heart had cracked and I dropped my head down. 7. Kacchan continued to talk. That night was a mistake and meant nothing to me. It's just anyone would feel bad for someone being raped, that's all. 15. Meant nothing to me, just a reminder to stay the F out of my life. You being here is just a burden to everyone else. Do us a favor, see that building. Jump off of it. 171. I couldn't bring myself to look up at him. Tears were streaming down my face. I get it already, Kacchan. Please don't break my heart anymore, please. No one will ever love you. Your mate will probably just pity how pathetic you are. People like you don't deserve anything. 50. No one will ever love you. 9. I finally had the courage to look up at him again, his burning red eyes filled with anger and hatred and a little bit of something else that I couldn't read. Yes, Katsuki, I know. You'll never become the #1 hero, you'll never beat me or compare to me. 14. He smirked, knowing that he had successfully broken down my mental state. Kacchan began to inch closer to me. I flinched, but I had already accepted the fate that was coming my way. His hand grabbed my arm and held me firmly in place. He rolled up my sleeve and grabbed at my forearm. Kacchan began sending small explosions up my arm, and how badly it burned. I wouldn't know. I could only feel the pain of my heart being broken over and over again. After successfully damaging both of my arms, he rolled down the sleeves, covering the damage and resulting in me wincing as the fabric touched the burns. I tried to turn to walk away, but his grip tightened. 20. I'm not done playing Deku. His voice was laced with venom as his hand snaked underneath my shirt and on my stomach. 3. Kacchan sent off another explosion directly on my stomach, causing me to collapse. The pain wrecked every inch of my body. It wasn't enough to break skin, but it was enough to cause so much pain. He laughed and began to walk away, leaving me alone, hurt, and heartbroken. 15. Oi. One last thing, I want you to never talk to me ever again. Next time, I'll end you. 45. I kept crying as he closed the door behind him. The sobs began to tear at my lungs and I couldn't breathe. The only thing that was keeping me going at this point was my mate. Whoever they were, when I see them, I'll tell them everything and they will listen. They will love me no matter what. 26. You are still nothing. No one will love you. People like you deserve nothing. 14. I sighed and looked up at the stars. They were so appealing, shining without a care either world. I hope that someday someone will hold me like how the sky holds the stars, tenderly. They truly are appealing. The sky holds the stars every night. Even if they are apart during the day, they still find their way back together. The night sky isn't complete without the stars. The sky doesn't dim the stars, only brings out the true beauty within. 31. I smiled softly at the floor. I wonder what my mate is doing right now. 35. Katsuki Bakugou's pivot. It felt so good to have Deku crumble at my fingers again. I wanted him to know that night was just a fluke in the system, a one-time thing. He was and always will be nothing but some on the bottom of my shoe. 12 Katsuki. You're going to be my mate, right? A girl from 2B tugged on my arm. No, me, another said, tugging on my other arm. I laughed. None of these girls were worthy enough for me, only whoever my mate would be. Although I don't want to admit it, I was excited to find someone that I will love for the rest of my life. The one that destiny found perfect to me. I smiled to myself. 44 The party kept progressing and everyone was getting more and more restless. Kirishima and Denki were coming up with a plan to find their mates while I sat and listened into their conversation. 2 Bro, it's just that, like, what if my mate doesn't go to you? What if they're like regular high school attendees? Kirishima asked worriedly. I'm pretty sure you can still smell their scent, right? Denki replied, all-knowingly. Well, I read online somewhere, if you have a deep connection with your mate, you can hear the thoughts that they direct to you. My ears perked up. 38 You can hear your mate talking to you when they direct their thoughts at you. I remembered that night again. It has been the only thing on my mind lately other than finding my mate. How was Deku able to communicate with me? I remember hearing his voice in my head, telling me where to find him and that he needed help. Does that mean? 8 That's just a myth, Kirishima, you probably read it on the internet or something. Thank God. 4 Well, my mom said if you concentrate hard enough you can feel what your mate is feeling. Kirishima announced. Denki agreed with that one. Denki Kaminari is a beta while Aizuru Kirishima is an alpha. Although Kirishima is an alpha, he is humble and never mentioned his second race to anyone other than me. The conversation between them continued and I looked at my phone. 11:59 p.m. The countdown began. The search for our mates were at the tip of my fingers. Wherever you are, I will find you tonight and I will never let you go. 15 I promise, no matter what. No matter who you are. 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year's. And let the mate finding begin. 12 An intense sweet smell hit my nose at full throttle. It was intoxicating and I almost choked. I looked to Kaminari and Kirishima was looking at Kaminari confused and wide-eyed. 13 Kirishima. Come on. Let's find our mates. Kaminari cheered while turning around frantically. 2 The school had become a burst of chaos as everyone was so anxious to find their mate. I saw Kirishima look down and then back up at Kaminari. His eyes were shining with love and happiness. 1 Kirishima. What's wrong? The stupid Pikachu asked. Are you like an idiot, Denki, or like a dumb butt? I laughed at the boy's obliviousness. 7 He looked between me and Kirishima confused. Are we not looking for our mates? He questioned us again. Denki Kaminari, you're mine. Kirishima grabbed at his arm and pulled him into a tight embrace. 76 Kaminari's eyes started to water and he began to hug back. It's me. I'm yours. 16 Kirishima pulled back from the embrace to nuzzle into Kaminari's neck. All mine. You smell so good. The two began to laugh as they held each other. They looked towards me and I took that as my signal to walk away. It was awkward seeing everyone jump into different people's embraces. Some of the pairings were easy to guess, like Hagakuwa and Ojiro or Kendo and Tetsu, but there were some odd ones, like Okako and Tsuyu or Ida and that one girl from support, I think. 28 I could smell the sweet scent. It smelled oddly familiar, like home. The smell reminded me of warm baked sugar cookies that you make during Christmas. I smiled. She's here somewhere, just where? The smell was strong but faint. I knew that the person was at this party, but not in the main hall. I began to look around as I followed the smell. My mate wasn't in any of the classrooms either. 34 Where the F are you? I muttered to myself. 12 As I climbed the stairs, the smell seemed to get stronger and stronger. Filling my lungs, my heart kept beating faster and faster. I was almost there. I could feel it. My thoughts halted me. Didn't Denki and Kirishima say something about feeling what your mate was feeling if you concentrate? As the smell filled my nose and warmed my soul, I began to concentrate on my mate. I focused on the way they smelled and how I would hold them and love them more than anyone. Then it hit me. Tears began pouring out of my eyes. My heart felt like it was being broken over and over again. Why was my mate so sad? I'm going to kill whoever hurt my mate. 2:16 I was at the door to the roof when I felt the pull of my mate the strongest. My heart was racing as my hand found its way to the door. I opened it slowly, not to scare off whoever was waiting on the other side of the door. I closed my eyes as I fully opened it. My future was right at my fingertips. I opened my eyes and my heart dropped. Deku standing at the edge of the roof. 42 My heart was beating out of my chest and I had no idea what to do. I stood there frozen, paralyzed. Was Deku my mate? What is he doing? It's not like I cared or anything. I did say I hoped he'd jump off a building, but did I really mean that? Anyone but him. Mother Nature could have gave me anyone but put me with the guy that I hate the most. What is this? Some kind of sick joke. The smell was coming from Deku and that could only mean one thing. My worst nightmare was coming to life right in front of my eyes. 23 I'm sorry Kacchan. 24 Izuku Midoriya's POV starts from right after Bakugou leaves. Tears kept springing from my eyes. I couldn't take it. I don't even remember how long I was sitting out there. Why tonight out of all nights? Couldn't I have a good day just this once? How could I be so stupid? Of course Kacchan would never love me. I'm just a useless Deku in his eyes. Stupid Izuku, why can't you do anything right? 2 I didn't want anyone to see me in this wretched state, but I couldn't just sit out here the entire night. I tried my best to get up, but of course I began to stumble all over the place. Come on, you can do this. I collected myself the best way I could and walked back into the party. The party was dark and I noticed that it was 30 minutes until the mate searching would begin. Everyone was noticeably getting more and more excited by the minute. My eyes searched for Kacchan and I found him in the arms of a couple of girls. I smiled as I choked down more tears. Anything to make him happy, right? Hey Deku, where have you been? Uraraka knocked me out of my daze. I gave her the widest grin I could. Oh, I was just getting some fresh air. How our lives begin tonight, right? 6 She nodded and proceeded to converse with me about the night. I didn't want to ruin her night with the samba vibes I was giving off, so I told her I needed to go to the bathroom. I didn't actually have to go, so where else would I go, right? You see that building? Jump off it. My mind flashed back to those words. Maybe I should. I mean, I was just a nuisance to everyone. Uraraka and Ida constantly having to worry about me. My mom always trying to protect me since I was an omega. Kacchan didn't want to see me again anyway. No one would notice I was gone. Everyone would be so happy. I made my way up the takes to the roof of 𝗬𝗏. I'm just a worthless Deku and no one would ever love me anyway. I looked to the floor. Why couldn't I stop crying? Why did everything hurt so much? Is being happy too much to ask? I got to the door and opened it. There was no one on the roof, thankfully. I mean, who would be out here though? Everyone was preparing to meet or find the love of their lives. I leaned over the edge of the building. Everything was so appealing up here. I pulled myself up so I was sitting on the edge. My heart was heavy and I was gripping at my shirt, feeling it break every breath that I took. I heard a horrible laugh. I looked around, but no one was there. 6 Hello. Is someone here? I asked, or tried to at least. Those words were lost somewhere between my sobs. Deku, you're so worthless, I hope you die. Kacchan. Where is that coming from? Weak. Unfit to be a hero. You are just a pain to everyone around you, you know that. I wish I had never met someone like you. Life would be so much better without you. Is this some kind of sick prank? My heart already hurt enough as is. I looked down at my dangling feet and the ground so far down below. I can't do this anymore, it's the only way out. I took off my shoes and threw them somewhere behind me, not caring where they went. 16:12:05 a.m. I had been so caught up in myself, I didn't notice that everyone was already out finding their mates. They wouldn't notice if I slipped away. They'd be so happy with the one they loved to even notice that I was dead. I wanted to be dead. Anything was better than feeling like this. Should I wait a little longer? Maybe my mate was looking for me, right? No. No one will love me. 31 I took a deep breath. I can do this. One jump and everything will be over. I closed my eyes and was ready to jump when I felt something. like someone was watching me. A feeling in my chest tried to pull me towards the direction I felt someone watching me. I wanted to jump into the watcher's arms. I'm going crazy. I turned around to hear the door shut. Someone was there, but they didn't care enough to save a sad little boy. How silly. It's not like anyone cared about me anyway. 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗃, what are you doing? Stop. Get off of there right now. You can't do this, you have so much to live for, a cold but gentle voice called out to me. 27 Todoroki. 𝗬𝗪 story 𝗬𝗪 Todoroki's 𝗵𝗃 32. I sat quietly in a corner of the room. Why did I even come here? I'd rather be sleeping. Sure, the whole mate thing was cool and all, it's just that this whole night and execution of it was a little stupid. I mean, you find your mate and love them automatically. That's not how it works. Just because they're your soulmate, doesn't mean you have to fall to their feet right away. Just saying. 24 The room was hectic with people crying and jumping into other people's arms. Truly it was nauseating. I could feel the smell of my mate filling my nose, and I had already found out who it is. And you'll see later, I promised myself I would court them instead of just professing the love tonight. I smiled in their direction, giving them the subtle hint. They got it and giggled. I needed some air. 66 I began to walk up to the stairs to the roof when I was met with a very angry Katsuki. My best choice was to look down, but I felt confident and pet an eyebrow at him. FF off half and half. His eyes seemed glossy and his voice cracked. This isn't Bakugou, but whatever. Please save him, Todoroki. I could hear him whisper quietly. I don't think it was meant for me to hear. If I wasn't paying attention, I wouldn't have heard it. I began to rush a bit faster. Save who? 17 As I opened the door, everything seemed to stop. Midoriya was on the edge of the building, preparing to jump. Midoriya, what are you doing? Stop. Get off of there right now. You can't do this, you have so much to live for, I managed to choke out. 2 He turned around with tears streaming down his face and gave me a weak smile. I ran behind him and pulled him off the ledge and into my arms. He only began to sob harder. I pet him softly with my left hand, making it a comforting warm temperature. Todoroki, please let MMED do this. I just want to make him happy. For who happy, Midoriya? No one would be happy if you killed yourself, you know that. I whispered quietly. He buried his face into my chest while choking on this one word, Kacchan. 13 As many times as the class had heard Katsuki tell Midoriya to kill himself, everyone could tell that he never meant it. They were both so oblivious, Katsuki lacking to realize how big his soft spot for Midoriya is and Midoriya lacking to realize there even is a soft spot for himself. Katsuki covers his soft spot for Midoriya with pain and hatred, so Midoriya can only hear the words being thrown his way. He won't be happy if you die, I know that for a fact. He looked up at me and tilted his head. I nodded to assure him. Midoriya looked down and turned red, as always. I love him, Todoroki. I love him with all my heart. I knew that already. It was subtle, but if you noticed, then it had become more obvious along the way. When I first noticed, if I blinked I would have missed it. It was our first year in U and Midoriya was writing something in his notebook, typical right. But every time Bakugou would say something to him, he would turn bright red and flip to the back cover of his book and write something before returning to his notes. I watched it happen every single day. It made me smile. Sometimes you can catch Midoriya staring at the back of Katsuki's head. He would reach his hand up to touch his hair, then snap out of his daze and blush while looking down. The boy was in love. Hey Midoriya. Yes, Shokin. 27, why don't you go and try to find your mate? I'm not an alpha, he responded quietly. I understood, but I would be lying if I said that I wasn't shocked by this. He was so strong and his quirk would seem to be linked to alpha BLD. I guess he was a beta. Well, let's wait for your mate together, okay? He nodded and got up from my embrace and stood over the ledge, looking over towards the city. I stood next to him and admired the view. It was appealing truly. We stood in comfortable silence while we waited for his person to come. Shokin, do you know what it's like to love someone who doesn't love you? My head dropped and I chuckled softly. I nodded. It was funny talking about something like this to Midoriya of all people. Yeah, it was last year. I loved this person with all my heart. I would hope and pray to God every day that he would be my mate. He was so appealing and kind. He had my heart entirely. 67. What happened? Well, he loved someone else. You can't really change someone else's heart. Trust me, I tried. It hurt to watch him fall in love with another person so hard. I never had a chance, you know. So I moved on, and now I just support him from a distance. I rather him be happy with someone else than content with me. 29. I looked up at him and he had tears in his eyes. I'm so sorry, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. You're such a catch and anyone would be so lucky to have you. That guy was silly for not loving you. Silly Midoriya, the guy was you. 168. Oh, and you're gay. I had no idea. He smiled at me. No, I'm bisexual here. 75. I looked at my phone and it was getting pretty late. Everyone had begun to leave. We had been waiting for maybe an hour and a half by now. He was getting visibly tired. And started to lean into me. His face was filled with pain and sorrow as all his hopes slowly began to pull away from him. Do you think I'm mateless? He looked up at me. 5. Mateless. That was a term for people that the universe saw that being alone was the best path for happiness. It was either they were planned to be that way, or they were rejected by their mate. 2. No, there's someone made for everyone. 1. Midoriya began to cry softly once more. I have no idea why his mate hasn't come yet or if they were even here. Why wouldn't they come? What was stopping them? A bunch of questions were running through my mind until he broke the silence with a small whisper. 2. Thank you, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, for staying, but can I be alone right now? 16. I nodded. I gave him a warm embrace and kissed him on the cheek to wish him good luck. He blushed furiously but didn't remove his eyes from the view. I began to walk out, but I swear I could feel a pair of eyes glaring at me. But that was probably just my imagination. 41. Just one drink. 13. To Izuku Midoriya's 𝗵𝗃. I stood there alone for a while. My mind pondered through the pain coursing through my arms and my torso, but most importantly the constant shattering of my heart. The events of tonight kept repeating in my head like a broken record. Came here ready to find the love of my life. Got my heart broken by Kacchan. Almost killed myself to get rid of all this pain. Was stopped by 𝗬𝗪𝗏. Sat quietly together. Kissed my cheek and left. Here alone without a mate. 3. I sighed. It was already late and Mom was probably worried sick about me. I left the roof and walked towards the main hall. There was barely anyone left. I contemplated on talking to the remaining people, Kaminari, Kirishima, Shoji, Zero, Yorozu, and Jiru. I probably shouldn't write. I looked like a mess and I just finished crying. My eyes were kept locked on the floor when I felt a pull at the back of my jacket. Hey Midoriya, you okay? Kaminari asked quietly. 7. I looked up at him and looked him over. He wasn't wearing anything too fancy, just a white button-up with a black bow tie and black breathes. I noticed he wore a smile way larger than I've ever seen. Slightly hidden under the collar of his shirt, there it was, a newly formed mark. He had already found his mate, and by the way that Kirishima was glaring at me, I could tell it was him. I nodded and turned away from him. 6. You've been crying, I can tell. There's something wrong, isn't there? You don't have to tell me, you know. If you're not comfortable. 2. It's nothing I can't deal with. Don't worry too much about it. I tried to smile as happy as I could, hiding any bit of sadness hidden in my eyes. 1. Kaminari looked at Kirishima while lightly tapping his water bottle. The redhead nodded and began to talk to the others. Kaminari held out his bottle to me. Here, take it. Don't ask what it is or how I got it. When you get home, take a sip or so. It's kinda some strong stuff, but it'll get your mind off whatever happened tonight. I brought it just in case I ended up mateless, but I didn't. I guess I have no use for it, so knock yourself out, okay? 36. I took the bottle from his hand and thanked him kindly. It was a very kind gesture of him. A silence enveloped the room and I decided that I should leave. Waving at everyone, I wondered what was inside the bottle as I walked out the door. He said I should take it when I get home, but what is one sip going to do? I opened the bottle and was hit by a sweet fruity smell. I took one sip and instantly regretted it. It burned down my throat, but nonetheless, it tasted pretty good. What is this stuff? Little baby doesn't realize what the drink is. I took another gulp of the substance and ignored the burning sensation. My mind began to go fuzzy and I felt it getting harder and harder to walk. I had no idea where I was going, but my legs were leading me somewhere, so my body just followed. Kaminari said that the drink would make me stop thinking about what had gone down tonight, so I gulped most of it down. Before I knew it, I found myself in front of a familiar house and I knocked. 33 Hey. What the F are you doing at my house this early in the morning? I'll kill 𝗬𝗎𝗍. A familiar hot-headed blonde opened the door angrily, until his face softened when he met my gaze. The softened expressions was quickly replaced with hatred and annoyance. Hi Kacchan, I giggled. So this is where my legs decided to take me. Dear God save me. 53 Third person POV. Katsuki heard a loud knock at his door and bitterly got up to answer it. It was literally 2 a.m. Who in their right mind would disturb this ticking time bomb when he was sleeping? He opened the door and began to scream at the person before realizing that the person before him was no other than his soulmate, Deku. The intoxicating smell of homemade cookies and something else filled his nose. Was that alcohol? 3 Kacchan Bakugou couldn't believe what he was seeing. A drunk Midoriya standing at his doorstep. 9 Who in their right mind would even give the little green-headed boy a drink anyway? His eyes darted towards the water bottle he was holding. It seemed pretty empty, but it automatically clicked in his head who gave him it. The water bottle was mostly plain other than a small engraving of a lightning bolt on the side of it. Denki was going to get it the next time that Bakugou saw him. The taller teen sighed to himself. He knew what had been in that bottle, and it wasn't the light beer kind. It had been a mix of all different types of strong liquor that even Katsuki couldn't handle. 15 What the F are you doing here? I told you to stay the F away from me. Katsuki's mouth started speaking before he wanted it to. Deku giggled even more and wrapped his arms around the boy in front of him. My legs took me here, Kacchan. It's like they want us to be together forever. 44 Thank God the Bakugou parents had left on vacation for the time being, leaving their son alone to watch the house. They would be so disappointed to see the ever so good Izuku Midoriya intoxicated at their front door. Get in. He snarled at the boy, still wrapped in his arms. Izuku smiled and complied happily. He was so happy to be in Kacchan's house again. He loved Kacchan's house and of course just Kacchan himself. The greenette plopped himself on the couch and swung his legs happily. Katsuki watched from a distance and grabbed his phone and dialed Izuku's mother. After one ring, a worried voice rang through the phone. Katsuki. Is that you? Do you know where Izuku is? He's usually not this late to come home. He told me would be home by at least 1. I've been calling him like crazy and he hasn't been picking up or answering my texts. I even called his friends Ida and Yuraraka. They have no idea where he is either. That really cute boy Todoroki said he was okay but didn't tell me anything else. I'm worried sick. Katsuki, please tell me if you know where he is. Izuku was truly a carbon copy of his mom. 10 Katsuki felt something in his chest hurt. He remembered how Todoroki had put his hands on his Deku. His Deku. No. Not his Deku. Katsuki could care less about him. An image kept spinning in his head after he had left the school, the moment that Todoroki had kissed Deku on the cheek. For some reason it had made his blood boil. He knew that during their first year, Todoroki had feelings for Deku. Katsuki always thought it was disgusting. Who in their right mind would like someone like Deku? 15 Yeah, he's crashing with me tonight. He got too tired to go home. He's perfectly fine, don't worry, he's safe with me. 5 Thank you so much, Katsuki. You matured so much. My Izuku baby is so lucky to have a friend like you. Did you know he has always adored you since you two were young boys? He keeps pictures of you two in a box underneath his bed and he's always looking at them. He's such a silly boy. Anyways, how was tonight? Did you and Izuku find your mates? 23 Yeah, I found my mate, but I don't know if Izuku has. 2 Izuku felt his heart drop and skip a beat at the same time. His heart broke because he found out that Kacchan had found his mate, but it fluttered when he heard Katsuki say his real name. He had always hoped that him and Kacchan would be mates ever since they were little kids. It broke his heart to know that his Kacchan had already found his mate and it wasn't him. Maybe it was true, maybe Izuku was mateless. 6. Well, I'm so happy for you, Katsuki. Thank you so much again for watching over my son. Come by the house sometime, it's been way too long. Anyway, good night, boys. Tell Izuku I love him. Katsuki hung up at call and looked at Deku. Their eyes meet and both the boys stood there breathless. The smaller boy was mesmerized by Bakugou's crimson eyes. He had never seen anything so appealing in his entire life. He kept falling in love with this boy over and over again and he didn't know what to do. So he tried to get up, and of course, fell flat on his face. Tuff. Kacchan, your floor hit me in the face. Deku pouted while slowly getting up. 87. Katsuki felt a pang in his heart and wanted nothing more but to hold the boy in his arms. He realized what he was thinking and slapped himself in the face with an explosion. Deku looked at him questioningly. There was no way in hell that Katsuki would love anyone as weak and manipulative as the small boy in front of him. He hated him with all his heart and nothing would ever change that. Katsuki scowled at Izuku, earning a whimper. 14. Are you going to sit there and be useless, or are you going to clean yourself up? I'm tired as F and I just want to sleep. Katsuki tried to act rude but came off surprisingly gentle. 2. Deku nodded and giggled some more. He began to strp off his clothes without a second thought. Bakugou scared in a breath as he watched the boy take off each garment of clothes. Izuku pulled off his shirt to reveal an entrancing body. Katsuki couldn't keep his eyes off the boy. He wasn't gay or anything but, wow. The blonde couldn't stop staring as Izuku kept stripping until he was only in his boxers. He saw the marks that he had made on his torso and arms and he winced. All this time he was causing his mates so much pain, and for what reason? Izuku was about to pull them down when he looked back up at Katsuki. 28. Oh. I'm sorry. I totally forgot I was here, Kacchan. He kept his boxers on. 3. Katsuki groaned as he felt his breaths tighten. He ignored it and Deku, being in his drunken state, didn't notice anything wrong. 12. Let's go to sleep, Kacchan. He nodded and took Izuku by the hand and led him to his room. Izuku sat on the bed and Katsuki made himself a bed on the floor. Izuku tucked himself into Kacchan's bed and smiled. Smells like Kacchan. Night, you DMN nerd. Good night, Katsu. Hearing Midoriya say his name made him feel tingles go his spine. A blush crept up on his face and he began to mentally hit himself. A million thoughts were rushing through his mind. There was no way that Katsuki could ever fall for Izuku. There was literally no possible way. He hated him. Fate had made a mistake and he was going to fix it somehow. He began to ponder on how he would reject the boy sitting on the bed next to him. Bakugou slowly felt himself drifting to sleep when he heard Deku call out to him. Kacchan, I have a secret. Do you want to hear it? 10. Katsuki grunted a yes in response. Deku broke into another fit of giggles. Katsuki Bakugou, I'm in love with you. 60. Katsuki froze in his spot. He got up to look at Deku in the face. There was no traces of lying or anger in his face. The green-haired boy had a wide grin. He seemed so pleased to what he had just said. Something inside Katsuki snapped, that's absolutely disgusting. He convinced himself that the only reason he felt weird around the boy was because of the mate bond. Once Katsuki rejects Izuku, it will go back to normal. He didn't care if he broke his heart, he just didn't want to feel this way anymore. 6. Get out, fuckface. 16. Izuku looked at his bully curiously. Why would he want him to leave? Katsuki did give him the bed after all. Midoriya saw how Katsuki was checking him out as well. The alcohol was still clouding Deku's mind, so he stayed put. Katsuki was getting visibly angrier and stood up so he could beat the smaller teen up. The boy only giggled more under him as the explosion was formulating in the blonde's hand. 3. Within the blink of an eye, Izuku used one for all and flipped over Katsuki so Izuku was sitting on top of his lap, straddling him, while Katsuki laid down on his back. Kacchan was absolutely dumbfounded. How the F did it end up like this? He felt himself get harder under the pressure of Deku grinding on top of him. A groan slipped his lips and Midoriya smiled. 29. Do you really want me to leave, Kacchan? Because I want to play third-person POV. Katsuki laid there paralyzed, unsure what to do. He wanted to say something and he wanted to push him away. Izuku was drunk and he didn't want to take advantage of him. The blonde tried to push the boy away softly, but Izuku's grip was too strong. 7. Did you really want this, Deku? I can't do this, you're drunk. The green-headed boy giggled as he began to leave a trail of kisses down the other boy's jaw. Deku didn't want to give up his first kiss, at least, not yet. He made sure not to leave any marks where people would see. The alcohol was fading, he knew what he was doing, it was just all rational judgment was foggy. Izuku just wanted Katsuki to feel good. He didn't know why he wanted this, but he just wanted to. His lips reached his neck and began to lightly nip an 𝗧𝗵𝗃. 7. You like that, Kacchan 11 Stop it, nerd. For Midoriya giggled and slowly began to take off Bakugou's shirt. It was funny to see the taller boy so weak, hot, and bothered by his actions. He slowly lowered himself and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 at his nipples lightly. Katsuki gripped onto the sheets of his bed. 8. Izuku, more. 64. He played with one of his nipples in his mouth, skin and biting lightly. Izuku's other hand pinched and fiddled with his other. The blonde was going crazy at his fingertips. Slowly and teasingly, Deku pulled away and began to leave hickeys and bite marks all over his torso. Katsuki was too involved in his own pleasure to realize what was happening. The smell of the omega filled his head and the pleasure took over his entire body. He became a rhyming mess and wasn't ashamed of how loud he was being. Once Izuku was done, he marveled at his masterpiece. Love marks were plastered all over Katsuki's chest and stomach while Katsuki himself was only just catching his breath. Izuku could have stopped there, but he wanted more. He wanted to see more of his Kacchan like this, vulnerable and needy. 10. What are you doing, Deku? Why you don't have tinf? 1. Deku tugged at Katsuki's breathes with a smirk dancing on his face. He began to kiss his member through the sheer fabric of the blonde's boxers. The room was filled with the loud mmms of Katsuki. It was music to the greenette's ears. Quickly, Izuku pulled Katsuki's PP from his boxers. It was big and if he was being completely honest, he had no idea what to do. The smaller boy liked a STRP from the base to the tip. Kacchan shuddered at the contact of his warm tongue. Out of pure curiosity, Deku took Kacchan's member in his mouth. 6. Deku. F27. The profanities slipped out of the blonde's mouth so smoothly. Midoriya tried his best to take in all of him, but couldn't. He used his hands to rub what he couldn't reach. His head bobbed up and down, covering his in a thick mixture of saliva and pre-cum. They made eye contact. Katsuki flushed a deep red and looked away. Deku began to while keeping him in his mouth, sending shivers up Katsuki's spine. Katsuki couldn't take it anymore, it was getting to be too much. He quickly grabbed onto Midoriya's hair and shoved himself into his mouth entirely. Katsuki began to move into his mouth. Tears began to form in Izuku's eyes but he didn't care. He was pleasuring Kacchan and that's all that mattered. 16. You better swallow this all like the little slut you are. 30. And with that, Kacchan shot his cum deep into Deku's throat, forcing him to swallow every last drop. Katsuki pulled out his PP with a pop of Midoriya's lips. They were left both breathless. Katsuki wasn't going to stop there, he flipped them over and pinned the smaller boy down onto the bed. My turn, Deku. He smirked. 3. Katsuki quickly began to attack his neck, roughly leaving hickeys and bites. He wanted everyone to see that he was his. He carefully avoided biting at his nape, marking him would be dangerous, especially since Izuku had no idea that he was his mate. The closeness was driving Katsuki crazy and he couldn't keep his hands to himself. 9. Kacchan. What an NGF are you doing? People will see. And 3. He only smirked wider. Deku's entire neck was covered with purple and red bite marks. Katsuki gently tugged on Deku's boxers, asking if he could take them off. Izuku's mind was filled with pleasure and alcohol so he nodded, not being able to form words properly. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. 18. Katsuki's fingers dangled in front of Izuku's mouth and he quickly took them in his mouth, covering them in his saliva. The fingers were slipped out of his mouth and Kacchan quietly whispered, "It'll only hurt for a little. I'm sorry." 39. Katsuki's finger pressed slowly at Deku's entrance. As he pushed it in, He kissed the smaller boy's neck softly, hoping to ease the pain. Tears trickled down his freckled cheeks and he bit into the pillow. Kacchan slowly began to pull his fingers in and out, earning quiet MMMS from Izuku. He was about to add a second finger, but then pulled out. Midoriya gasped at the sudden emptiness. He wanted more. So much more. I can't do this, not when you're drunk at least. 23 Katsuki left the room, leaving behind a dumbfounded Izuku. He laid back into Kacchan's bed, taking in what just had happened. His fingers touched his neck, thinking about how the love of his life was just there. He smiled. Izuku rather have him be a sex toy to Kacchan. It was better than nothing at all. Izuku checked his phone for the first time since he left school. 15 missed calls from 𝗵𝗃. 547 messages from 𝗵𝗃. 2 new messages from Ida and Uraraka. He swiped his phone open and checked his messages. They were from earlier that night. His mom's messages were mostly worried texts about where he was and if he was okay or kidnapped. Izuku checked his friends' group chat. Ida run a light skin tone emoji modify ## light skin tone person raising both hands in celebration. I don't know where you are Midoriya, but your mother is worried sick about you. Uraraka light skin tone 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃 cherry blossom. Todoroki-kun said he was okay. So his okay Ida-kun. Ida run a light skin tone emoji modify ## light skin tone person raising both hands in celebration. It's only rational to be worried about our friend Uraraka. Anyway, Uraraka has something to tell you whenever you decide to check your phone. Uraraka light skin tone 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃 cherry blossom. When you were gone, the class decided to go on a trip to the beach tomorrow, or today, IDK, but we couldn't find you, Todoroki, or Bakugou. We wanted to ask if you wanted to come. Meet us at the beach at 12 p.m. tomorrow, okay? It'll be super fun. 11 Deku looked at the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning. He definitely wanted to go. Why on earth would he miss out on hanging out with his class? He quickly responded without thinking. Deku weightlifter medium light skin tone emoji modify ##dizzy. Of course I'll come. It'll be so much fun. See you later. 12 He closed his phone and looked up to see Katsuki holding a cup of water out to him. To the beach, 𝗧𝗏. Guess we should go to sleep now, we have a big day ahead of us. Kacchan said quietly, looking down. 2 Izuku nodded and motioned to him to join him on the bed. Katsuki climbed in. They were both exhausted and desperately needed sleep. Ignoring the fact that they were basically both naked, Kacchan took Deku into his arms and began to drift to sleep. Deku stayed up a little bit longer, admiring the boy holding him. He ran his hands through his spiky blonde hair and smiled. His mind thought to a couple weeks ago at Ida's house when they slept together last. He had secretly hoped it would happen again, and he was happy that it did. Slowly, he drifted off to sleep. Izuku Midoriya's bedtime skipped to the morning. Hexd This is going to be a long chapter, so enjoy. 9 I woke up in an unfamiliar bed, alone. My head was pounding and my neck ached. The events of last night were so foggy and I could barely remember what had happened. I got up from the bed and looked around. Why was I in Kacchan's room? And why was I naked? I saw my clothes from last night sprawled all over the floor. I checked my phone and realized it was already. I looked through my texts and saw that I was supposed to be going to the beach. I scurried off the bed and into the bathroom. My jaw dropped at the sight. My neck was covered in hickeys and bite marks. Bits and pieces of the events from last night came back and I flushed a dark red. I couldn't believe that I did that. With Kacchan. 1 Hurry the FUP nerd. 2 I washed my face and whatever else on my body I could wash and was about to run down without realizing I was naked. A blush ran up my face again and I looked into Kacchan's closet, looking for something to wear. I pulled out a black sweatshirt. It went down to my knees so I didn't need any breathes. My legs felt weak and I stumbled down the stairs. 7 Hi Kacchan. 2 He shoved a plate of food in my face. I bowed to thank him and began to eat. Kacchan was shirtless and refused to look me in the eyes. My eyes trailed to his torso, looking at the damage I had done. It was hot to see all the marks I left on him. Stop looking at me, UFD. I'm going to get ready. When I'm done, you better be finished with your food or else I'll kill you. We are walking to your house after so you can get your stuff. 1:12 He walked upstairs and left me alone to eat. I ate quickly, knowing he would be done quick. I was right. In 5 minutes he was down again with my stuff in a bag. Kacchan was wearing a black t-shirt with dark red swim trunks. All his marks were covered by the shirt. He pulled me out of my seat and dragged me out the door. We began our trip to my house, which wasn't that far away. I squirmed uncomfortably due to the certain coldness from not wearing briefs. The walk there was quiet but comfortable. We got to the door and I opened it and checked for my mom. She wasn't home, thank God. I ran to my room and put on green swim trunks and a grey zip-up to hide the hickeys. I grabbed my towel and looked at the time. 11 already. 2. I swear to God if you don't hurry I'm burning this house down with your worthless butt in it. 15. I took note that his voice was gentle, despite spitting out venom. We walked out the door and he held out his hand. I smiled and gratefully took it in mine. He flushed a light pink before ripping his hand away. The keys, you idiot. 71. I blushed red and handed him the keys while looking down. We got into the car and made our way to the beach. He wanted to get there early so he could leave the car before me and walk in separately. I guess he just didn't want to be seen with me. He parked a good block away from the beach and left the car. Kacchan began to walk towards the beach and told me to wait 5 minutes after he texted me to start walking. I waited quietly, lost in my thoughts. Why didn't he take advantage of me last night? Was there something wrong with me? I was mumbling to myself when I heard my phone go off. Kacchan explosion symbol, I'm here. 8. I waited for 5 more minutes and left the car, making sure to lock it. I was still lost in my thoughts when I bumped into someone. Todoroki. Hey Shokin. I smiled genuinely. He nodded a hello and we began to walk to the beach together. Are you feeling better now? He asked, worried hinting in his voice. Yeah, I was just tired last night, wasn't really thinking, that's all. 3. He understood and we quietly walked together. I was so happy and didn't know why. When we finally got to the beach, most of the class was already there. I could feel 2 pairs of eyes glaring at us. One was Kacchan definitely, but who was the other one? Kacchan looked away and continued to talk to Kirishima and Denki. He seemed to be yelling at Denki. I didn't know why. 33 times skipped to beach time. Most of the class was settled in on the sand. I was way too excited to get into the water. I waddled in up to my knees and smiled. It felt so nice on this hot day. I was quickly joined by Ida, Uraraka, 𝗬, and Todoroki. I watched as Uraraka and 𝗬 waddled fully into the water hand in hand, obviously mates. They began to splash at each other in a fit of laughs. I smiled. Before I knew it, I felt 2 people pick me up and throw me into the water. I was drenched from head to toe. 3. Hey. You guys are bullies. I pouted. Without thinking, I took off my zip-up and tossed it onto our blanket before rushing back out to the ocean. I felt the waves of the water hit my body. It felt nice, but it kind of stung. I looked over to my friends and their mouths were wide open. What was wrong? 54. What's up? What are you looking at? I asked curiously. What's that on your neck, Kiro? 𝗬 responded, pointing at my neck. 8. I flushed red and realized why I was wearing my zip-up in the first place. The hickeys and bites that trailed all over my neck. Did someone hurt you, Deku? Uraraka questioned, lightly touching my neck. I winced. 8. Todoroki smirked and looked down while Ida was still looking at me shocked. 16. Midoriya. If this is what happened when you left, you should have told us. Did you get in trouble with a villain? Ida demanded an answer. 1. I just sheepishly nodded and looked towards Todoroki, who was literally toppling over in laughter. 28. Oh yeah, a villain all right. I bet he was tall and scary. I hope that someone like you could handle that big of an explosion of pain. Todoroki was basically crying at this point. 101. I was so embarrassed and ducked under the water. I wonder how Kacchan was holding up. Katsuki Bakugou's POV, I'm not swimming. I said sternly as my friends tried tugging me into the water. 3. Come on Bakugou. You're so boring and uptight all the time. 𝗵𝗃 teased. Shut up, Pinkie Pie. I know how to have fun. I just don't want to get sunburnt. 15. Lord Explosion Murder. Afraid of getting burned. Zero laughed. 13. I'll kill you. Zero grabbed 𝗎𝗪 by the waist and ran into the water. It was awkward being the only one in the group who wasn't mated to someone else in our group. Denki ran in after them, splashing them with water. It was hot out and I wanted to get into the water so bad. I remembered the burning feeling I felt when watching Todoroki walk in with Deku. My Deku. I also remembered the night we spent last night. It made me feel weird. I wasn't feeling gay, but like, wow. I've never gotten farther than 𝗬𝗵𝗃 with someone. I was saving my first kiss and my virginity for my mate. He went straight to that. Without even kissing. Is that how it worked? My thoughts were interrupted when a certain redhead pulled at me. 12, so why are you really not going in? Shut up, shitty hair, I just don't want to. But, why not Bakubro? Don't call me that and I just don't want to. He didn't ask after that. Kirishima ran into the water after his friends and took Denki into his arms. I watched my friends play in the water. My mind was drifting off to somewhere else. I looked for Deku and saw he was also in the water. He looked so calm and peaceful. The wind blowing his hair back and his smile was so appealing. I mean beautifully gross. Yeah, that. I watched as Todoroki and Ida threw him into the water and I laughed to myself. My heart stopped when I saw him take off his zip-up. His neck totally exposed, that thing nerd. I looked back to my friends as I felt myself being picked up by my friends as well. 5, I'll kill you all. Put me down. I screamed at them. Explosions forming in my hands. 1, they threw me into the water, destroying the fumes to my explosions. The water felt so cool and inviting. I sunk into the water. Realizing what had happened, I growled and pulled myself from out the water. I stormed away and walked into the bathroom, bringing a towel with me. I got to the bathroom and walked into a changing room. I wasn't going to make the same mistake as Deku and show off these marks. I slipped my shirt off my body and began to dry it with my hands. It was hard because the water had cooled down my hands, so I could only make small sparks. Bakugou. I heard Kirishima come into the bathroom. 2, get the F out. I just came to say that we are all really sorry about what happened. Please forgive us. 2, whatever, just get you. The curtain ripped open. Kirishima looked at me with disbelief. I flushed pink because I knew he was looking at all the hickeys and love marks that stupid Deku had made. Where is this from, Bakugou? Your mate maybe? He teased. 6, I glared at him and put on my slightly damp, but mostly dry, shirt. Wait. Those marks look really familiar. 3, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. 17, aren't those the same marks that are on Midoriya? No. Of course not. Why would I ever let Deku into my house? I wouldn't give him those. We didn't do anything last night. He didn't do anything to me. He's disgusting. Worthless. Pathetic. 2, so Midoriya is your mate here? 23, shut up. No, he isn't. He lifted his brow and I looked down. He could read me like an open book, the only one in the class who could. Wise, Deku is my mate. Does he know that? Of course not. He can't know. It's some type of shitty joke Mother Nature is playing on me. He smirked. Let's go, they're probably worried about us. Courage. Yeah, don't worry, I won't tell. I sighed to myself quietly. Rejecting Deku now would be a lot harder than I thought. Izuku Midoriya's the entire day was filled with laughs and water splashes that I had totally forgotten about the night before. Just kidding. How could I forget? Just thinking about Kacchan makes me feel all weird. How come Kacchan didn't push away when I was leaving the marks? How come he didn't push me away when I did? Well, that. My face flushed bright red. Midoriya, are you sunburned? You look really red. I think it is time to reapply. Ida demanded our group. 10, I looked down, flushing even darker. Why did I have to blush so much? I am literally such an embarrassment. Hey. Hello. Earth to Deku. Uraraka said, waving her hand in my face. I looked at her. Yeah. What's up? Well, we were all wondering if you had found your mate yet. I shook my head no. Todoroki chuckled and went to get the sunblock. That was another thought that filled my head. Was where on earth was my mate anyway? I looked around and could see everyone marked or at least talking to their mates. Like even Mineta had a mark. From who? I wouldn't want to know. I looked at Uraraka's neck and there was a mark on her as well. It was a appealing mark if I said so myself. Her mark decorated her nape down to halfway through her spine. The mark was simple forest green swirls. I looked at other people's marks as well. Ida's was a small mark, but it looked like Mai's eye. Zu's was a light pink heart, matching Uraraka's cheeks. Shokan didn't have his yet, neither did Kacchan. Did that mean they didn't find their mates either? 47 I was snapped out of my daze when I noticed everyone starting to gather on the shore. I really didn't want anyone to see these marks, so I hid under the water. Todoroki must have noticed because he threw my zip up at me, which I gratefully took. I rose out of the water and joined into their conversation. Let's play a game. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 exclaimed. I winced, remembering the last time someone had said that to me. Everyone nodded except for me and Kacchan. Let's see all the girls in the bikini and determine who has the best body, obviously Mineta. You would think that if he got a mate he would be less of a perverted 𝗧𝗪𝗊, but I guess everyone was different. For what a great idea. Ashido responded, sarcastically. Wait, I have a better idea. Let's do that for the boys instead. Yaoyorozu agreed. And what do we get if we win? Mineta winks. No. I guess for the top 2. We can do a little something special. Like throw them and their mate a nice date or something. All for free. Jiro suggested. For I nodded and the conversation continued. What if we didn't have a mate though? How would that even work? How on earth would you guys pay for that? Ojiro exclaimed. Me. Of course. It will just be a little out of pocket, but I love friendly competition. I'll just call my mom. Yaoyorozu giggled, all bouncy-like. 13 Most of the guys in our class groaned, but some didn't really mind the idea of girls checking them out and the free food would be nice. The first one to take off his shirt was Kirishima, since his hero costume was basically him shirtless anyway. He received a round of whoops and cheers from the girls, but a big pout from Kaminari. But babe. That's mine only. 23 The class laughed as we continued. Kaminari took off his shirt and did a catwalk, earning growls from Kirishima. What a protective couple. It was kind of cute nonetheless. Ida went next. He used his hand gestures to explain all the different types of muscles that he worked out. Confused claps came from the girls. After that Shiro, Soto, Mineta, Tokoyami, Ojiro, and Emma went. They all got equally as loud cheers, but for Shiro and Ojiro, you could just hear Ashido and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 faint. Koda decided to sit this one out by distracting the girls with a collection of animals that he had called over. 18 Then it came down to it. I know that the other guys in the class were definitely good-looking, but the girls were waiting for the big 3, and well plus Shoji. The air was tense. It was always a competition between Shokan, Kacchan, and Shoji went first. Most of the girls were intimidated by the 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗄, but the guys were in awe. The guy was super ripped. Shokan followed after. He took off his shirt and kind of just stood there. The girls were all on the floor admiring the masterpiece in front of them. Then I remembered. 3 Kacchan's chest. I went before him, maybe he would think of something in the time being. I took note to not make the same mistake and take off my zip up like earlier. I'm pretty sure zip UPS are cursed for me now. This was so embarrassing. I could almost feel Kacchan's eyes piercing into my skin. I slowly lifted the hem of my zip up and covered my now super red face with it, not taking it off completely. It was super quiet. Was my body really that terrible? 15 I lowered my zip up to ask, what? Is there something wrong? Everyone's mouths were dropped all the way open, except Kacchan. He's seen everything already, so. I kind of stood there awkwardly with my shirt up. Midoriya. You're kinda ripped, bro. Kirishima stood in awe. 17, so that's what's been under his shirt this whole time. Tokoyami gasped. 22 Wait. So Midoriya is hot. Ashido commented, receiving a nudge from Shiro. 38 The girls went up to me and began to touch and poke at my stomach. I heard a growl come from someone. Kacchan. 6 Well. Yeah. I have a strength quirk, so. I don't know, I have to train really hard if I want to do my best. I smiled. Everyone cheered. Do your best. Do your best. Do your best. I will. I promise. Okay, Baku bro. You're next. 𝗵𝗃𝗫 giggled and looked at me. Wait. Did he know? Kacchan wouldn't have told him. I looked down immediately. No, I'm not doing it. Kacchan sneered. The girls sighed in disappointment. Come on Midoriya. Try and convince him. 𝗵𝗃𝗫 comes over to whisper in my ear. He knows. I nodded. It did seem like he needed a day to relax. I slowly looked up to him. Come on Kacchan, it's just for fun. I tried to reason with him but he hissed at me. What would bother Kacchan enough to make him do this? Oh. I got it. I guess you'll just lose then. 11 FNO. He basically burned off his shirt, displaying his bite marks and bruises. 𝗵𝗃𝗫 winked at me. I blushed a dark red. Why is Kacchan so hot? The girls gasped. Katsuki. What the F attacked you last night? 𝗬𝗪 laughed. 46 Kacchan only winked. He walked closer to the girls and gave them a small chuckle while speaking raspy. You can touch girls, but definitely not have. 86 The girls squealed and began to put their hands all over him like he was some type of superstar. I could hear the guys groan, aware of their loss. They traced his marks and I winced. I made those. Why are they touching him? His mine. Isn't that obvious? My. Kacchan. My. Katsuki. Bakugou. End. Of. Story. 37 That's enough, a voice growled. 27 Who said that? I looked up and everyone was looking at me with wide eyes. I said that. Even Kacchan looked shocked. He pulled away from the girls and stood next to me. That was all the guys, so the girls left to discuss. I could hear the quiet muttering from the girls while they discussed the results. 28 Mineta is dead last for sure. 80 was super hot. I don't know about you guys. Ashido, that's because he's your mate. Stop being biased. Says 𝗬𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗏, you're just going to say Ojiro could use his tail on you any day. 20 Shut up. Well, I don't know about you but Todoroki's nonchalant vibes were totally hot. Yeah of course, but I think Midoriya's body was the most surprising and the hottest. I agree, and when he got all defensive over Katsuki. That was so secretary. To die for. 23 My cheeks grew red after that. I'm not hot. I was the adorable boy next door, I already knew that. I chose to stop listening and go to the guys. They were discussing about their mates. 1. So let's see, the mates in our class so far are me and Mai, Uraraka and Tsuyu, Ojiro and Hagakure, Momo and Jiru, 𝗵𝗃𝗫 and Kaminari, 𝗬𝗪 and Ashido, Mineta and whoever would date him, and we are left with Midoriya, Katsuki, Todoroki, Shoji, Tokoyami, Soto, Koda, and Emma. Ida listed off. 22. Have you guys found your mates? Ojiro asked the boys without marks. Shoji, Todoroki, and Kacchan nodded while the others nervously looked down. I shook my head no. The air became tense. It was awkward not having a mate. Everyone seemed so happy around you. Thankfully the subject was changed. So Bakugou, where did those marks come from? They sure did a number on you. Winked Kaminari. Some random one-night stand. Not really important. My heart stung. 2. So it wasn't your mate? 𝗬𝗪 asked. Nah, some slot that showed up at my house. I winced again. 100 I felt 2 hands patting my back. Todoroki and 𝗵𝗃𝗫. I guess they knew. I was just some slot one-night stand to Kacchan. Was I even surprised? Of course I couldn't be more than that. 3. Have you met your mate Katsuki? I bet you're breaking their heart. So not manly, hissed 𝗵𝗃𝗫. 46 I felt my eyes prick with tears. Did 𝗵𝗃𝗫 know who Kacchan's mate was? Kacchan looked up at him and then to me. I looked down to hide the hurt in my eyes. I could hear him laugh with venom laced in it. For guys. We have the results Kiro. Zu yells for us. We all gather again and wait to hear the results. I wasn't sure who had won. Everyone had nice figures, we were going to be heroes after all. So the 2 who will be receiving the all-expense-paid dates are. Ashido began. The class began to drumroll. Bakugou Katsuki in first place. His charming and scary personality complemented with his smoking hot body made the steal for first. The love marks only made him that much more drool-worthy. Congrats Bakugou. The girls cheered. Great, I just helped him win. 2, and in second, we have Midoriya Izuku. I stopped in my tracks. 16, with his kind, caring nature, his body was an entire shock to everyone. He has the looks of the boy next door. Adorable, right? But when you lift his shirt, the scars decorate his ripped body, giving off such a mysterious vibe. And that commanding voice to back off Katsuki. A total bad boy. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 announces. I turn bright red. Me a bad boy. 24 Kacchan only scoffed. So he gets to go on his date with his wonderful mate, and here I am stuck with nobody. Just great, I won something for once and it doesn't mean anything because I am stupid and mateless. Just great. After the excitement from the contest had died down, we began to walk along the pier. I watched as the couples walked hand in hand and smiled, pointing at the scenery. I intertwined my own fingers, jealous of everyone else who had someone. I looked around alone. I noticed some dark figure move amongst the group, catching the eyes of some of us before they looked down quickly. Suddenly, we were stopped. 3 Hello. I'm Kaminari Denki and my deepest secret is I used to stare at Kirishima all day and send small sparks to him whenever we touched to make it seem like we have electricity going between us. Kaminari slapped his hand over his mouth. Wait, what? I didn't mean to say that. It just came out like word vomit. 14 Everyone looked at Kaminari, questioningly. Except Kirishima, he just laughed and hugged him. Did anyone else see that dark figure? Hi. My name is 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and my deepest secret is I used to want to be a ballerina when I grew up until my quirk manifested and I accidentally burned my tutu and the teacher with acid. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was confessing too. 3 Could it really be? In the news recently, an annoying villain had been going around bothering people in the public. He called himself the 𝗬𝗲𝗄. 𝗬𝗲𝗄's quirk is called spill, and if you happen to look at him, your darkest secret comes spilling out of you. Who saw the dark figure? I explained. 7 Only half the class raised their hand. The people who saw him were Kaminari, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Todoroki, Yorozu, Mineta, Hagakure, Uraraka, Kacchan, Tsuyu, and I. 3 Hey. I'm Todoroki 𝗬𝗪. My deepest secret is that my father is abusive towards me and my mother, causing her to be put in a mental hospital. We quieted down and Todoroki's head dropped. Shoji went over and softly pet him on the back for reassurance. A wave of "we are here for you, and it's okay" was sent his way. 54 Hi. I'm Yorozu Momo. My deepest secret is that I lost my virginity in 7th grade because I made a bet with my best friend and lost. She flushed a bright pink and started to tear up. 47 I started to think, oh God, what secret is going to pour out of me? The one for all secret. The people that saw the dark man began to run from the group, hoping that when they spilled their secret, no one could hear it. I began to run into an alley. I sat in the corner hoping no one would catch me. Uraraka, Tsuyu, Ida, and Todoroki followed me. I saw Kirishima, Denki, and Zero run after Kacchan, curious toward what he was going to say probably. Katsuki Bakugou's POV SHT. I had no idea what I was about to confess. I started to run. It was probably going to be something embarrassing like everyone else. I could hear Mineta and Hagakure confess somewhere behind me. Hello. I'm Mineta Minoru. My deepest secret is the only reason I perv on girls is because I wanted the attention. My mother died when I was young and I was never given female attention or the advice on how to treat a lady. 96 Hi. Hagakure Toru here. My deepest secret is I wish that I wasn't invisible. I want to be seen and have flashy quirks like everyone else. I think I am the most useless in class 2A, but I'm going to try my best. 8 SHT. The footsteps of my friends were so close behind me. I looked in an alley and ducked behind a trash can. This scared more than anything. I had plenty of secrets, but not knowing which one was going to pour out made it all the scarier. Hello, I'm Uraraka Okako. My deepest secret is I always thought Deku was the cutest boy and I hoped him to be my mate, until something happened. Tsuyu looked down and rubbed her neck. Ouch, that one must have hurt. 7 Bakugou Katsuki. I threw my hand over my mouth and I saw my friends have found me and Deku's group looked over to me. I began to run again. And my deepest secret is I only bully Deku, the boy I got these marks from, because he's so much better than me and I'm jealous that someone so pathetic, yet absolutely perfect, can be happier than me. He has everything. He is everything. 71 That's the secret that decided to pour out. How about the time I burned my mom's favorite dress? Or the time I ate a display cake? Or the times I've brought over countless girls to mess around with? Why this? 21 I turned around to see my friends behind me with their mouths wide open. SHT. Why the F did I have to say something so DMN embarrassing? Especially about that Fing nerd. Now everyone thinks I like him, and now they also know that he gave me these DMN love marks. I turned a bright red and began to run again. I passed by the alley again and I thought to myself, didn't Deku look at the 𝗬𝗲 too? I'm 𝗬𝗲𝗁𝗍𝗬. My deepest secret is I'm afraid of being too blunt and scaring my friends away. She nodded as if to agree with herself. I ran and grabbed Deku's hand and ran away from everyone. Knowing him and most of his secrets, he would probably spill about his one-for-all secret right. Kacchan. What are we doing? Where are we going? We sat down at a bench far away from everyone else. It looked toward the ocean. I waited for him to speak. He tried to run away but I held him in place. Deku sighed and waited for the inevitable. Hello, my name is Midoriya Izuku. My deepest secret happened last night. I tried to kill myself because I thought everyone hated me and that life would be better for everyone around me, especially the love of my life, Bakugou Katsuki. He always put me in so much pain, I just wanted to die. 103 He wanted to die. 8 because of me. So. It's been a while, hasn't it Kacchan? Yes, it has. 2 Izuku Midoriya's 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗺 It's been 2 weeks, 3. All I know is that Kacchan won't even look my way whenever we see each other. The marks were long gone, people stopped asking, it's like it never even happened. School has started back up again. But it was so quiet. It's like he's avoiding me and everything to do with me. There was no yelling or beatings. After I spilled my secret that day, he didn't say anything for a while. We sat there quietly, it was tense and it choked us both. It could have been minutes or hours but he finally got up and looked at me, face scrunched up in disgust, maybe something else. He said something under his breath, a mumble of words I couldn't exactly understand. I looked back to my journal. There were doodles of various marks I saw when I was walking and what I had taken note of around the class. I had become infatuated with them since I never got one myself. There were lightning bolts, diamonds, wings, and so many others. All different from the last, different stories etched into each mark. I thought about the process. The sinking of teeth into the nape of your neck, having to wait until the mark showed, appealing and proud. My hand drifted to my nape and I smiled softly. I wouldn't be surprised if I never got one. Quirkless, mateless, markless, the list goes on, doesn't it? Hey Midoriya, you okay? 𝗬𝗁𝗍𝗺 quietly walked towards me. Our class was silent, except for the small rustling of paper or the tapping of a pencil. No one would have ever thought that our class could ever be so hushed, not even Mr. Aizawa. It had been going on for a while so it became normal. Kacchan never spoke the times he did come to class, but most days he was gone. Today was one of those days. Yeah, I'm just fine. Tired maybe. Tired of course, I haven't slept in days, but I wasn't going to say that now was I. Well, school's almost over. You seem to be in desperate need of a break. Let's hang out. I nodded and returned to doodling in my notebook. A couple of pages were dedicated for each of my classmates and their marks. I would write their names and as soon as their mark showed up, I would sketch them down. Every name had a mark under it, except for Todoroki, Kacchan, and every day I would wait until a mark would show up on Kacchan, but it never did. Sometimes he would show up with hickeys and bites all over his neck. It hurt a lot but I knew it was probably his mate, so he was happy, right? Lost in my thoughts, the bell rang through my ears. 42 I followed closely behind 𝗬𝗁𝗍𝗺. After the night I tried to take my life, he's been there for me, every moment and every time I needed a shoulder to cry on. You could say that I've gotten pretty attached to him after that. No one else knew what went down that night other than him and Kacchan. Going to Shokan sounded like a better idea than to the root of the problem. Let's go eat somewhere. I shrugged and continued to follow him. We always walked in a comfortable silence, it's just how things were. His presence was just comforting to me. He led us to a little bakery. It wasn't too flashy or anything. Just a small little bakery. Warm, homey. Sweet like honey. He looked over all the flavors before settling on a strawberry marble cheesecake and left to find a table. I tried to focus on anything but Kacchan, but he's the only thing that filled my mind. My eye caught onto a spice cake. Kacchan would love this. I bought him the cake and hid it in my bag while getting a cinnamon roll for myself. Todoroki was sitting at a table by the window, admiring what was outside and his food as well. I tried to smile, but I find myself struggling to be happy with the feeling that Kacchan hates me and probably will never talk to me again. 19 Hey, talk to me. You sure you're okay? Todoroki spoke with worry laced between each word. I stuffed the sweet pastry in my mouth in hopes that I wouldn't need to talk anymore. 𝗵𝗃 still looked at me with concern. I faked a smile and continued to nibble at my food. This is how most of our meet-ups were, just to be with each other. Just to be not alone. Talking was kept to minimum, but we never seemed to mind. Thoughts and old memories filled my head. Why couldn't it be like that anymore? 3 Flashback. The ground came closer and closer to me. The only thought going through my 4-year-old mind was the fact that a scrape on the knee was basically the end of the world. Kacchan and I were playing tag around the playground when I slipped and fell face flat into concrete. I began to cry. I sat there cradling my knee, calling for my mom or anyone to help. 2 You're so useless, Deku, can't do anything without me. That's mean, Kacchan. I can do a lot of things. His smile was always warm and welcoming. Kacchan picked me up bridal style and let me bury my head into his chest. He smelt like home. He always smelt like home, maybe because he was home to me. Somewhere between the endless nights we used to spend talking about heroes and who we would be to it was the small teasing. I ended up falling in love with those appealing crimson eyes, his spiky blonde hair, and feisty personality. Deku, I promise we will be strong and together forever, okay? We will be the most powerful duo. You'll never be alone or scared because you'll have me. 29 End of flashback. You'll have me. Oh Kacchan, I never had you. 7 Can we go somewhere, Ka Shokan? I broke our silence. 9 Yeah, where to? Somewhere from my past. 8 I walked ahead of him after we finished our food, leading the way. I had no idea why I even bought the spice cake, but my hand gripped tightly around the handle of the bag, as if I let go, it'd suddenly disappear. The scenery around me was almost suffocating. I've been here so many times before. Walked past those trees so many times before. Everything was so familiar, but the feelings were all so different than before. They were once so happy and full of life, now quiet and enveloped with emptiness. Then we arrived, a small little park in my neighborhood. I had so many memories here. I quickly ran to the structure and began to run my fingers through all the grooves and crevasses of the playground. It sent shivers down my spine, knowing that my memories here were only memories and nothing more. It would never go back. I heard soft footsteps trailing behind me, Todoroki following me quietly. Warm tears found their way down my cheeks. I chuckled softly. 8 I used to think this place was more like home than my own home. I used to love going here and being here, or even just glancing over to here. I used to dream here. I used to fall in love over and over again here. Now it's just empty, sad, and disappointing. Sobs began to pour out of my mouth without my consent, but I didn't care. I haven't cried for the past few weeks, and it all bubbled up and came out of me in that minute. 8 Shokan softly began to rub his hand over the small of my back as the sound of my cracked and broken cries rang around the playground. It really has come to this, hasn't it? All my dreams of being loved and in love forever were all built on the foundation of this DMN park. They were hidden in the slide or the chains of the swings. But with every push not pushed and every slide not slid, they slowly disappeared into the summer sun. This place was just a collection of broken memories and haunted dreams. The slow rubs became to a full embrace and I smiled softly between salty tears. I wasn't alone, but it sure felt like I was. Shoukan's embrace was never going to compare to the warm and inviting embrace of Kacchan's. His smile would never compare to the bright and loving of Kacchan's. Being alone meant being with anyone other than Kacchan. I care to terms with that now. A silent buzz rang from behind me. 𝗵𝗃, I'm sorry but my dad needs me home. He said it was important but won't disclose what's so important until I get home. I have to go, want me to walk you home? Shoukan whispered. No, I'm okay. I'll stay here a little bit longer. He nodded and released his embrace and left me alone. I slowly got up and watched him walk away, just like everyone in my life had. It was only different because I knew he'd always come back when I needed it. When I trudged over to the swings and sat there, existing silently with the park surrounding me. I don't remember how long I was sitting there. It could have been seconds, minutes, or hours. My pocket rang over and over again. Texts from my worried mother and curious texts from my friends. I ignored them and continued to just sit and marvel at the sight in front me, drowning in my thoughts. A rustle of clothing and soft steps snapped me out of my daze. It sounded like someone was running away. I looked up to find no one around me. Hello? I asked the silence. Another rustle responded to my question. I smiled softly, hopefully it was welcoming. A warm, spicy scent filled into my nose. It was all too familiar to me at this point. I held out the bag to the noise. A figure poked out their head from where they were hiding. It's okay. The figure finally had the courage and stepped into the subtle dimmed light that illuminated the park. Come on now, take it. I jiggled the bag up and down. The figure nodded slowly and took a seat on the swing next to mine while opening the bag slowly. A small laugh came from it and began to eat the spice cake. Ate so. It's been a while, hasn't it, Kacchan? I turned to look at the figure carefully now. It was all too familiar, my childhood friend and the love of my life. But instead of being met with hatred and angered eyes, I was met with dull, lifeless ones. Kacchan's features were something I had never seen before. His blonde hair, that was usually unkempt, were significantly messier than before. His face was red and swollen, as if he had been crying. The light bags under his eyes told me he hadn't been sleeping. His clothes were basically burned in all types of places, probably out of frustration. 15 years, it has. His voice was quiet and cracked. We sat there in silence for a while. The night sky kissing upon the stars. I got up and stood behind him and began to push his swing. Small tears began to form in his eyes and his mouth opened and closed repeatedly, with nothing coming out of it. There's no need to speak, Kacchan. Let's just exist together, without a single wall or barrier up for once. Like when we were kids, right? Too, he nodded and met my gaze. The swing came to a stop while we just looked at each other. The entire world seemed to stop every time I was with him, I noticed. It had been like this ever since I met him. The world seemed to be watching over us, bringing us together no matter what. One like when we were kids, he responded after a minute. Yes, Kacchan, like when we were kids. Like when you used to love me. No vulnerabilities, right? Katsuki Bakugou, I don't want to be here anymore. You're never here anymore anyway. You always disappear and don't come back until late at night. Can't you see your father and I are worried sick about you? I just can't be home anymore, it's suffocating. I have to leave. Why don't you let me? The fact that you haven't been yelling at me or literally anyone at that matter is worrying me. Do you even sleep, Katsuki? Can you at least tell us what's wrong? Me, Mom. I'm wrong. 37 There was only one place I remember feeling pure, genuine happiness. The park I used to play at when I was younger. I've been coming to the park every night now. It was my way to escape from everything. Most days it was empty, but sometimes it wasn't. I would watch as kids play around and reminisce when that used to be Deku and him being my mate confused me too much. I tried to hook up with other girls to make me forget about it. But every time I got close to losing my virginity, I could never stomach going past 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. I couldn't even bring myself to kiss anyone. Something in my gut made me feel like I was betraying Deku in some way. 29 I was walking quietly towards the park, like usual. My hood was up and my head was kept low. I kept thinking about Deku's secret and confession. Guilt had begun to eat at me, knowing he thought him dying would provide me happiness. It was quite the opposite actually. Losing him would break me more than anything in the entire world. It was all my fault. I haven't been eating, sleeping, or going to school. I could never bring myself to do any of those things. Every time I did go to school, I couldn't talk to anyone. Deku would still laugh and talk to his friends. He was happy now and all I do is cause him pain. I didn't like Deku. I think I don't like Deku. I hope I don't like Deku. I hate him, yes. I think I do. I just felt bad for him. This feeling in my stomach was pity. I was sure of it. I know I care about him deep down. I always have. But living in a world where vulnerability can cost you your life, I chose to hide those feelings to myself. 5 flashback. Get away from him. Smoke and small explosions erupted from my hands. Deku was curled up in a ball behind me, sobbing and telling them to go away. He never wanted any trouble. I guess that made us so different. 3 older boys towered over us and laughed. What are you going to do? Katsuki beat us up. Oh. I'm so scared, right boys? One of them taunted. I promised myself I would do anything to protect Deku. It wasn't something that someone needed to tell me. I felt like it was my responsibility as his best friend to make sure nothing bad happened to him. Don't you dare touch him. I responded, I'll kill you if you so much put a finger on one of his strands of hair. If you're just going to stand there, why don't you just stand there and die? 5 Well, you see, as a 4-year-old, that was the best taunt I could ever fire back with. I ran towards one of them and tried to fire off my quirk on them but only ended up shocking them with some sparks. Their quirks were not that strong, but they had immense control over them. Their quirks were, sharpened to sharpen their fingers into razor-like sharpness, can control how sharp, hair control the ability to control the length of hair, used to trap enemy, and boost the ability to enhance quirks or strength for only 2 minutes at a time. I couldn't beat them, I knew that, but I would try. You see Kacchan, we know that whatever we do to you wouldn't matter to you now, would it? Another boy whispered quietly in my ear. Why don't we just mess with your quirkless loser of a friend over there, the last 𝗬𝗄𝗏? I stiffened up, anything but that. Please. They all had smirks plastered on their faces, smirks that would haunt me for the rest of my life. Slowly, they came closer and began to beat me. I stayed completely still. I couldn't fight back knowing that they would only hurt Deku if I did. I felt sharp razors dig at my skin, all over my arms. The pain numbed me. Their quirks were only becoming stronger and their strength only increasing. I couldn't move as I was enveloped in jet black locks. I was thrown around the playground. Once they were done, they laughed and left me, bloody and weak on the floor. 1 Kacchan. You didn't have to do that for me. Now, you're all hurt and it's all my fault. Please let me help you 𝗎𝗪𝗎 it is your fault. 13 His face dropped his usual bright smile. Deku's face filled with confusion. I never used this tone on him. Get away from me, I never want to talk to you again. You're so weak, I don't even know why I would ever enjoy talking to a nerd like you. You're the worst Deku. His eyes began to water, I winced. I hated seeing him sad. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏 Kacchan, we're FR friends. We never were. I walked away from him after that, not looking back. I already knew he was sobbing, I could hear it. If I was going to be a pro hero, I couldn't have any weaknesses. If I wanted to protect Deku, I couldn't let him be my weakness. From now on, I would protect him but from afar. 25 End of flashback. Progressively after that day, I distanced myself further and further from him, hoping that one day I could break away from his inviting grasp. I wished every day that maybe we could be brought back together, but I had to protect him, right? So I turned towards hating him, and I guess somewhere along the way, as he was getting stronger than me, I started to actually hate him. I finally got to the park, but noticed that today was one of the days where there were people there. Knowing that, I hid behind one of the slides, watching the 2 boys. With closer inspection, I realize it's Deku himself and Todoroki. A pang of pain hit my heart at full first. There were sobs ripped from Deku's throat. I wanted nothing more than to hold him and tell him that everything would be okay. But Todoroki was already doing that. His arms wrapped around my mate. I wanted to be angry, I wanted to rip Deku away from his embrace but I couldn't. He was happier, I only cause him pain. I don't deserve to have someone like him in my life. Frozen in my place, I couldn't help but stand there and watch them. My stomach curled and I wanted to throw up, but there was nothing in my system to throw up. So I just sat and took it. 7 Hey, I'm sorry but my dad needs me home. He said it was important but won't disclose what's so important until I get home. I have to go, want me to walk you home? I heard Todoroki say quietly. No, I'm okay. I'll stay here a little bit longer. Todoroki nodded and released his embrace and left Deku alone. I watched as Deku got up and watched him walk away. He started to walk over to the swings, the ones that we used to play on. It made me smile slightly. I watched him for a while, taking in the breathtaking sight before me. The dim streetlights and moonlight reflected in his green eyes. His green hair so beautifully scattered across his forehead. The tears still painfully present on his cheeks but as were his freckles. His gentle smile still dancing across his face. It took me back, how could he still smile when everything was so painful? I realized how late it was getting and tried to shuffle away. Hello, he said, trying to figure out who was there. 5 I tried to quietly sneak away, but failed and a rustling sound confirmed my failure. I didn't want to face him, not when I looked like this. Not after what happened, I know I would start to cry. I hate crying. It's not me, it would never be me. I stood and waited behind the slide. Finally it was my turn to hear rustling. I peeked my head out to see that Deku was holding out a bag to me. A slight smell of spice and warm cookies filled my nose. You could tell which one I preferred, but I still held myself back. It's okay. He invited me over. I walked out into his point of view and he smiled softly. Come on now, take it. The bag jiggled up and down in the palm of his hand. I nodded slowly, grabbing the bag and sat on the swing next to him while opening the bag slowly. I laughed quietly, that little 𝗧𝗵𝗃 remembered my favorite cake. The warm spiciness filled my mouth as my taste buds danced happily. So, it's been a while, hasn't it, Kacchan? He bit back my name like it was poison on my tongue. Even if it was hard for him, I winced slightly but continued eating. I could almost feel him burning holes into my skin with his eyes. It has. I tried to sound strong but my voice quivered and cracked in between every syllable. 17 We sat there in silence for who knows how long. I had finished my cake long by then. I heard him get up from his swing and stand behind me. He began to push me on my swing. My eyes began to water. I tried to explain everything to him. I tried to apologize like how I've been practicing over and over again. I've done this before. I practiced this in the mirror so many times that I've even memeized where I need to breathe. But of course, when the time came to it, I looked like a guppy, opening and closing my mouth without a sound. 7 There's no need to speak, Kacchan. Let's just exist together, without a single wall or barrier up for once. Like when we were kids, right? I couldn't do anything but nod my head at him. After a while, I finally looked up at him. Into those emerald green eyes that made my voice halt in my throat. It's been so long since I've actually talked to him to the point where I convinced myself I hated him too. I think I hate him, right? That's how it's been. That's how it should stay. I was protecting him. Like when we were kids. I whispered to myself underneath my breath. For we sat there for a while, nothing coming out of either of us. Just the creak of the swing chains. It filled the quiet park. It felt so familiar, too much like home. I can't tell him about him being my mate. It would ruin my chances in becoming the #1 hero. No vulnerabilities, right? Stop hanging out with that stupid thing half and half. Was the first thing that spilled out of my mouth. No. Number 13 What the F did you say to me? You think you're stronger than me here? Of course you Deku. I was the one that was supposed to be protecting you, why don't you understand? 6 No, Kacchan, I'm not stronger than you. I've been telling you for years. Why can't you understand that I think you're this amazing, confident, strong, and passionate person? I'm in love with you because you're everything I've ever wanted. Now that you know my feelings, you're trying to make me stop hanging out with the person that I can talk to about this. You want me to be alone forever. His voice cracked in all the wrong places, each quiver made my heart shatter a little more than the last. No Kacchan, you don't. I don't understand because I'm nothing you say I am. I only hurt you. Stop talking about loving me and me being amazing when I'm the last thing from. I mumbled under my breath, hoping he would catch it. What? Of course, he didn't. Nothing, just don't hang out with that stupid candy cane. He's using you like all your other friends. You're going to be useless forever, and I was right, wasn't I? Your mate doesn't love you. You don't even have a mark. But you don't either. Shut up, you're worthless. You will always be nothing but stupid mateless 𝗵𝗃𝗏. I got up from the swing and felt him grasp at my wrist. He looked in my eyes, his filling up with tears. I pulled away and his hand grasped me again, this time holding my hand. His eyes pleaded at me for something, anything. My eyes softened as I looked into his, he noticed and he smiled softly. I squeezed his hand so softly, but he began to cry with a big smile on his face. I realized I had shown my weakness and I pulled away harshly, replacing any sign of kindness with pure hatred. He took a step back. He was letting me go. I bit back my own tears. 6 right, no vulnerabilities. Who is it? Kacchan. 8-1 Izuku Midoriya's 𝗵𝗃. I loved him with all my heart. There wasn't a minute where my mind wouldn't flash to him for a second or two. His silhouette is imprinted in the back of my eyelids every time that I blinked. I never wished for it to be like this. I would never wish anyone's life to be like this. I've tried to forget so many times, I've tried moving on, tried loving other people. Doesn't anyone understand? There's no more water left to take from an empty ocean. I've given my waves, my water, my grains of sand, and any source of life to someone that hardly notices. I can't even understand it myself. But what I do understand is that I still love him, unconditionally and forever. That's just how it worked, it's just how I had to live. 6 He looked at me with nothing but hatred in his eyes as he turned away to get up from the swing. I never wanted him to go away, what was happening between us made my heart shatter over and over again. As he got up, I grabbed onto his wrist. Please, don't let go. Give me something I can hold on to so I can love you a little longer. 10 He pulled away but again, I caught him, but this time I caught him by the hand. I felt myself blush a dark shade of red, knowing that I had his hand enveloped in mine. Then I saw it. A flicker of the real Kacchan. It was all I needed to be okay again. His eyes softened into mine. It used to be like this, but I never knew what happened to him. It was just like randomly one day, he just stopped caring for me. I felt his hand grip mine a little tighter and my heart began to put itself back together again. Before I knew it, I was starting to cry all over again but with happiness laced within each drop instead. I couldn't help but smile. Was he giving me a chance? Then he pulled away, with anger radiating off of him. A chance? For me? How funny. I had no other choice but to step back from him. I've given myself too much false hope that he would come to me one day. If he keeps pushing and pushing away, it's time to finally walk into the direction he was guiding me. It was time to let go. 3 He never wanted me and will never want me. For I watched Kacchan's back as he walked away from me. I waited 1, 2, 10 minutes after he walked away from my point of view, then I started walking in the same direction. My lips curled into a smile. He would be happier now and that's all that mattered, right? 7 Usually I would head to visit my mom every Wednesday, but today I decided just to head back to my dorm. The time that flashed on my phone was 3:56 a.m. My mom would be asleep by now. I looked down at the floor this time, not wanting to remember any bit or piece of this place. I trusted that my muscle memory would lead me to the right place. When I finally looked up, I could see Yue not so far ahead. I activated one for all and dashed into the building. My hands fumbled with the keys but I still managed to unlock my door. With my luck, Kacchan's dorm was right next to mine. Most night I had to be quiet, or else Kacchan would come in and hurt me. I changed from my school uniform and into an oversized t-shirt. On my desk, there was the horrid black collar. I stopped wearing it after New Year's because it hid my scent. I wanted to attract my mate more than anything, whoever it was. My eyes began to feel heavy and I tucked myself into bed. I found myself falling asleep, escaping reality for a couple of hours. 4 beep. Beep. Wake up. Wake up. I am here. Wake up. Wake up. Beep. Beep. 23 I groaned as I woke up. It was 6:15 a.m. and school started and I scrambled out of bed, grabbed clean boxers and my uniform, and went to the bathroom. With my all-might toothbrush in my hand, I started to brush away the nasty germs that I forgot to brush away last night. I quickly hopped into the shower after I finished and began to think about last night. Bakugou seemed pretty upset when I mentioned that he didn't have his mark like I didn't. If he had found his mate already, why didn't they mark already? I wonder who it was as well, obviously not someone from our class. It's only me and him that don't have marks, and 𝗵𝗲 forbid that it would be me. I snapped out of my daze and hopped out of the shower. I threw my uniform on my body after drying off. My hair was still dripping and I used a nice towel to get it nice and fluffy. After maybe 10 to 15 minutes, I felt presentable enough to start to go to school. I glanced at my clock once more when putting on my shoes and grabbing my backpack. 6:59 a.m. Oh frick. I'm late. I hurried to class as fast as I could and ended up still being 8 minutes late. The class was already alive and filled with chatter. Which was odd, because it had been so quiet lately. It was so loud that when I walked in no one really noticed. Mr. Aizawa wasn't in the class yet. I sighed out of relief and joined the class conversation. Come on Bakugou. You have to tell us. I could hear Momo's voice whine. Kacchan is in class today. My eyes caught onto a certain spiky-haired blonde in the middle of the group. His face was resting in his signature smirk. I averted my gaze from him and turned to someone next to me, who so happened to be Todoroki. He had his hand on his neck and he was beaming more than usual. I inspected his neck a little closer and noticed. 6 Todoroki had a mark. 7 I tried to look at it to its full extent but he had his hand covering it. It was blue but I couldn't see the shape or anything. I reminded myself to ask him about it later. Hey Shoken, what's happening right now? Oh hey Midoriya. I didn't see you walk in. Well, you know how we had that contest at that beach. Jiru and Momo asked him about his mate so they could set up the perfect date for him, but he didn't want to tell them. They kept pestering him and now the whole class joined in. I nodded in understanding and focused back into the group. Baku bro. Just tell them, be manly, for once. Kirishima poked at his sides, only to receive a small explosion to the arm. I giggled quietly. Or maybe not so quietly. Because the entire room turned to me. Hey guys. I beamed at them. Deku. When did you get here? Uraraka raised her eyebrow. Oh, just like a few minutes ago. Aha. Well, since you were our other winner, we'll ask you about your mate later. But for now, we have to get it out of this explosive headache. Jiru groaned. One Eye smiled nervously. So who is it, Kacchan? None of any of you extras DMN businesses, he said flatly. 6 He turned his head to Kirishima and whispered something in his ear. I watched Kirishima pull away with confusion but nodded and pulled out his phone to text or something. Without realizing it, I began to glare at them. Why is Kacchan getting so close to Kirishima like that? I know they are best friends and that Kirishima already has a mate but it still made me angry. I wanted to do something about it, so I stepped back a little bit and pulled my group of friends back with me. 2 Does anyone have a lollipop? 19 They looked at me confused, but Uraraka beamed. For some odd reason, she always had candy on her. It was for like whenever she saw a little kid crying or something. She took out a cherry lollipop and handed it to me. I graciously took it and walked back into the group, hiding it behind my back. I had no idea where this sudden burst of confidence came from, but I felt like I needed to do this. 1 Can you at least give us a hint? Zero asked. It's a person. 3 Well, obviously. Ashido facepalmed. Is she cute? Ojiro interjected. He visibly flinched and everyone noticed. Kirishima looked at him and looked like he was suppressing back a laugh. He placed his hand on Kacchan's shoulder to steady himself. I felt my entire body flare in anger. I know I'm usually not the one to get angry. But I couldn't help but feel jealous, no matter how I tried not to be. His mine. Well, is she? 𝗬𝗂𝗃 supported her mate. There was a pause, then a sigh, then an answer. Yeah, they're the most appealing person I have ever laid eyes on. Absolutely stunning actually. I don't think words can explain how on earth someone created something so breathtaking. Everything about him, so thing. Perfect. 39 Kacchan blushed and looked down. This was so out of character for him. But did I hear that correct? Did he just say, your mate is a guy? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 deadpanned. Is there something wrong with that? If there is, I'm sure 𝗧𝗵𝗲 would be severely heartbroken. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 looked down and 𝗧𝗧𝗃𝗃 flushed red. 𝗬𝗪to's hand dropped and revealed it. The mark on his neck was 𝗧𝗵𝗲's bandana. They were mates. How did I not see it before? 109 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 scooted closer to Kacchan and leaned his head on Kacchan's desk. I looked to Kaminari and he had a careless expression on his face. How could he not care? Kacchan put his hand on 𝗵𝗃𝗁's head and pet it softly. That's it. I couldn't take it. I stared at Kacchan until he made eye contact with me. A wide smirk danced across his face. Like this was some type of joke. It wasn't, not to me at least. I ignored the jealously pulling in stomach as I unwrapped the lollipop and slowly brought it to my mouth, liking it slightly. 9 I'll make you pay for making me feel like this, Katsuki. 38 third-person POV that thing nerd. Everyone had their attention focused on Bakugou while his pierced into the green eyes of the boy with the lollipop. He wanted to make Deku jealous, and Katsuki guess it worked, but why was he getting the backlash? 7 Katsuki watched as Izuku brought the lollipop to his lips. Kissing it softly. Liking it seductively, never breaking eye contact with the blonde. Bakugou couldn't do anything but suppress a groan. He bit on his lip as the green-headed boy swirled the lollipop in his mouth. Green eyes gazing into red-crimson ones with innocence, but clearly everything from. He was teasing his Kacchan. 68 Hello. Bakugou. So are you going to tell us or no? Tokoyami waved his hand in front of the explosive boy's face. No. Still not breaking the eye contact with Deku. A smirk played across Midoriya's face as he began to play with the hem of his shirt, lifting it slightly. Playfully showing the hem of his boxers and a small sliver of skin. Bakugou pulled his backpack onto his lap to cover the tent that was forming in his breathes. 27 Well, we will have to get it out of you somehow, won't we, Katsuki? Deku remarks, pulling out the lollipop from his mouth with a light pop. 50 Hearing his name roll of Izuku's tongue sent shivers down Katsuki's spine. He wanted to mark him right then and there, but he couldn't. He had to constantly remind himself that he's doing this to protect Deku. A low growl escaped his mouth as he watched his mate slobber an SCK on the cherry lollipop. It reminded him so vividly of the night they shared while Deku was drunk. God, his body craved his touch ever since. He had never felt so much burning passion. 9 How can you just force someone to admit something? I don't know about you, but it seems pretty impossible. Todoroki speaks nonchalantly. Wait. I know someone who can help. 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁 exclaims while blasting out of the room. 18 The room was still filled with theories on who Bakugou's mystery mate was. Still, Deku and Kacchan seemed to be lost in their own world. All Bakugou could hear was the barely audible slurping noises, and all he could smell was Deku's torturing scent. He imagines him writhing under him, begging for more. Deku only watched and giggled to himself. He didn't realize he could drive his childhood friend over something so silly as a lollipop. The lollipop had progressively gotten smaller after all the damage that Deku was doing. That only made it worse because it made it easier for him to freely SCK and like at the lollipop. Bakugou began to uncomfortably shift in his seat when the door slammed open. 18 Shinsu. Momo questioned. 20 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁 just nodded and smiled. Everyone knew what was about to go down. The purple hair boy nonchalantly walked past everyone and walked right in front of Bakugou. You know you're the worst kid in this school, right? Shinsu tried to taunt at the blonde. There was no response, just a glance up to meet the purple-haired boy's gaze. Bakugou's eyes returned back to Deku, who continued happily skiing on his lollipop. Bakugou was too mesmerized at the actions and movements of Deku's lips. For God, how he wanted to kiss them. Wait, what? Never mind. Shinsu glanced in the direction of where Bakugou was looking and saw Deku. Izuku waved at his friend and walked over to him, whispering in his ear. "So how are you going to get this hothead to talk anyway?" "I have no idea, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. There is nothing you can get through a thick skull. Isn't that right, Kacchan?" Bakugou still didn't respond but started to fume at Shinsu calling him Kacchan and also at the fact that Deku was so close to another guy that wasn't him. He felt his stomach turn hot and his hands began to spark into his backpack. He has been suppressing his jealousy for too long. First that Uraraka beach, then half and half bestiary, now this troll-looking butt. Enough was enough. 36 Everyone seemed so oblivious to the exchanges between the childhood friends, they honestly just wanted to know who Katsuki's mate was so they could get this date thing over with and as well as tease him for the rest of his life about it. Only Midoriya saw the look of pure anger in those crimson eyes. He's seen it too many times to mistaken it for anything else. Without realizing it, Deku bit down on his lollipop out of fear. Bakugou winced because we all know what he was imagining that lollipop to be. 28 Deku. A deep and scary growl rolled off his tongue from the pits of hell. 15 Izuku helped and knew that only bad things can happen when Kacchan talked like this. The class knew that the green-headed boy was basically good as dead. He dashed out of the room with Katsuki trailing not so far behind. Kirishima and Todoroki looked at each other. Kirishima and Todoroki were the only two that knew who his mate was and they have discussed it with each other multiple times. It was obvious that they both saw what Deku was doing out in the open. They only shuddered thinking about what was going to happen between the two. 5 Rest in peace Deku, you will be missed, Uraraka bowed her head. 89 Shinsu scratched his head. Now Hagakure would never give him the cat-stuffed animal, he still needed to find out who was the hothead's mate. Shinsu then turned to look around the class, who would know this? Does Bakugou even have any friends that he could ask? He only knew of the one and it didn't really hurt to try, did it? 6 Hey Kirishima, is Bakugou always like that? Yeah, most of the time. Why? Shinsu took his obliviousness to brainwash him quickly and get some answers out of him. I'm so sorry I had to use you like this, but now tell me Kirishima, who is Bakugou's mate? Kirishima tried to fight back at the force of Shinsu's quirk. He promised Katsuki that he wouldn't tell anyone. That was his best friend, the only one that Bakugou trusted with this. But no matter how much struggling and trying to keep his mouth shut, the words poured out of him, plus Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku is Bakugou's mate. Dear Kirishima, this is your grave. 84 Smut might be in this chapter. You've been warned. 18 Third person PV Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku is Bakugou's mate. 2 The classroom went silent. Out of all people, how could Midoriya be the one that was destined to be with the hothead? Everyone knew their history, and most of all, everyone knew how much Katsuki hated Deku. It wasn't something that the blonde-haired boy kept secret, it wasn't like he said it every day. Everyone would want to say something but that was only putting their own lives on the line. No one knew what to say. Everyone but Kirishima and Todoroki were so shocked by this revelation, Kirishima was absolutely terrified. Todoroki only stood by him and patted his shoulder, knowing what could happen due to Katsuki's rage. Kirishima's head dropped and tears ran from his eyes. 22 He betrayed his best friend. 1 He betrayed his best friend. 1 He betrayed his best friend. 54 He didn't mean to do it though, it was forced out of him. Would Bakugou still hate him even if he didn't mean to do it? Kirishima mentally hit himself, of course he would. Bakugou had always been more reserved when it came to how he felt. That was probably why he would only tell most of his secrets to 𝗎𝗎. The thousands of things that Bakugou could do to him rushed into his mind. God Kiri, this is seriously where your life ends, isn't it? Well, that kills 2 birds with 1 stone now, doesn't it? Momo breaks the awkward silence. The students laugh quietly. Everyone's minds still trying to process what had just come out of Kirishima's mouth. I suppose that since Bakugou probably hasn't admitted this to anyone, Deku probably doesn't know this yet, right? So isn't this a perfect opportunity? We can play matchmaker and finally get the two together. Uraraka's rosy cheeks gleamed as she thought about her best friend finally getting the happy ending that he had been dreaming of. She loved Izuku with all her heart and wanted to support and help him whenever she could. He had done so much for her and it was only reasonable for her to want to help him as well. 5. That is true, but do you really think Katsuki would want us interfering with his love life? He barely allows us to interfere with his existing. Todoroki points out. 8. The class size. This was going to be a lot harder than they all thought, which they had already thought would be difficult. But don't you think that if we set up the two, maybe our sweet Kacchan might become less of an but? Maybe Izuku is the key to finally balancing out the anger within Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗧 Zero tries to reason with the class because we know Bakugou's group has had absolutely enough with unneeded anger from their friend. 6. Well, I have nothing to lose. If it makes things easier, Midoriya is completely in love with Bakugou. I am not so sure about Bakugou, but I know deep down that he feels something he doesn't understand when it comes around to Midoriya. A sense that he needs to protect the boy is evident. Maybe he just doesn't want to show any weaknesses. We all know how he gets about that type of thing. Todoroki was trying his best to help Midoriya become happy, and what better chance to do this than having the entire class by his side. 3. The class was finally starting to get it. 𝗬𝗪 interjected. If Bakugou tries to kill any of us, we are blaming this on 𝗬𝗪. 23. Hey. Or we could all just take the blame because we know he is somewhat more sensible than to kill everyone. Tsuyu was always the smartest one, let's be completely honest. 15. They began to construct the best plan that they could come up with to get the two childhood friends together. Even if this pair was truly between the spawn of Satan and the reincarnation of an angel, they were going to bring their friends happiness. Everyone was in on it, even Tokoyami and Soto, who chose to stay out class events most of the time. This would work, or at least they would hope to Kami it did. Mr. Aizawa had already been in the room. He came around the same time that Shinsu forced Kirishima to say Bakugou's mate. Although he already had a lesson plan figured out and everything, he only smiled at his class working together. Especially to help their friends out. So he sunk back into his bright yellow sleeping bag, letting the class to plan in peace. 36. During the same time, get your butt back here, Deku. What the F was the 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗃 you were pulling in class? Kacchan's voice rang through the streets while chasing a blur of green hair and lightning. 10. Deku could only muster out a yelp, where the F was all the confidence that he had in class. He ran into the dorms. He paused in the main gathering space. Where could he go? If he went into his dorm, wasn't that the place where Katsuki would look first? Where is the last place that he would check? Right outside. He could hear explosions getting nearer and nearer, so he dashed into his dorm and stripped from all his clothes. He knew how to mask his scent, he's been doing it for way too long. People used to prey on him, so all he needed to do is STRP from his clothes and prevent himself from activating his sweat glands. After that, Midoriya slinked into the last place that Katsuki would check. For some reason, it was always unlocked. He locked the door behind him and pulled a random shirt from the closet to mask his scent even more. Where are you, Deku? You know I can smell you from 3 miles away. Katsuki screamed, even though he noticed that his scent was completely cut off. He was masking his scent. 2. And of course, just as Deku expected, he ran into Deku's room first. Bakugou noticed that his uniform was scattered all over the floor. His lust only grew more and more. His mate was really running around naked to get away from him. What a fun game that they were playing. He checked other dorms, Urarakas, Ida's, Tsuyu's, hell he even checked Todoroki's room. Where the hell was this kid hiding? He just wanted to talk to him. Yeah, that's right. Talk. 40. He checked the main gathering hall again, nothing. The showers, nothing. He could have sworn he had checked everywhere. The janitor's closet, nope again. He last resorted to checking every single dorm now. Opening and closing was the only thing that filled the empty halls, grunts of disappointment following after every close. His nerd was a good hider, he gave him that. Just as he was about to give up, he decided that he would strengthen his own scent, hoping that it would lure his mate out or even send him into heat, making his scent easier to catch on to. Bakugou took off his shirt and began to heat up his hands against his nape, making the sweat glands spiral out of control. This should do something. 9. Nope, it didn't. Nothing happened. So he gave up and trudged over towards his room. He had been looking for 40 minutes. This kid probably wasn't even in the dorms after all. Katsuki opened his door, and of course. One there was Deku sleeping peacefully on his bed. 23. A small smile found its way onto Katsuki's lips. No one would be back in the dorms for another hour, so he could basically do whatever he wanted at this point. He crawled up next to the sleeping boy, who was wearing one of his long-sleeve shirts. The sight brought upon a slight blush on the blonde's face. No one would know his weakness if no one was around, right? This was okay, right? For he began to kiss at the green boy's nape. Small 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃 and gasps poured out of Deku's mouth. He was still sleeping. His hand traced different shapes into the sides of Izuku. Wake up, Deku. 16. The green-haired boy stirred. He heard someone calling him. He turned to find himself looking in the eyes of the love of his life, and he was shirtless. He blushed at the sight and without a second thought, began to run his fingers up and down his abs. Izuku let out a little giggle and snuggled into Bakugou's chest. You know I'm not here to cuddle after that you pulled with the lollipop, right? Yeah, I know, just let me have this for a little longer, alright? Katsuki laughed genuinely, causing Deku to look up at him. Izuku could make him do that. He could make him laugh. Wait. Bakugou could laugh. 22. Their eyes met and Deku quickly broke it. Let's just get started now. Now Deku. We all know who's in control here. A whisper brushed at the greenette's ear. He shuddered and wrapped his arms around the taller boy's neck, who had begun to 𝗧𝗃 and nip at the soft skin. Let's continue from that other night. You're sober now, right? Deku could only nod between soft 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃. You're okay with this, right? 19. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃 stopped and Midoriya looked up at his childhood friend. Was he really asking for consent right now? Was it not clear enough that he was utterly in love with the blonde? Are you serious, Kacchan? Well, yeah. It's your virginity, right? You're supposed to give it to someone special to you. I don't know if you want to think about sex, and remember you gave your first up to someone like me. That's all. A blush dusted across Bakugou's cheeks, but he looked down so Izuku couldn't notice. A small giggle escaped from Deku's lips as he took Kacchan's chin, lifting his face so he could look at him in the eyes. After making eye contact, his breath caught into his throat. Bakugou almost looked sad. Izuku's hand drifted from his chin to cupping his cheek, stroking the explosive boy's soft skin tenderly. Come on, Kacchan, you know I'd give up my life for you if you asked. I wouldn't want to lose my firsts any other way or with any other person. I love you, I've been in love with you, I thought you already knew that. He placed a soft kiss on his Kacchan's forehead. The question is, do you want to do this with me? Fortin, well, let me answer that question for you. Bakugou's hands trailed down to the hem of the shirt Izuku was wearing. Pulling it up, exposing his 𝗧𝗮𝗃. Deku turned a dark red and buried his face into the crook of Katsuki's neck. He inhaled sharply as he felt a warm hand grasp at his member, stroking it slowly. The lewd noises that Deku was making sent waves of joy through Katsuki's body. With his other hand, he snaked it around Deku's slim yet extremely muscular body. He cupped Izuku's but softly, receiving a small whimper to leave Izuku's mouth. Stroking the boy caused pre-cum to ooze from the slit of his pee-pee. Izuku had never been touched like this before. It was so much, it was too overwhelming. Should we continue what was going to happen on New Year's? 15. And if? Yes. With that, Bakugou stopped stroking him and dangled 3 fingers in front of Midoriya's mouth. The smaller boy excitedly took the 3 fingers in his mouth. He swirled his tongue around them, slobbering over them like they were the lollipop he was skiing on earlier. Katsuki was only mesmerized by the sight laying in front of him. Bakugou wanted things to speed up, but knowing this Deku's first time, he kept a slow and steady pace. He popped out his fingers from his mate's mouth and slipped Izuku over, so that Deku was on his hands and knees with his butt facing Bakugou. One God, you're so appealing. Bakugou found himself mumbling under his breath. 32. What? Nothing, stupid nerd. 34. He slowly pushed one finger into Deku's aching entrance. A yelp was heard. It felt so amazing to Izuku, and was giving off just as much pleasure for the other side as well. Bakugou's fingers moved at a steady pace, making 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃 pour out of Deku like wildfire. Izuku hated to admit that he missed this feeling. He was only a sec toy, but it made him smile. Anything that made them that much closer made him happier. Katsuki added another finger which made Izuku wince in pain, but he bared with it because he knew that it would only get bigger and better from here. He was having his butt scissored by the only boy he could ever love, and honestly, nothing could make him happier. The final finger was added, and at this point Midoriya's arms were getting weak, so he let him prop himself on his cheek, making his entrance more visible to Bakugou. 9. I can't take it anymore. Turn around and lay on your back. Deku immediately obeyed these words, but why? I want to see your face when I do this. 19. A blush found itself on Deku's cheeks again, which Bakugou found adorable and couldn't help himself from leaning in and kissing both his cheeks softly, barely brushing over them. Bakugou finally took off his briefs and boxers, freeing the extremely painful restriction that his PP was under. He reached towards his nightstand where he had his lotion, and coated himself with a thick layer, so it would be less painful, of course. Okay. Kacchan, please. I need this. 32. He smirked at his mate's words and positioned himself to enter. Before anything, he looked over the writhing boy beneath him. Bakugou realized that he wanted to make him his forever. He didn't want to see his boy in pain any longer. He didn't want just sec, he wanted to kiss him and do all the stupid SHT that all couples did. He blushed at the thought of this. Deku was truly making him soft. Curiously, he began to lean in close. Deku's eyes widened as he realized what was about to happen, but God, did he want it to happen? He's been waiting for this moment all his life. He shut his eyes, waiting for the moment to come, but it never did. 1. Hey Bakubro. Where have you been? You didn't come 𝗵𝗃. Kirishima opened the door abruptly, snapping the two out of their days. Was the hour over already? Oh God Bakugou, I didn't realize you had someone over. I'll just be on my way, oh my God. 156. Bakugou turned round to glare at the red-headed boy at the door. His body had been covering Deku until this moment. When Kirishima realized who it was, every nerve in his body began to crawl. He saw the extremely red and extremely naked Midoriya underneath his friend. He ruined something super important, for the second time too. 5. Dear Kirishima, 23. This is your grave. Let us in Bakugou-kun. 6. Izuku Midoriya's 𝗵𝗃. All I could hear is the loud popping noises of the sparks flying out of Kacchan's hand. If I was being completely honest, I could care less about being walked in on or the fact that the news would spill like wildfire. My fingers grazed over my lips. Was Kacchan going to kiss me? 12. I know I'm not his mate, and we went over this last night, that nothing was going to happen between us. We've been in this predicament before, that one night when I was drunk. He told the class that I was only a salty one-night stand. But still, he was leaning in to do something. Kacchan would never kiss someone like me. He's been bullying me all my life. I was nothing compared to him. He was this god on earth that Kami decided to bless humans with. I groaned as I buried my face into a pillow. Why was everything so confusing? No, scratch that. Why is Kacchan so confusing? 3. I am going to kill you shitty hair. Get your cock blocking but over here. I heard an oh so familiar voice scream from outside the dorm. 39. Oh, that's right. Kirishima just walked in on me and Kacchan. Wait, Kirishima walked in on me and Kacchan. I wonder what would happen if he only came in a second later, or if he didn't come in at all. What would have happened? Would we have actually, done it? Would I have found out if he would actually kiss me or not? Why would he even kiss me? I mean, we were about to have sex, and it makes sense to kiss someone you're about to have sex with, right? I snapped out of my daze and began to get up from Kacchan's bed. My body felt oddly cold as I looked down to see I was wearing nothing. 3. Stupid Izuku, how could you forget you were completely naked? And I was just about to walk out of here. I face-palmed. 1. I looked for the shirt I was wearing earlier, and with my luck, it was nowhere to be found. I guess I just had to take more of Kacchan's clothes. I opened his closet and grabbed the first thing I could find, which was a black button-up. I quickly put it on and buttoned it up. The shirt was way too big on me, so it slid off my shoulder a little bit and ended at my mid-thigh. I could honestly care less. My room was literally next door. Who would I see in the 2 feet distance from my room to Kacchan's? I opened the door, and the answer was everyone. 65 I could hear the speaking slowly come to a stop. Uraraka and Todoroki winked at me, while the rest gasped. Kacchan had Kirishima in a chokehold while slowly looking me up and down. I felt my face turn the same color as his hair. I know that the walls are soundproof, but still a part of me feels like someone might have heard us. So, hey guys. I mumbled. For we were all super worried for you when we saw Bakugou chasing you out of the class. We went to look for you too and we checked everywhere. The last place we thought you would be is in his room. If I am being completely honest, we thought you were dead. Kiro. One Uraraka shoved Tsuyu lightly. Well, we are all glad that you are safe, but what were you doing in Bakugou-kun's room anyway? 5. So like does Midoriya know that he is dash? A hand was slapped on Denki's mouth before he could finish his sentence. Do I know I am what? Do you know that you're basically completely naked with only Bakugou's shirt on? Momo finished for him, but for some reason I have a feeling that's not what he was going to say. 2. I nodded slowly. I was completely aware. Well, while I was running here, I tripped and fell into the flower bed right outside the dormitories. Kacchan caught up to me and took me to his room to get cleaned up. He's actually kind of nice sometimes. That was like an hour ago though. My hair dried for the most part, but it's still slightly damp. With sweat, not water. 15. I have no idea where that lie came from, but most of the class seemed to believe it, other than Todoroki, Kirishima, and Okiko. Kacchan only looked down. He was blushing. Obviously, what else would we be doing? I'd never do anything with this worthless, pathetic piece of well, I mean, by the looks of it, you two could have been fuck dash. Denki, once again, was slapped. 44. I think I should be going to my room. It's been a long day and I have some work I should catch up on. Can't miss a day of studying. I turned to leave, but something they were talking about kept my attention, something they called a match made in hell. I walked into my room and closed the door, leaving it slightly cracked so I could listen in to the conversation. 5. So Baku, you in or not? I can't really recognize any of the voices, so I just listened. Who the F even told you guys? This voice was imprinted in my head. Kacchan. Told them what? Why am I always left out of everything? It's because I don't have a mate here. Kirishima. Strike thing to Kirishima. If you test me one more time I swear I will cut each of your ball off and feed them to 𝗵𝗃. 25. No. I didn't mean to. Shinsu forced it out of me. You know how his quirk works. I promised that I wouldn't tell anyone, but I never promised it wouldn't get forced out of me. Please don't cut off my babies. 52. I winced at the thought of how much pain that Kacchan's threat would cause. Well, in or out? Yeah Bakugou, this plan kinda depends on you. If you don't want to go with it, we can't exactly force you into your own love life. Come on, it's not only your happiness you're halting. It's his too. We all know about your hidden soft spot for him. And the fact that you've been practically in love with him all your life. There's a reason that he's your mate and you're not even giving him the chance to prove that to you. We all know he loves you too, so what's stopping you? None of you stupid extras could ever understand. 4. Then help us understand. Let us help you find your happiness. You can't live like this anymore. We can't let you live like this anymore. Let us in Bakugou-kun. We are your friar, your classmates. We've been through countless villain attacks and stupid finals together, and you won't let us at least save you. Can't you see that I'm trying to save him? 4. Save him from what? All you're doing is hurting him and yourself. Stop thinking about him and think about you. Yes, he's important too, but what about yourself? You can be happy. You can be found. So why are you trying to hide? No one understands you, Baku bro. 16. Kirishima's right. Don't you want to be happy? Want to be loved? 4. I have no idea what those things mean anymore. These words were spoken quietly and low. I doubt anyone could hear it over the chatter. With my luck, Kacchan was leaning somewhere the door and I could hear him pretty clearly. 8. Wait, I think I get it. He thinks he's protecting his mate by staying away. No, that's really not it. So what are you trying to save him from? I'm trying to save him by getting hurt by me. I'm also trying to save him from the future. Do you understand what we are all trying to be? Heroes. And you know who targets heroes. Villains. Having some sort of obvious weakness leaves this huge thing gap that you can't thing protect. Do you understand? I don't want him getting hurt. God, it would kill me from the inside knowing that he got hurt and I couldn't thing do anything about it. I can't thing lose him without losing myself. Do you understand how much it thing scares to want to hold someone and not be able to? 34 There was a silence following Kacchan's outburst. He really did love whoever his mate was. I sighed quietly, words couldn't explain how much I wished it was me. All those stupid sparks I get whenever I'm near him. Everything about his stupid self made my senses spiral out of control. I can barely keep myself together from hugging him and smelling his cinnamon spicy scent. God, how bad I wanted to be his. Whoever this is, he was more than lucky to have someone so in love with him. Even luckier that the person was the one and only Katsuki Bakugou. 33 Why don't you just hold him then, you idiot? Todoroki, I get where you're coming from, but you have to take into consideration that the kid kinda thinks Bakugou hates him. You don't really hate him, do you? Of course not. How do you really feel then? Well, I've loved the stupid shitty face ever since we met. God, have you ever seen something so breathtaking that you literally forget how to breathe? Things just pour out of your mouth and you can't stop them. If I could take back all the stupid SHT I said to him, I would sell my soul to do it. He makes me feel less shitty. I look at him and holy SHT, the whole world stops moving. It's just me and him against this SHT hole. I want to see him be happy and successful because that smile, that heartwarming smile, I go so soft all the time. He makes me want to sing and be happy and gay all the time. Those eyes, I can't get them out of my head. He's always there. I hate him because he's too perfect to even exist in this shitty world. I hate him so much because deep down I know that's the exact opposite of how I actually feel. I was supposed to be the one to protect him, but now he's better than me and I am so happy that he's finally happy. He makes everything so much brighter. He makes a person like me feel like I can actually do something. His stupid face and amazing personality makes me so happy for no reason. I'm so in love with him. I hate the way it feels, no I don't. I love everything about it. 71 Everyone truly went silent after this. Could someone actually make Kacchan feel like this? Major props to whoever it was. 45 Wait, guys. Maybe we should go someplace else. We don't want someone we don't want hearing about this to overhear. 2 Oh you're right. Let's go to the main hall. Before they left I could hear a distant voice. So Baku, one more time, in or out? 3 sigh, in. I could hear footsteps slowly disappear and get quieter. My heart had been pulled through a garden of roses, thrown into mud, stepped and stomped by everyone in class, and ran over by multiple trains. There was no chance I could get anywhere near Kacchan after hearing that. Was I just some placeholder while he's completely in love with someone else? What about almost kissing me? Almost having secretary? I wanted to believe that it could mean something to him, but I am always wrong. Was I the person that was in the way of him being happy? Was it all my fault that Kacchan was upset all the time? It's all my fault, isn't it? I'm worthless and pathetic. I closed my door and slinked against it, tears streamed down my face. So many things were clouding my brain, I was choking on the thoughts. 28 A soft knock came at my door, I ignored it. I can't let anyone see me like this, weak and broken. I am supposed to be happy and smiling all the time, right? There was only 2 other people that have seen me like this, Mom and Kacchan. And Kacchan hates me so. 2 Come on Deku, it's us. Uraraka's soft voice rang through the door. They're my friends, right? I can let them in, right? I opened the door, in came my group of friends. 2 Did you hear all of that? While I was walking away with everyone, I could hear your door close. Todoroki softly rubbed circles into my back. 1 I nodded as my sniffling became louder and honestly even uglier than they already are. Sniffles into tissues slowly turned into loud sobs ripping from my throat. I didn't care who was there or who heard anymore. There was too much pain choking me, ending my life slowly and painfully. I haven't felt this way since the night of New Year's. I wanted to end it all over again. 5 I don't understand. Does teach the world J just not W want me to be happy? 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, Tsuyu, Uraraka, and Todoroki looked at each other. It was like they all knew something that I didn't. They are supposed to be my friends. They are supposed to be my friends. Why do I feel like everyone is rivaling against me? Why does the world feel so alone? I can't breathe, someone please save me. I don't want to be here anymore. It's too much. They don't love you, Izuku, you worthless and useless waste of space. You cause everyone trouble. You can't do anything right. If you want them to be happy, make them go away. You're a monster, Izuku. 17 out. I softly mumbled through broken cries. We won't leave you. Not like this. They stayed still, unsure of what to do. Did you not hear me? I said, get out. 16 dash. I slammed open the door and pushed them out. Obviously you rather go and talk to everyone else about whatever the F you guys decided to keep me out of. I am part of this class too, you know. You guys aren't my friends. You are teaming up with everyone else. You are just like everyone else. It's just the worst part is that you all have been acting like you could like someone like me the whole time. No one could love me. I'm unlovable. Now leave me alone. 64 I slammed the door before they could respond. Here I am back at step 1. No friends. No mate. My hope had been drained out of me so many times, maybe it was finally time to actually let go of the rope connected to nothing. I have to get away. To where? I don't know. I can't stand being here anymore. It will be so much better if I was gone right. I shoved clothes and all necessities in some random bag. It'll only be a week or so. I would be back. I took a last-minute glance at my room. My eyes landed on that stupid picture of me and Kacchan when we were young that was sitting on my nightstand. I took it out from the frame and scribbled a note on the back. When I was satisfied, I ran towards the window and jumped out and ran. 3 Let them in, Kacchan. Let them into the spot of your heart you would never open up for me. On my own, pretending he's beside me. 12 1 Izuku Midoriya's 𝗵𝗃𝗏 Where am I going? I have no idea anymore. I never had an idea anymore. There was nowhere to go and no one that I could lean upon. There was nowhere I can call home. The tears kept pouring from my eyes, softly cascading down my cheeks, meeting the pavement in a cold but welcoming reunion. My feet were carrying a dead soul, wandering aimlessly into the quiet city. I've been walking for so long, the bright gleam of sunlight slowly turned into the beautifully lonely moonlight. Despite it being a quiet night, the streets were quite filled. The empty air was filled with almost inaudible chatter of lovers, friends, and family finding their way home. Quiet laughter. An action that seemed so foreign to me now. I bit on my bottom lip, gnawing at it and drawing BLD, knowing that would never be me. The world had cursed me to live painfully, torturously with no one, except my own shadow. I watched the happy smiles and the stupid lingering feeling of something better than how I was feeling that danced in the atmosphere. The streetlights kissed the dwindling city walkers' faces. Their eyes reflecting different shades of greens, reds, and yellows. 13 My head hung low, but my mind found itself someplace else. It weaved through my memories of something that happened only this morning, yet so far. Being with him was like a dream. Did it even really happen? Could I possibly have dreamt everything that we have done together? Did I dream of the nights we spent together? Did I dream the soft kindness in his eyes when we were younger? Was it just a dream whenever I felt more at home in his arms than I did in my own home? Did I even truly know you, Kacchan? Help me, Kacchan, I'm forgetting who you are. 7 When I come to think of it, all those memories seem so distant, cold. Every time I look at him, there's someone in there that I can't recognize. I can't hold on to something, onto someone that doesn't even exist anymore. But why is he still present in every thought that brushes against my mind? Why do I think of him and feel happier? All my life, there was so many questions I asked the sky. I was never given any answers. Only the invisible comfort of speaking out the feeling of not knowing could provide me. In my life, there was no one like him, there was only him in my eyes. I finally look up and I swear, I could roughly see a flicker of spiky blonde hair making its way through the crowds, braiding through different bodies, different experiences. No one seemed to notice the boy grazing by them. My feet began to move faster than my brain could process. I found myself chasing after the silhouette of a boy that would never love me in the same way I love him. Wait. Kacchan, wait for me. Please. And I could almost see the figure stop and turn to look at me, smiling. Welcoming me, with an outstretched hand. I felt my tears race down my face quicker, more desperately. I reached, and just as I was about to grasp, he slips away into the city lights. I follow him now, running and pushing anyone who had managed to have gotten in between me and the shadow of my childhood friend. Water begins to spring free from the sky, and I think, I'm not the only one who is crying now. The midnight skies are yearning for something as well, something that they can't grasp or hold. The midnight skies were craving the morning warmth, weren't they? I still continue to pursue my Kacchan through the city lights, under the saddened glow of the moonlight. The concrete of the sidewalk seemed to mimic the splendor of the luminous masterpieces that lit the streets. I could feel the environment change around me. The bright, lively city slowly disappeared into the lonesome, calming forest. Blinking, I catch him hiding behind different trees and bushes, as if he's playing a game. 22 Let's play Deku. His voice filled with warm milk and honey. It brushed against my skin like silk. I followed the sound of his laughter, echoing in every inch of my being. Come. Catch me. His red, crimson eyes gaze into mine. They seemed almost blurry. I chase him until my legs give out. It was as if the boy was uncatchable, unobtainable. I would always get so close and just skim my fingers across his skin, almost. Then he'd be somewhere far from my grasp all over again. My clothes formed into a second layer of skin as more and more rain poured onto us. The leaves fill with starlight just as my eyes do when I even glance towards his way. I look up and let the raindrops wash away my tears, wash away any pain or suffering left in my body. My surroundings were so unfamiliar and I kept wondering, completely lost of the boy I had been following. In the darkness, I could see a glimmer shining in front of me. 6A River. 25 I sit by the banks, finding the water flowing almost comforting. The city was near, the reflection of the burning yellow luminosity in the river told me so. All alone, I could almost feel his arms wrapping around me. I closed my eyes and felt the embrace, but that wasn't possible, right? The embrace felt like a ghost lingering around my waist. The feeling, so painfully realistic, but way too cold to be reality. I opened my eyes again trying to find my way, looking around to find him again. Silly Deku. You couldn't catch me, so instead, I caught you. He has found me. For I catch a glimpse of him in the river, a wavering but familiar sight. The rain hitting the water made the picture painted in the water shake and blur, but I could see it so clearly. It was me leaning over to look at the water, with Kacchan hovering over my shoulder, beaming at me. My eyes seemed to dry, the moment seems to freeze in time. All I could see was me and him forever and ever. A smile reaches my face, filling every emptiness left in my features. He's so close. He's right here. My Kacchan, he came to find me. Of course, he would. He's finally home. Welcome home, Kacchan. I've been waiting for so long. I turned to be greeted with nothing but tree trunks and darkness. 37 Where did he go? He was just here a second ago. How did he disappear into the night sky? The trees once holding the shimmering leaves seemed barren. I looked up to the streets of the city, they were empty. My eyes quickly darts back to the water, and it's empty again, just like the city. The river was just a river. There was no beautifully bittersweet ruby eyes. No kind soft features that I could only recall from distant memories that are beginning to slip from my mind as time goes by. No blonde spiky hair with wind rippling through the surprisingly softness of it. Had I really been living in my own fantasy that occurs in my head? 9 This time my eye catches onto a flash of green and blonde. I see children dashing around the trees, chanting the same phrases I heard not so much earlier. For Let's play Deku. The taller one chanted, the blonde one. My eyes trailed after them, watching as my recollection of past events folded out before my eyes. It seemed so real, almost if I could touch them, feel Kacchan's silky skin, before our quirks manifested. 7 Come. Catch me, Kacchan. The boy with green hair spoke, a younger version of me spoke. 1. The two boys let the rain fall on them as they laughed and screamed with happiness. They careened through low-hanging branches and entwined themselves within the fabrications of a future they thought they would create together. We promised we would be friends forever, didn't we, Kacchan? It's getting hard for me to differentiate if it has only been in my head or if you just don't remember. They seem so peaceful, don't they? He appeared back at my side again, watching the kids with me, watching us. You're not really here, are you, Kacchan? His silhouette stayed quiet, his eyes pierced into the air that was in front of us. Of course, he wasn't there. I was alone in a forest, imagining the love of my life standing with me. I was talking to myself and not to him. 7. I didn't reach for him, I didn't want him to disappear again. Even if it was only a figure of my imagination, I just wanted to live in the moment with him, for just a little bit longer. We watched the two in peace. The ghost sitting next to me felt so real. Everything felt so real. I lowered my head and closed my eyes again, feeling that false embrace all over again. No matter how hard I tried to forget it, I could only see his welcoming eyes imprinted in my mind. My skin crawled with the feeling, the burning longing of any type of contact with him. The small skim of our shoulders when we passed each other in the halls, or the contact we made when lust clouded his brain. And I know it's only in my mind, he would never care for me. He was always too blind to see how much he meant to me, too blind to see me at all. My mouth opened and closed, wanting to say the words, but not knowing how to formulate them correctly. 2. I love you. 17. With him, my life was always spiraling out of control. He changed me. He made me the person I was today. I wanted to believe that he needed me in his life. I wanted to believe that if I was gone, that something inside him would stir. That something felt like it was missing, like I was missing. I wanted to believe that my presence in his life meant something to him. I've been pretending for too long now. I've been pretending for too long that I was okay being something he could just throw around. A part of me was okay with it, maybe I just wanted to be a part of his life somehow, be significant to him somehow. I was pretending that if I never came into his life, he would be different. But it's hard to believe something that isn't true, right? I know that without me, his life would continue progressing. He wouldn't blink and realize that I wasn't there anymore. I bet he didn't even realize that I was gone. He was with everyone else, doing who knows what without me. I was never in their plan to find his happiness. Kacchan would go on and find that happiness that everyone's hearts yearned for, a feeling that I would never be able to feel, never known. The words repeated and repeated in my head, and there was nothing I could do about it. 2. I love him. I love him. I love him. 3. But he knew that already, and he was doing absolutely nothing about it. So for now, I will love him continuously and forever, but only on my own, where I can dream that he is beside me. The sun had begun to rise over the gloomy river. I turned to look at him, but the night was over, and he was gone. What time was it? Like 4 a.m. The city had already gone to bed. I walked out of the now dimly lit forest and back into the city. I needed somewhere to go, a quiet place to stay. Everywhere seemed close. What would be open at this hour anyway? I walked and walked until I reached the hushed outskirts of town. A small faint light illuminated from inside an inn. I had counted my hidden collection of money over and over again. It was enough to stay somewhere for a week or two. The inn was cozy looking from the outside, something that someone could easily just look over. An inn that was just like me. 6. I walked in the humble inn, pretending as if I were coming home into his welcoming arms. I chuckled at the thought of it. Of course he wasn't there. My mind had become too attached now. Too attached to him now. My feet brought me to the front desk. 7. A room for one. The lady at the counter smiled and I paid her, not looking her directly in the eye. I carried my lifeless body up to my room. Unlocking the door, I fell onto the bed. I wonder how many people have laid here before, thinking the same thoughts I have. Different people, different experiences. All unique to them. Me. I was stuck in an endless maze in my head, where he was always with me. When all this time, I've only been on my own. Where is home to you? 3. Katsuki Bakugou's 𝗵𝗃. Can someone please explain why on earth we are doing this? I groaned. currently sitting on the couch with almost everyone from class in front of me. It was Thursday night, or to be more specific, Friday morning, at 4:00 a.m. I could hear all my classmates mumbling with their backs facing towards me, "I want to get some DMN sleep." "Okay. Is everyone ready?" I could hear 𝗎𝗪𝗏𝗃's voice loud and clear. 3, 2, dash. "Welcome to Love Lessons 𝗵𝗃𝗃 𝗵𝗃 said on 2, slightly earlier than the rest of the group. 14 Welcome to 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃 𝗵𝗃. The class took turns whacking 𝗵𝗃 on the head as he used his hardening quirk to lessen the pain. 15 Love lessons. I asked. "Well, it's kinda obvious that you don't know anything when it comes to love, Kiro." Zu pointed out. 1 What the F? I know plenty about that stupid shitty feeling. The entire class basically sighed. Have you had your first kiss, Bakugou-kun? 𝗎𝗪𝗏 probes. I remember her asking me that one night we had that sleepover at Ida's. No. And you almost had said dash. I took my turn to whack 𝗵𝗃 on the head. 9 You truly don't know anything about love, and yet you get to call everyone else stupid, Todoroki snorted. They handed me a notebook and started going over the basics about love. For some reason it was 𝗎𝗪𝗏 who was leading this discussion. I glanced at everyone. Haven't I tormented everyone in this class? Why the F would they want to be helping me? Do they really think I went fing soft? It's one kid. Plus, I just admitted to myself I liked this kid last night. It was hard to realize it at first. I slicked over my interest with easily 10 coats of hatred. But God, seeing him crumbling under me, needing me, really makes you think, one I want Deku more than anything. 14 I could easily blast the rest of these headasses back to whatever thing planet they came from. Except that nerd Deku, he could stay. 20 Are you even listening? Jiru poked me with her earphone jack. I snapped out of my daze and focused back onto the board that they had set up. They had scribbled a couple words here and there and I wrote random things down to make it seem like I was doing something. Well, the first and most obvious way to get Deku to pay attention to you is simple, using your scent at full force. Momo pointed at the first scribbled word on the board, scent. 3 I nodded. I usually didn't use my scent at any force, it was usually mellowed out because other people smelling me made me uncomfortable. Doing this was honestly simple, just close your DMN scent glands, stupids. Over the mellowing out my scent glands, I wore a little bit of cologne. Do you want to try? Momo suggested. No, how is a DMN smell going to do anything? Well, we can show you. Her smile grew 10 times wider as she gave off that weird bouncy aura. Hirozu turned to Jiru and smiled kindly, already making the short-haired girl blush. I groaned, love is disgusting. I could smell Momo's scent gradually grow stronger until it finally stopped, filling the room with a strong tea scent. No one else was that affected by this, it was a soft and welcoming scent, but most people were more enticed by the mate smell. I watched Jiru's expression change from the timid, calm nature that she usually had to filled with love and affection, plummeting into her mate. Jiru snuggled into the black-haired girl's arms. I watched intently, so that's how this SHT works. Me too. I want to do that too. 𝗎𝗪𝗏 chimes. Tsuyu only rolled her eyes and released her scent before 𝗎𝗪𝗏 could. The froggy girl was definitely the alpha of the relationship. 𝗎𝗪𝗏 pauses for a moment and turns to look at Tsuyu. Round face smiled widely and literally tackled Tsuyu to the floor. I had to hold myself back from gagging while the brunette showered her in a million kisses. Groaning, I wrote something in my notebook. Like the perfect student I am, I raised my hand. 𝗎𝗪𝗏 looked up from her mate and chimed at me, Yes, Bakugou-kun. Do you have any questions for us? Do you need love advice? 10 I rolled my eyes and showed the class what I had written down. Deku is gay, not a female. 44 It doesn't matter the gender, you idiot. Todoroki sneered at me. 14 I was about to say something back but Kirishima looked at me, winked, and pointed towards the direction Kaminari was. Kaminari was talking to Jiru and Momo, clearly too caught up in the conversation. Kirishima's scent began to seep out of his scent glands, slowly. It didn't smell too bad if I have to admit. As soon as his scent glands opened, Kaminari visibly stiffened up in his conversation. Then in the blink of an eye, he used his scent at full force. Kaminari's knees buckled from under him and he fell to the floor. 18 I could see Pikachu pout and turn towards Kirishima. I thought you said you would warn me whenever you decided to do that. You're a big bully, you know your scent makes me weak. 12 Kirishima only chuckled and went over to his mate, scooping him into his arms and taking him to who knows where. 12, so you believe us now. Scent really is important. Hagakure beamed. I grunted in agreement. They proceeded to teach me more about love. I didn't really want to listen because I was honestly too tired to even function properly, but if this was to help me win Deku, then I guess I have to write. 1. You should totally get him flowers on the first date. He'd love it. Yeah, I agree, roses are so romantic. Yeah, Zero. You hear that? Roses are romantic. Okay, Ashido, I get it. 14. You should also dress to impress. That black tank top isn't impressing anybody. 1. Well, it impressed Deku enough to fall in love with me, so shut up before assuming it is 6. That potty mouth has to go too. People like respectful boys. I like bad boys. Kaminari, you just like boys. 24. Well, Kirishima is the best boy. 88. Oh, and since it's the first date, seal the night off with a kiss. That's absolutely to die for. You never kiss on the first date. Are you kidding me? What if he doesn't like Bakugou and then he gets kissed? Talk about rejection. But this is Midoriya, we are talking about Kero, you have to take into consideration how he is as a person. Well, I mean, I did walk in on them, they probably already had their first kiss, right? Bakugou-kun said he hasn't had his first kiss, so that wouldn't make sense. Wait, what did you walk in on? I walked in on them about to 𝗧𝗪𝗏 Kirishima, 3 strikes and I'm feeding your lungs to Mineta. 49 Bakugou. What were you about to do to Midoriya? Kill him. Eat him. Beat his butt. 28 Without the B, maybe. I didn't want to answer him out of respect for Deku's privacy. How could you just eff'n tell? That SHT's cold. 40 I think I'm going to sleep, good night extras. Thanks for this, I guess. I slipped away and made my way to my room. Not before I heard someone say, did Bakugou just thank us? And I still want to know what Kirishima walked in on. Before I unlocked my dorm, I stopped in front of Deku's room. Something seemed off. Like something was missing. I remembered the stupid scent thing, and released some to see if something would happen. I waited a couple of minutes and nothing happened. The dork was probably asleep by now. I fumbled with my keys and entered my dorm. Deku's warm cookie scent filled my nose as I fell into my bed. My mind flooded with the events that had happened earlier. The familiar feeling in the pit of my stomach returned. I smiled gently at the thought of it. I missed having him in my arms. Damn that thing shitty hair for ruining our first kiss. It would have been amazing. I slowly drifted off to sleep, with that stupid nerd still running across my mind. Time skipped to morning. I groaned as my alarm went off on my phone. I got a good hour of sleep, but it was better than nothing after all. Quickly, I did all that boring morning stuff and changed into my uniform. I began to make my way towards school. It might have been a little bit early, by a bit I mean 30 minutes, but I preferred to be there earlier than everyone else. If I was being completely, brutally honest, this class and the people in it were fing annoying. Going to class early gave me the opportunity to escape their stupidity. 9 Living in the dorms made life so much easier. We were right there after all. I walked into the building and not so long after, into class. It was empty and quiet. I made my way to my desk and sat down. The peace and quiet was almost comforting. I started to think about Deku again, which wasn't anything out of the ordinary at this point. Would he really forgive me after all the things I put him through? He said he's in love with me, but wouldn't he hate me if he found out that he was my mate this whole time? The fact that I kept it from him. Hello Bagu, how was your rest? Ida usually is one of the people that come just as early as I do, but today he came a little later, probably due to the fact we stayed up most of the night talking about how to get Deku and I together. Most of the time he doesn't bother talking to me in the morning. I guess now that the whole class knows about my situation, they think I'm okay with talking to them now. One would have been better if I didn't have to stay up listening to those love lessons, but sleep is sleep, I guess. They did help, didn't they? I ignored his question and laid my head down on my desk. Now that Ida was here, that gives me about 10 more minutes until the rest of the class starts coming in. 10 more minutes of silence was all I needed to maintain my sanity in the next 6 hours to come. The scenery outside the window was the same as it has always been, but looking outside was better than talking to the human automobile about my love life. The trees were littered with cherry blossoms, and that resulted the floor to be covered in the delicate pink petals as well. The sky shined bright and appealing while it held the sun, strong and proud. You could just see the little kids and other spectators look upon our school. It made me reminisce. That used to be me and Deku, looking at this school as a dream, and now we are living it. 3-0 look, there he is, back filling my head all over again. I groaned and hit my head on the desk a couple of times, surely grabbing the attention of Ida. Even if I was mates with his best friend, my well-being was probably the last thing on his mind. I suppose the well-being of the desk was more important than the fact of me getting a concussion or not. We shouldn't have given Bakugou those lessons so late at night. I'm seriously going to pass out in class. I could hear the voices and footsteps of my classmates getting louder from down the hall. I groaned, couldn't I get just maybe like 20 years more of peace before I have to deal with these BSTs? 9, well maybe we shouldn't have, but we definitely shouldn't have stayed up longer after he went to bed. That was our problem. Momo's voice spoke. It's not our faults that Kaminari brought out Jenga. No one can resist that. Ashido commented. I could just see her pink face pouting. The girl could really never refuse a good time. 6. The doors swung open as my classmates gushed in. It took about 5 minutes for mostly everyone to get to their seats, instructed by our lovely classroom representative of course. The bell rang and I couldn't help but notice that the only person missing was the one I wanted to be there the most, Deku. It kind of threw me off. I couldn't smell his scent through his dormitory like I usually could. Something about smelling his scent every morning gave me the comfort of knowing he was okay. This morning, I kinda just assumed that he went off on an early morning run. It wasn't really like him to come to class late, maybe right before the bell a couple times, but never late. 11. We waited as Mr. Aizawa scooted into the room with his yellow sleeping bag. I have to admit that it was unusual at first, but we all came to terms to having a caterpillar as our homeroom teacher. It takes him about 10 minutes to actually mentally wake up enough to take attendance. 6. Good morning class, how's the Midoriya and Bakugou situation going? He sleepily asked while preparing his desk for the day. 10. I stiffened. How do you know about that? I have ears and I was listening in on your conversation yesterday. You all didn't realize that you were in my class discussing this, right? 11. The situation is going pretty well so far. We have started planning the perfect date to ensure that the match made in hell plan would work out successfully. After this date, it's guaranteed that our favorite broccoli head will be in Bakugou's arms in no time. Jiru and Momo high-fived each other. I do give them credits, they were the ones basically in charge of setting things up. I know I asked the question but I just realized something. Our teacher paused. I really don't care. 75. Although he says things like that, we all honestly know him way better than that. His cold, exhausted facade really only blurs over the fact that he thinks of us like his own children. Why else would he let us talk about my love life all PRD? We may be high schoolers, but we sure as hell aren't dumb. 5. We chatted amongst ourselves before Mr. Aizawa broke the silence again. So where exactly is Midoriya anyway? He didn't call in sick and it's out of character for him to be late. 5. The rest of class only seemed to just realize his lack of presence. I noticed that Todoroki, Tsuyu, Uraraka, and Ida glanced at each other. Last night, he was acting off. Ida articulated. He wasn't just acting off, Ida. Midoriya basically yelled at us last night to leave him alone while he was having a mental breakdown. He even cursed at us. I wish I was lying but he did drop an F-bomb once. Todoroki added. 8. I blame Bakugou for corrupting our cinnamon roll. Uraraka pouted. 41. We all looked over it because maybe he was just having a bad day, Kiro. You idiots. You don't just leave the nerd there. He was crying and obviously wasn't mentally stable. Why didn't anyone tell me? I've known him for so long but it doesn't take a genius to realize that leaving your best friend alone in a state like that is stupid. You all just left him there, alone. That's my mate and you guys are supposed to be his friends, supposed to be there for him. How can I trust that he is safe with you guys if you can't even manage to comfort him? I didn't mean to snap at them, but in the moment, it just felt like the only way to set them straight was to yell at them. Tsuyu, Ida, and Uraraka cowered back while only Todoroki had the courage to speak. We know that Bakugou. That's why we tried to stay and help him, but the boy physically pushed us out of his room, claiming that we weren't his friends. We thought the only way to make it up to him was to help him find his happiness. That's you, stupid. One, you still just left him there, in his most vulnerable state. You're lucky we are in class because I could so easily blow you all to smithereens. 10 enough. Aizawa's cold voice cut through the tension like a knife. Someone go check on Midoriya, I don't have time for your arguments to disrupt my class. I'll go. Uraraka volunteered. F off, round face, I'm going. I growled at her. She looked at me curiously and I only glared back. It took her a moment to realize I am his mate and that this was the best option. She nodded after her revelation. 8. I slung my bag over my shoulder and walked out of the class. As soon as I closed the door, I began to sprint towards the dormitories. After that night he tried to kill himself. I couldn't trust him being alone. I know something would go wrong. The fact that he was left in a vulnerable state with no one chilled me to the bone. I was lucky that Todoroki was there that night to save him. This time, no one was there. He pushed away all his friends, which was totally unlike him. This situation isn't just as bad as that night, it's worse. I bursted into his room in the blink of an eye. My heart shattered when I realized that it was completely empty. There were things scattered all over the room. If I wasn't told what condition he was in, I could have easily mistaken this mess to be caused by someone breaking in and throwing everything around. I searched the room for something, anything that would indicate where he was or if he was okay or not. 1. Not this, not now. Not to my Deku. 4. That's when I noticed the note, carefully placed on his nightstand. I scurried to it, realizing it was a picture of us. I could honestly feel my heart stop beating in my chest as I read it. To Kacchan, and if this is not Kacchan, put this down. It's obviously not for you. 55. I know that you and the class have some secret plan that I don't know about. I want to be angry with you all with it, but I know that I can't be. If this plan is going to find you happiness somehow, I have to be happy for you. I have been standing in the way of your happiness for too long. It's finally time to let go of something I know will never happen. You only deserve the best, and I'm sorry that's something I couldn't give to you. You deserve the world and I could only give you a fraction of it. I need to leave before I start going crazy. I've gotten too attached to you and it's a bond that I need to break so we can both grow. I just wanted to wish you the best of luck in your future. I'll always be supporting you no matter what. Deep down in my heart, I wished and prayed that I could make these feelings go away, but they won't. I'm so sorry, Kacchan. Maybe one day you can forget about me because I hope one day I can forget about you too. Love goodbye, 72 Deku. I stood there, my body trembling. My feet began to carry my body before I could even think. It was like my body knew what I wanted before I knew I wanted it. You're just as stupid as you've always been, aren't you? So naive, so oblivious. You can't be standing in the way of my happiness if you are the sole reason for my happiness. I knew there was only one thing I could do. I will find you no matter how far you are. Deku, you can't. Give me the world because you are my world. I'd travel seas and countries to find you. 14. Just wait for me, I'll be home soon. Somewhere I need to find. 10. Third person P. Izuku looked up at the plane in ceiling that he became all too familiar with. Everything around him felt wrong. Almost out of place. The lamp shade was crooked and the light would flicker every minute and 32 seconds on the dot. The window had spots from the rain from the night before. The painting hanging on the ceiling was too bright and full of color compared to the dull tan walls that had 6 cracks in the right wall, 3 in the left wall, 1 on the wall in front of him, and 14 on the wall behind the bed. He didn't want to know where those cracks came from, but honestly, in a world full of corny alphas and quirks, he pretty much already knew what happened here. 10. It wasn't just the environment though, it was the atmosphere. The green-haired boy usually found himself smiling or laughing or thinking of his friends, but right now, there was nothing. He felt empty. For some reason, even if he had only gotten a couple hours of sleep every once in a while, he didn't feel tired. The only way that Izuku could describe how he felt was completely and utterly numb. He laid down on the way too creaky bed, his body stiff and uncomfortable. His hair was plastered against his forehead and the pillow, but his body felt so distant from his mind. For once in his life, he really didn't know what he was doing. The world was progressing around Midoriya and he had no idea how on earth he was going to catch up to it. What am I supposed to do now? He pondered into the empty space. Do I really even want to go back? Should I go back? There was no one to come back to. He pushed away the couple of people he considered his best friends, and most importantly, he couldn't talk or face Kacchan after what he overheard in the halls. It still haunted his memory every day, the fact that Katsuki had a mate and Izuku was just getting in between their happiness. Was he being a homewrecker? God, that was literally the last thing that he ever wanted to do to his childhood friend. There was no way he could go back to you in a week or so. If Midoriya could, he most definitely would ask whoever was up there to let him disappear off the face of the earth. If he goes back, he has to spend all this time looking at the back of Bakugou's head. That sounds so lame, because why would the back of someone's head make his heart beat out of his chest? Izuku had no answer to that question either. All he knew is he had to leave, and as soon as possible. He picked up his phone and began to dial. There was only one person he could imagine calling right now. 6 ring. Please ring. Pick ring. Up. Katsuki ran all over campus, completely out of breath. Where the F could the nerd have gone? When's the last time anyone had seen him? Last night, right? The kid could be halfway across the world on an airplane and Bakugou would have no clue. No matter where Deku was though, Katsuki promised himself that he would always find him eventually. But that wasn't what was eating at him. What would make Deku run away in the first place? What would make his childhood friend snap at his friends? Bakugou couldn't feel his legs, but by the way the world was just a blur around him, he knew that he was moving. No, not moving. He was running as fast as his legs could take him, sprinting, almost flying. Every time Katsuki blinked, he could see that stupid smile of his Deku. That smile that the blonde wanted to be the cause of forever. Deku was happy. He was always happy. That's just how it worked. He made the class brighter, even when he was annoying muttering mess. Deku inspired the entire class. Could it really be possible that Katsuki knew nothing about his childhood friend? Young Midoriya. Shouldn't you be in class? 5 I can't do this anymore, All Might. I can't breathe. 11 The doors burst open with a breathing Katsuki. Everyone in the class fell quiet. They knew something was wrong. The class held their breaths as they waited for something to happen, for anything to happen. He's gone. 2 words, barely audible. Only a whisper. Gone. What do you mean gone? You mean you let him get away? Mr. Aizawa spoke softly. If the class didn't know him better, they wouldn't have noticed the microscopic hint of concern laced between each word. How the worry clung to each syllable without a quiver. 2 He's not in his dorm, or anywhere on campus. He's gone and I don't know what to do anymore. I thought I finally understood. I thought I could finally get him. Bakugou choked on his words. He mumbled a continuous flow of curses under his breath. How could that green-haired boy make someone so strong, so weak under his fingertips? It was his fault, wasn't it? Deku's gone all over again. 1 What do you mean you can't do this anymore? Where are you? Are you okay? Please don't do anything you will regret. You know I could never live with myself if something bad happens to you. 1 Being here. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go away. There's no one left that cares about me. 20 The class still remained quiet. No one knew what to say or do. They just sat in an uncomfortably suffocating silence. Even Mineta wouldn't dare crack a perverted joke. Deep down, of course, he cared about Midoriya. Everyone did. Maybe no one really showed it, and that's where they went wrong. Everyone, even the ones that didn't talk to him that much, respected him. The class was like a family, and losing one of them would be like losing a brother. But losing Midoriya would be so much worse. They were not only losing a part of their family, they were losing their symbol of hope and happiness. 2 I care. The class cares. Don't talk like that. Where are you? Please answer me. Tell me you're okay. Tell me you're safe, please. Do you think anyone would miss me? What have I ever done to even make an impact on this class? 10 It's my fault, Bakugou-kun. I should have stayed there for him. You were right, we really don't deserve to be his friends. She felt warm tears flow down her cheeks. Uraraka sunk back in her chair and tried to convince herself that this wasn't her fault. She could have done something. If she only pushed back into the room, maybe he'd be in class today. Maybe they would know where he was. It's mine too. Todoroki felt the guilt clawing at his stomach from the night before. Why didn't he just stay with him a little longer? Would it be so hard to burn the door down? Instead he went down to help the class. Xiaotou only thought that if this plan worked, Midoriya would understand why he was with the class instead of with him. He didn't think he'd go away. Mine as well, Kiro. What kind of friends leave their friend in pain? Tsuyu wrapped her arm around Uraraka to comfort her. She thought back to the image of Midoriya sobbing. She thought back to the fact that she could have easily pushed back, how she could have hugged him until he calmed down. Asui found herself crying alongside with her mate. We never deserved him. 3 It's true, we could have done something last night. If anyone is to take the blame, blame it on us. Please don't blame yourself, Bakugou. You weren't there so you didn't know. We should have been there for him. Ida also found himself drowning in his guilt, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Midoriya was his friend, he looked up to him. There was no one else like him, there's no one else that could replace him, and now he had let his friend slip out from his grasp. 5 Don't you realize how many people love you? Your mother, your friends, and what about me? You can do this, you can be okay. You've come so far, don't you understand? Imagine all the lives you can save. Imagine all the kids like you that you can inspire. 5 How am I supposed to be a hero when I can't even save myself? 34 Bakugou felt his blood boil, he could only stare at everyone as their faces fell. Katsuki knew what that felt like, constantly blaming yourself until you drive yourself crazy. He had lived in that for years. His fists clenched and he found himself unable to contain himself anymore. All they were doing was pitying themselves when Deku was out there somewhere. Deku isn't in his right mind and all the class could think of is themselves. What kind of fed-up bullshit is that? 2 Then what the F are you all still doing here? Are you just going to sit here and feel bad for yourselves when the boy we all love is out there somewhere, alone? You all keep saying that it's your fault that he's gone, then find a way to make it up to him. You all are his friends, aren't you? I bet you all are feeling pretty shitty, but can you imagine how I'm feeling? I'm the one who constantly bullied him, I'm the one who pushed him so far away that there's little to no chance of him coming back to me. Don't just sit there, get up DMN it. Help me find him. I've been blaming myself ever since we were kids because I thought I was constantly putting him in pain and in danger. He was my best friend. I let him go because I was too afraid of hurting him. But he's my soulmate, the one I'm destined to be with. If I can try to change myself for him, you all can at least have the decency to try and find him. We can't save him if we don't try. 2 Katsuki found himself gasping for air after yelling at everyone. He felt his heart P&D and beat against his ribcage. His body trembled. He needed to show them all that no matter what, they couldn't give up. They needed to do this for Midoriya. They couldn't just sit and weep. They were Fing heroes in training and this was their first mission. The students looked at each other and they all knew what they had to do. So where do we start? Young Midoriya, take deep breaths. Just tell me where you are and we can work this out together. 2 All Might, all I wanted is for him to be happy. If he's happy, how come that means I have to suffer? I just wanted to make him happy, how come I'm not happy? Sometimes, you have to let the people you love the most go. I understand you love whoever he is very much. But maybe it's time you release your grasp on him and let him free. I'm trying so hard. Do you understand how hard it is when everywhere I look there's something new that reminds me of him? It could be the glimmering city lights that remind me of when we used to walk down these streets as kids. Or maybe the fact that I have to stare at the back of his head for days on end. The class had split up, frantically looking everywhere for their lost cinnamon roll. The class was separated into 3 different groups. for if you include the group of just Bakugou with Mr. Aizawa trailing not so far behind him. It's not like he cared, it's just he didn't want the explosive to do anything irrational. We all know he's just as worried as the rest of the class. In the first group it was Uraraka, Ida, Tsuyu, Tokoyami, Todoroki, and Shoji. The second group consisted of Kirishima, Kaminari, Mineta, Ema, Ojiro, and Hagakure. The last group was Koda, Soto, Momo, Juru, Ashido, and Zero. 7 Group 1 was sent to look around the school area, to check in all the shops and restaurants around school to see if the workers had seen a young boy with green hair. Group 2 was sent to patrol around the dorms and school area, just in case he would come back. Group 3 was sent to look around the woods and around different neighborhoods. Bakugou ran straight to Midoriya's house to tell Inko about the situation. This made Aizawa smile, but no one was there to catch him, so it's all good. 1. You love young Bakugou. 1. With all my heart and more. 15. Izuku's got up from his position on the bed and had attempted to walk around the room. The call had been going on for 10 minutes or so. The room had seemed to be closing in on him, but he could finally breathe. It was comforting to have someone there for him. Someone that wouldn't turn their back on him for someone else, or leave him to follow along with the crowd. 3. Midoriya thought about yesterday, how he pushed everyone away. It was his fault that most of his friends probably hated him right now. He briefly started thinking about the fact that probably no one cared that he was gone, let alone noticed that he was. The Greenette even took a moment to wonder if Kacchan had even read his note. 2. What exactly is wrong about loving Bakugou? Everything. He has a mate and it's not me. I keep getting in the way of them being happy, and I know if that I just disappear for a while, maybe he can be happy with him. Maybe he can be happy without someone like me pestering him all the time. Is this really what you want, Midoriya? To go away, to run from your problems thinking there won't be consequences for your actions? Yes. 16. Where's my baby? Inko's voice quivered and shook. Her face was stained with makeup from who knows how long ago. When Bakugou knocked, she almost sent the door flying off its hinges thinking it was her son. 2. But it wasn't. Instead, she was sitting in front of her son's mate. Katsuki couldn't bring himself to tell her that though, but what kind of mate would he be if he let his soulmate run away from him? Bakugou understood he was unfit to be the one that Deku could lean on, but he would try his very best to fix that, no matter what it took. I don't know, was all Katsuki could mutter out. He heard the sniffles and the use of tissues from Inko, but he couldn't bring himself to look at her. Slowly, he got up and sat next to her on the couch, wrapping his arm around the fragile woman gently. She shook and trembled in his arms, and he felt nothing but pain scratch and claw at his heart. Inko looked up at him, and Katsuki finally made eye contact with her. He could feel himself start to shake himself. She raised her hand to his face and caressed his cheek. Those eyes reminded him too much of Deku. The woman tried to smile at him, reassuring him that they would be okay somehow. Without realizing it, he felt himself soften under her light touches. Bakugou felt like a kid again and hugged her, burying his face into her neck. Then he began to cry. Every wall that he had kept up came crumbling down in the arms of the mother of the boy that he had fallen in love with. 8. I'm so sorry. I couldn't save him. All I wanted to do was protect him, and now he's gone and it's all my fault. He sobbed into her dress. 20. It's okay, Katsuki, it's not your fault. 9. It is my fault. I've been nothing but terrible to him, and now I can't even apologize because he's gone. I pushed him to the point where he has had enough. He pushed away from her with tears streaming down his face. You should hate me. What I did to your son was unforgivable. Please hate me. Tell me how much of a horrendous person I am, please. 10. Inko wrapped her arms around the shaking teenager and made sure he was looking her in the eyes. If you were such a bad person, Katsuki, would you be here right now? Would you be crying in the arms of your childhood friend's mother? The childhood friend that you claim to not care about. If you were a bad person, you wouldn't be feeling bad about him going missing. You wouldn't be feeling that gnawing regret in your chest. You wouldn't want to apologize. But here you are, crying over my Aizu in my house. You know why, Katsuki? 8. She paused. Because you're a good person, and you always will be. At this point, The only noises that were echoing throughout the small Midoriya household were the loud sobs being torn out of Bakugou's body. He tried to stop, but the tears kept spilling and the screams kept tearing from his throat. 𝗵𝗃 genuinely smiled at him again with tears in her eyes, making him cry even harder. Plus, it's okay, we're okay. We can get through this together. 𝗵𝗃 stroked his back. He held onto her tighter, afraid that if he let go, she'd disappear just like Izuku did. She was all that Katsuki had left of him, other than half-burned photographs, dried flower crowns, and old drawings they made together that he kept underneath his bed. I love him, Auntie 𝗵𝗃, I love him so much. I know Katsuki, I've always known. 40 Well, Midoriya, how long do you plan to go? I know I can't convince you not to leave because you seem to have your heart pretty set. And when your heart is set, there's no point in changing your mind. I don't know, until whenever I'm okay again, I guess. Will you come with me? Of course, I'd rather you go with me than go alone. Tell me where we are going and then we'll be off. 3 All Might, have you ever been to the United States? 162 Goodbye Kacchan. 27 Katsuki Bakugou's 𝗵𝗃 11 I pulled back from Auntie 𝗵𝗃's embrace. What do you mean you always knew? The mother of the boy that I loved more than anything in the world only smiled with her tear-stained cheeks. It wasn't very hard to tell you no. In the beginning, I always thought you were the mean boy that called my son Deku. But once I started to watch over you too when Mitsuki was gone, everything clicked in my head. I watched you every day and I learned something about the way you acted every single day. I am an adult, much older than you, Katsuki. After a while, you start to understand the difference between childhood sweethearts and true love. And there I was, a grown adult, who forgot all about those silly little elementary school things. That one saying. You know, if he's mean to you, it really means he likes you, and oh boy did I see that in you. 13 I blushed lightly between these ugly and weak sniffles that kept pouring out of me. There was no way that I was that easy to read. I had always been the strong and tough Bakugou that no one dared to approach. Who knew the boy who would make me soft was the one who I pushed away all my life? Why didn't I just accept how I felt, before? Her hand found its way to my cheek once more, wiping away tears that still managed to escape my eyes. 22 But you were not always mean to him, so please don't blame yourself for his actions. I saw the way you put him down then pick him right back after. I saw the way that you hated seeing him sad, crying, or hurt. I saw the way you looked at him with anything but genuine hatred. You were only mean to him not because you hated him, because you loved him. I honestly could never understand the reasoning behind that, but what more could a mother ask for? There was someone out there who loved my dear Izuku in a way that overpowered any love I could give him. You are all I could ever ask for my son to have. Thank you so much. Her sniffles turned into a warm and welcoming smile. 10 I don't understand. How come you're not angry with me? I didn't protect him. He's gone now and it's all my fault. I can't smell his warm, inviting fresh cookie scent. I just want to see him. I just want to tell him how I really feel and fix all of this. I just want to hold him in my arms and explain to him that everything will be okay now that I'm here. I clasped my hands together, pressing my nails so deep into my skin that I started to draw BLD. She wobbled as she got up. Auntie 𝗵𝗃 held out her hand for me. I unclasped my hands and took it gently into mine, giving it a light squeeze. I got up and followed her down the hallway into Deku's room. It was strange. Sure, I have been to Deku's house whenever my mother and his wanted to meet up, but it had been years since I had last been in his room. Would it be the same? I watched as she pulled open the door slowly and revealed what lay behind it. And honestly, it hasn't really changed. Maybe the sheets changed, but it was the same nerdy room I remembered. The walls were covered in different types of All Might posters. His desk was lined with all types of All Might action figures, rare limited ones to ones you could find at your local grocery store. I found myself smirking at the sight of it. He's always going to be a nerd, isn't he? 3 Auntie 𝗵𝗃 went to his closet and moved a bunch of his clothes out the way and pulled out a box. It was a simple plain orange box that looked like it had faded over time. She walked back over to me and handed it to me. I wasn't supposed to know that he had this. I used to walk into his room all the time and he would throw this box into a corner and pretend he was working on homework or something. I always pretended not to notice. It was none of my business, so I never prodded at it. If he wanted me to know about it, he would have told me. If he ever finds out that I showed this to you, I'm honestly going to get a real earful from him, but I feel like this is something you should see. For I took the box into my hands and examined it closely. On the top, scribbled in what I can only describe as a child's handwriting, were the words, "For Kacchan, my best friend in the entire world." I was about to open it when a smaller and much neater printed in the right corner of the box caught my eye. "For the person who is, and always will be, my hero. Oh Katsuki, I could only imagine what it's like not knowing where your mate is." Then she left me in his room, dumbfounded with the box in my hands. I slowly took off the lid, unsure what was going to be in it. My breath caught in my throat and I fell back into his bed. There were countless pictures of us when we were kids. Some were when we were in middle school, and a couple were even from UA. The pictures weren't the only things that were in that pale orange box. There were old birthday cards, drawings that we made together, small gifts, wilted flower crowns, and so many other collected memories from our past that we shared. Before I realized it, I found more tears springing from my eyes. I picked up one of the photos and it struck me directly in the heart. It was a picture of Deku waving to me before I left on a week vacation to a different city that was 3 hours away from where we lived. I remembered that day so clearly now. One flashback. "Come on Katsuki, we have to go now. Your dad is waiting for us in the car." My mom pulled at my arm, clearly annoyed. "But Mom, I want to stay here and play with Deku. I don't want to go away." I growled at her, explosions sparking in my palm. My mother kept pulling at me, but I placed my hand on her arm, burning her slightly. She yelped in pain and pulled back her arm. I took my chance and ran into Deku's house. Auntie Inko came out with a smile on her face and led me to Deku's room. He was watching an All Might video, the one he always watches. I came up beside him, which made him jump in his seat and turn around. "For Deku." A wide and genuine smile flooded into his features. "Kacchan, you're home." "Well, I mean you're in my home, but it's the same thing." "Of course you silly Deku, we will live in the same home when we are big and strong pro heroes." 31 We began to play for a few minutes. I loved playing with Deku, he was weak and I was strong. We made the best pair, we always would. He ran around the room with an All Might doll in his hand while I chased him around the room pretending I was villain. It would go on like this every day until it was night, but not today. "Where is my brat?" My mother's voice was heard clear as day. Deku frowned and looked at me in confusion. I quickly explained to him the situation. He nodded and sat on his bed with his action figure, acting like nothing had happened, and over top of that, acting like I wasn't there at all. I turned and ran into his closet, hiding amongst his assorted All Might merchandise. "I'm sorry Mitsuki. I thought Katsuki just came around to play like he usually does. I totally forgot about your trip. Here, I'll walk you to Izu's room." Their footsteps became louder and louder until the door swung open. "Katsuki, you better get out here before I come and forcibly drag you out of this house. Kacchan is not here." "For Izuku, come on, you know it's bad to lie to Auntie Mitsuki." His mother warned him. But. I could hear the sniffling, and that's when I came out. God, I hated it when that weak nerd cried. My mother was looking at me with glaring eyes. Her arm was now covered in a bandage. I walked over to Deku and pulled him into my arms, stroking his back softly. "Let's go Katsuki." I nodded. There was no way of getting out of it now that my mom told Auntie Inko. Gently, I pulled away from my weeping friend. He only gripped onto my body harder. "Don't go Kacchan," he wailed. I smiled and leaned my forehead on his, wiping away his tears. Deku kept hiccuping and crying. I used more force and pulled myself away from him completely, but not forgetting to hold onto his hand. We walked out of his house together. My dad was waiting outside, patiently tapping his finger on the driver's wheel to the rhythm of the music. Time to say goodbye now Katsuki and Izuku," Auntie Inko's voice spoke softly. I pulled away and waved at him. Quickly, I scrambled into the car and rolled down my window. My eyes met Deku's bright green crying ones. He had his hands held out, opening and closing them in a grabbing motion. His mother had to hold him in place to prevent him from running into the car and going on the trip with me. I smiled at the thought of it. Don't go, Kacchan. You can't leave me behind. I only held out my pinky to him and he pushed away from his mother. He ran as fast as his little legs could take him and stood at my car window. Our pinkies interlocked and we stayed there for a minute not saying a word. Our mothers only stood and watched us from afar, admiring how close a pair of best friends could get. You promise you'll be back for me, right? You promise you won't go away forever? His eyes were locked onto mine, searching for any bit of reassurance in my eyes. I leaned out my window until I was right next to his ear and whispered quietly, I'll always come back for you, Deku. This is my home after all, isn't it? 42 End of flashback. I clenched at the part of cloth that was over my chest, as if it was suffocating me. I kept pulling out more and more pictures, each with a nostalgic memory behind it. Not all of them were good memories, but they were still memories of a time that me and Deku spent together. More and more tears kept pouring out of my eyes. The nerd really kept all of our memories inside this diamond box. I don't even remember how long I was there. It could have been a couple minutes or it could have been a couple hours. My hands seemed to be working on their own. I kept pulling out the contents of the box, one after another, until it all ran out. I found myself looking at the bottom of an old orange box. There was more writing there, in the same child's handwriting. Here's to all the memories that we made. And of course, written in the bottom corner, here's to all the memories we have yet to make, 18 I love you, Kacchan. My heart began to beat faster and I shot up from where I was sitting. All this time, while I was beating on him and taunting him, he still kept collecting little knick-knacks from our past. If this boy wasn't my soulmate, I wouldn't want anyone else anyway. This was the only boy I loved and could ever love, and he was somewhere out there suffering over one big misunderstanding. If only I could explain to him. Everything was so overwhelming, but I knew one thing. I needed to find him because that night on New Year's Eve, I promised him something. I promised you I would find you and I would never let you go. So please, Deku, wherever you are, let me live up to that promise. Izuku Midoriya's PV. I watched the blur of buildings flicker before my eyes. The car ride was silent and I was beyond grateful for that. Everything just felt so empty now. The sky could have never been more blue, but I still felt today was dark and grey. Maybe storms only happened within. One last time, Midoriya, once we get on that plane and leave to America, there's no turning back. Are you really sure that you want to leave all of this behind? Your friends? Your mother? Him? 33 I promise, all might, this is what I want. 16 We pulled up at the airport and began to unload our bags. Luckily, no one really noticed All Might going to the dorms for some reason. He took everything I needed and came back out saying that everyone was out doing something at the time. They were probably in class. It turns out that All Might had been to the United States before, and he even had a house there that we could stay at. I should have known that though. He is the world's symbol of peace. He was basically worshipped everywhere that he went. For sir. I looked back up and locked eyes with the woman at the counter. Your bag, please. I handed her my bag and she gave me my boarding pass. Gate 78, Flight CA0812, from Japan to USA. I was really doing this, wasn't I? Running away from my problems and never coming back. Yes, that was exactly what I was doing. We walked in another awkward silence to security. I honestly always thought this was the worst part about traveling. I hated security. It gave me anxiety because I always felt like something was going to go wrong. 19 But as usual, nothing happened. Well, I mean, nothing happened other than being swarmed by All Might fans from all over the world who were visiting Japan at the time. Most of them were crazy fangirls while there were a couple younger boys that squealed. I smiled at them, they reminded me too much of myself. And this, everyone, All Might pulled me into the middle of the crowd, is going to be your new symbol of peace. I promise you, he will keep you all safe. 3 I smiled an even wider smile and waved to all of them. Hello, my name is Deku and I promise to protect you all. For they all cheered, and soon enough I was being asked questions by random people and signing literally everything in sight. I felt a slight twang of pain in my chest when I introduced myself as Deku though. It was a name so closely linked to the boy I was so desperately trying to let go of. But it was my hero name, it was something that had its meaning changed. It wasn't useless Deku anymore, it was the Deku that means I can do it. I can get over you Kacchan, I promise you that much. 9 by a hair, All Might and I escaped the grasps of random fans. We were literally out of breath by the time we arrived at our gate. I couldn't help but laugh. Could I really handle all of this in the future? 3. It feels good to hear you laugh again, my boy. 2. I looked up at All Might, so what exactly is the plan when we get there? 2. There's not exactly a plan, but I already contacted the school and told them about this trip. Well, I mean I didn't really call it a trip of course. I said it was studying abroad to get a better taste of how villain and life in general was like out of Japan. Your mother should be getting a phone call from the school soon. As of right now, you are completely in my care. 12. I nodded and was about to speak again when he interrupted me by saying, don't think this is just a trip for fun though, I am taking every opportunity to train you so you can be an amazing successor to the title, Symbol of Peace. Once again, I nodded. As much as I wanted to think about how fun this trip would be, I couldn't think of anyone else other than Kacchan, and Kacchan. He was all that filled my mind, and honestly it had been this way for too long. Something in my heart kept aching. Maybe I was excited to leave him behind in my past. Maybe I was a little bit sad to let someone who played such a big role in my life go. I wasn't just a little sad. I think anyone could tell, I was literally leaving across the world to get rid of these feelings for him. To finally get him out of my head. 2. Now boarding flight CA0812 to America. 6. We both got up and made our way to the man that was checking out boarding passes. I waited patiently in line. A part of me wished this was some type of cliché movie where the love interest found the person they were looking for just as they were about to board the plane. I smiled at that silly thought as I gave my boarding pass to the man. But maybe I just check just in case. So I turned around and there he wasn't. 76. I sighed quietly to myself as All Might and I made our way through the crowd and onto the flight. We were sitting first class because All Might was basically royalty. The first class seating was pretty cool but honestly pretty empty. Each passenger basically got a small room. It had snacks, a television, and chairs that could fold out into a bed. I chose a seat near the window. It was pretty much more secluded than the rest of the small rooms. I liked it though, I would be able to watch over Japan while we flew over it. It took around 20 minutes for everyone to board and then we were off. I felt my heart jolt as the airplane took off. Looking out the window, everything that I knew and became so familiar with all my life was slowly drifting away. I watched as the buildings became smaller and smaller and the people basically disappeared. 2. This was it. This is where my life would begin. 3. Even through that hole, here's where my life actually begins, I found myself pressing my hand up against the window. I had to say something to him. Say something to him one last time before I would completely let myself let him go. I looked back down into the small bunch of buildings that I used to be able to call my home. Quietly, under my breath I whispered to him, goodbye Kacchan. The distance between us. 4. Katsuki Bakugou's 𝗵𝘃𝗍 goodbye Kacchan. 14. Deku, I can hear you. Where are you? Please come back. 4. No response. 1. Every day felt outrageously slow and painful. I felt my heart crack and splinter every single time I walked into the classroom to meet the sight of that stupid thing empty chair where he should be. It felt like years since the last time I saw that shitty yet adorably happy smile. In reality, it had only been 2 weeks. Where could he have disappeared to? I haven't slept because of the fact that I didn't know where he was. He could be lost, alone, or afraid. That left an unsettling feeling at the pit of my stomach. God, how I hated this feeling. 5. The classroom always seems so empty and incomplete, but the class doesn't talk about him anymore. Even Todoroki, Ida, Uraraka, and Tsuyu all seemed to be happy. Why did it seem like I was the only one who cared? It's like they had forgotten about him completely. 8. I didn't want to forget him. 2. I didn't want to forget how bright green his eyes were or that one strand of hair that he always seemed to miss combing at the back of his head. I didn't want to forget how the left corner of his lip quivered in excitement every time he was too embarrassed to show how passionate he was about something. Or the way he used to scribble notes with that dark blue pen of his with that delicate feminine-like handwriting. I want to remember the way his skin feels on mine. The warm contact of his breath on my chest. I want to remember what he looked like reaching for my hand that one day on the swings. I want to reach for him. But he isn't there anymore. I sat in class quietly. The world around me just kept progressing as I just simply was stuck in the moment. I stopped hanging out with Kaminari, Kirishima, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and Ashido. In all honesty, it seemed like the entire class stopped talking to me. It wasn't their fault. I just stopped talking in general. I let them drift away from me as I watched. I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. As much as I needed someone, I couldn't bring myself to talk to them. For I sighed quietly and turned my head slightly. It had become habit now. I would turn and expect to see him appear there for some reason. Of course, the seat remained untouched and soulless. I've tried to reach out to him, calling, texting, and even emailing. It's not a surprise that I never got a response, but how my body ached for one. But what would I even say to him when he comes back? 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. I snapped my attention back to the board. There were a couple words scribbled here and there. The entire class looked at me. Aizawa's piercing eyes traced over me with annoyance. In the corner of my eye, I could see glances of worry, fear, and overall just sympathy. My heart stung. I hated being looked down on. I was so grateful that this was the last class and it was just about ready to end. Just because your mate isn't here anymore, doesn't mean you can sit and mope around. I get it, you're sad. But you have to get over it. We have things to do. You have things to learn. 22 Come on Mr. Aizawa. That's a touchy subject, Hagekyu said quietly to our teacher. I think she was trying to make sure I couldn't hear. I nodded slightly and studied the board a little harder. We were learning something about mates and how alphas could trick betas and omegas into mating with them. I winced at the entire lesson. Not only did the topic of mates make my BLD run cold, but could an alpha really be so horrible to do something like that? A couple of minutes passed when I felt a slight tug at the sleeve of my shirt. 3 Hey, Bakugou, Kirishima whispered quietly. I noticed that he had swayed seats with Jiru so he could talk to me. I tried to speak but nothing came out. It had been so long since I last talked to him. He was my best friend and now it feels like we are strangers all over again. My eyes just met his and he visibly tensed up. I already know what he saw. The large, puffy bags under my eyes. I was so tired. The bloodshot whites of my eyes. The once burningly vivid crimson eyes, now dull and lifeless. I'm so sorry about Midoriya. His lip wobbled and it seemed like he was about to cry. Don't be. My voice came out coarse and distant. I didn't mean to sound so rude. It's just I don't know how I'm feeling right now. My body seems so far from my head. He was just trying to help me feel better. Why can't I accept how anyone feels? If I knew how to do that, I'm sure Deku would have been sitting behind me today. If I only knew how to accept how someone feels, maybe he would have been mine to care for and hold. A thought flooded into my head. Why do people apologize when something bad happens to you? It's pity, isn't it? It wasn't his fault that my mate was gone, it was mine. Well, it's just. It must be hard being so far away from your mate. Far away from him. How would Kirishima know that? Does he know where Deku was? Did everyone know where Deku was? I'm probably just overthinking all of this. Still, it wouldn't hurt to ask. He continued writing down notes after that comment. I went to reach out to tap his shoulder but the bell decided to ring and class was over. He scurried out of the class with the rest of the students. My arm remained outstretched. I was really alone at this point. I had pushed everyone away and what was I supposed to expect? The class was silent and eerily empty. Quietly, I sighed and began to pack my materials into my backpack. When I finished, I got up and headed towards the door. I glanced at his seat one last time and I could have sworn that I had seen the silhouette of my soulmate. How heartbreaking do the games that my brain plays on me have to be? 9 The cool air washed over my body as I stepped outside the building. It was a beautifully calming atmosphere, but the air somehow still felt dense and heavy. I started to make my way to Auntie Inko's house. Most of my time in the last 2 weeks was spent visiting her and checking if she was okay. She was perfectly fine most of the time, so I would just go up and spend the day in Deku's room, doing my homework, taking in his scent which was slowly fading, and even falling asleep with the ghost of Deku lingering in every corner. It's gotten to the point where she told me where the house key was, so in the cases where she wasn't home, I could let myself in. I knocked on the door. A couple of minutes had passed before I retrieved the key from underneath the small flower pot that was placed near the front door and unlocked the door. Auntie Inko wasn't home, but she did leave a neatly folded note on the living room table. Went out to go grocery shopping, I'll be back soon. Don't explode anything while I'm gone, Katsuki. 11. A soft smile found its way across my lips. We have built a stronger relationship over the past 2 weeks due to both of us being overly heartbroken over Deku being gone. I singed a corner of the paper as a response. After I placed the note back down, I made my way over to his room. I found the way that the floor creaked and groaned under my feet satisfying, how soothing it was to know that this house was growing older alongside with us. His room became all too familiar within these past 2 weeks. Like how the All Might poster on the wall behind his computer was slightly tilted to the left. Or the fact that he has 14 rare figurines and 29 figurines in total. For I crawled into the safety of his bed and stared at the ceiling. That thing nerd, I whispered into the empty space, you can't just leave me here like this. Doesn't he know that I miss him? If he had only stayed for a couple days more, we would have been together. If that 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 hadn't walked in on us, I would have been able to feel his lips pressed against mine. I would have been able to feel the warmth of our two bodies finally coming together as one. I just wanted him to be mine. To ring. Ring. I could hear the soft ring of the telephone. Slowly, I unwrapped myself from the warmth of Deku's sheets, leaving the comfort of his smell. I walked out of his room and towards the phone. Would Auntie Inko mind if I picked up the phone? Probably not, right? If it was something important, then it would only be logical to pick up the phone. It rang 3 times before I decided to pick it up. I held the phone near my ear, and I was about to say hello when a cheerful voice came from the other side. Plus, hey Mom. I'm sorry I didn't call yesterday, All Might and I were training. You'll never believe how appealing America is. I really wish you were here with me to see it. I miss you so much. 18. Deku. I could feel my heart stop beating. It was really him. The one person I so desperately I wanted to hear from. His voice brushed so gently across my ear. The sound of his voice felt so much like home. I could feel my eyes begin to water. I couldn't help myself from feeling this immense sense of relief. Hello. Mom. Are you there? He's okay. Silence, the most powerful scream. 9. Katsuki Bakugou's POV. Nothing came out of my mouth. I just stood there, dumbfounded, with the phone pressed softly to my ear. His voice rang out to me like a soft melody that I didn't know the words to. I wanted to know the words so badly, but in reality, I hardly even knew the tune. 3. Mom. Hello. Are you okay? Still, nothing but broken breaths came spewing past my lips. Why couldn't I speak? What about this boy made my insides churn so much to the point where I am physically incapable of doing anything anymore? I snapped out of my daze when I heard a faint voice calling through the phone. It definitely was a voice. It was loud enough to hear that. It was not loud enough to hear what the voice was saying or what gender that person was. The voice made my skin crawl. It was unfamiliar and unpleasant. Something felt off about it in the pit of my stomach. I chose to ignore it. It wasn't important. Well, I have to go now. My friend is calling me. Bye Mom. I love you. Then the line goes dead. If only that I love you was meant for me still, but I've ripped his heart out of his chest too many times. It was only right for him to be gone at this point. He kept waiting for me and I never came. I'm too late. His eyes could easily be seen as more appealing and captivating than the stars, galaxies, and universes combined. I lost that. It's not like anyone would stay in love with someone like me. Someone who has broken the heart of the only person whose hand was always held out for me. I didn't want to look up anymore, because God, I didn't want to come to terms with the heart-wrenching feeling of him not being there anymore. How nice it must be, to be able to love someone who lets you break them more than once. 9. I almost didn't notice the phone slip out of my hand, meeting the wooden drawer it was displayed on with a slight clacking sound. My entire body felt numb. I felt so much to the point where I started to feel nothing. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. My source of oxygen was over thousands of miles away. I was choking. No, I was suffocating. Every blinking moment the lack of air became more and more noticeable. I couldn't help but gasp to have more air fill my lungs. With those gasps came a steady flow of tears that I had been so sick of these past 2 weeks. It was so funny how even if I was perfectly fine just a moment ago, why does it now feel like I'm dying? I've been thinking about everything lately. Everything I had put Deku through. All the bullying and the constant torment just because I didn't want to show weakness. I didn't want anyone to know he was my weakness. But how come it had to turn into hatred? I stopped talking to him because I wanted to protect him. Maybe I also wanted to see if he missed me. In the end, it's me that is missing him more than anything. How come I couldn't just tell him how I really felt along the way? I don't hate you. God, hatred was the farthest thing I felt towards you. I guess showing you that I did was easier than telling you what I really wanted, needed. Why is that he was able to become so strong and I only started to falter in his tracks? I know we had the fight at ground beta and ever since then things have become slightly better. Fate had plans for us, and I always seemed to mess things up. On New Year's, I could have ran over to him, I could have embraced him. Why couldn't I have just accepted his feelings toward me sooner? Maybe it was the fact that I wanted to be number one so bad, but how can you be number one when there is no two to follow behind you? 9. I've spent so much time hiding behind the lies that I've been telling myself and everyone around me. Deep down, I thought maybe with enough convincing, they could finally come true. I want to have a genuine and painfully real conversation with you, Deku, one where I can finally tell you everything I could hardly admit to myself. I'm so sorry that I didn't come to terms with myself until the day that you finally said you had enough, the day that you finally did what was right for you. I remembered Kirishima's words, "It must be hard, being so far away from your mate." It all began to make sense to me now. Everyone knew. The sympathetic looks. The wincing whenever Deku was mentioned anywhere near me. The phone calls they would make, but immediately turn off whenever I came into view. They didn't want me to know. They were all hiding things from me. How great. For once, I started to open up to them and their response was to sew me right back up. 11. Was I supposed to be upset? The fact that Auntie Inko knew where he was and didn't have the decency to tell me. The fact that probably everyone else in the world knew where he was and decided, let's keep Bakugou out of the loop, let's see what that does to his mental health. 24. But I wasn't angry. I wanted to be angry. I wanted to blame everyone but myself for the problems that only had one solid core, and I can assume you know who that is. But what good would being angry at the world do now? Sure, it made my blood boil and I wanted to scream. The thought of my mate being so far away and the fact that everyone thought it was the most brilliant idea to keep this from me. I hated it. But being angry wouldn't bring Deku back, would it? Somehow, he didn't seem that far away. I could always feel his lingering presence near me. It just seemed too unreal. I don't even know how much time I spent just standing there. It felt like minutes, seconds even. I picked up the singed piece of paper that Auntie Inko left for me and picked up a pen. I scribbled an actual response this time. Izuku called, said he loves you. 20. At the moment the pen hit the surface of the drawer, I decided I had enough of this house. I grabbed my things from Deku's room and took one last glance at the house. If it was possible, the house seemed to be more empty than before. Then I left. My head hung down low. I didn't want to look at anyone passing by because there was the chance that I might see a familiar face on the way back to the dorms. He was okay, isn't that the only thing that mattered? Because I didn't care if I was okay, I didn't care if he never came home, I didn't even care if I wasn't okay, more than anything, I just wanted him to be okay. I hoped him all the best in his new life. I hope one day he would wake up with nothing but happiness coursing through his veins. Something I could have, but never provided him. For the floor became a view that I was so used to seeing every day, I couldn't bear to see the nostalgic scenery of our childhood neighborhood. As I walked closer to that all too familiar park, I could feel my heart twist in its place. I wanted to say I hated it here. I wanted too many things I couldn't have. Midoriya. We all miss you so much. It's not fair you get to go to America and train with all might. I knew that voice. Was that Kaminari? 17. I stopped in my tracks, too afraid to look up. Too afraid to even move. I used my shirt to vigorously wipe away the tears that remained present on my face. My skin felt painful and raw, but I couldn't let them see me like that. I hid behind a nearby tree and finally looked up. There was my entire class, excluding me of course, huddled around a phone. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗂𝗁. Have you fought any villains? Made any new friends? Strengthened your quirk? Tried American food? Done any �̬𝗪41? Calm down Uraka, I can only answer one question at a time. It was Deku's voice again. 3. There was a collection of laughter and their conversation continued. I know where he is now, but the sound of his voice still shot 13 arrows into my heart with every syllable. I never thought that I would find comfort in a voice. There was no way I could ever get tired of that voice of his. I could never get tired of seeing him or his smile. I really could never get tired of him at all. The feeling of guilt and regret flooded into my body. I wasn't the one who got hurt in the end here. It was Deku who ended up hurt, and somehow that was so much worse than anything I have ever experienced. 6. I would be lying if I said it didn't hurt my self-esteem the littlest bit that they probably did this often without me. It might have hurt a little less if my friends weren't there smiling their butts off along with the rest of the class. Seriously, the class is so empty without you. It's actually crazy. Kirishima chuckles towards the phone. It's like strangely quiet. Kaminari says in a questioning tone, while interlocking his fingers with Kirishima. Well, I'm sure you guys are just exaggerating. You guys are the class of 2A, remember. It's not like me being gone makes a big of a difference. 5. I don't understand why you didn't even say bye to us. It was like 1 minute you were with us laughing and smiling, the next, you're across the ocean, Ashido teases. Are you ever going to explain to us the reasoning to why you left? We've asked countless times in these past 2 weeks and you just hit us with things such as don't worry about it. Or I'll tell you soon. What's so hard to talk to us about? Zero takes his turn speaking into the phone. 1. I promise you, it's nothing to be too worried about. I just needed time away from some things, that's all. I'm okay. I could feel his smile through the phone, my heart splintering in my chest. The class sighed in understanding. It gave them a sense of relief that he was okay, I could tell. That wasn't the case for how I felt though, it was me. I was the thing that he wanted to take time away from. I know you made your decision, Deku. You made the choice to move on from me. It is only now where I am feeling the aftermath. Well, I know you're probably really busy training with your new friend. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃 started but was abruptly interrupted by Deku's voice pouring out of the phone. 3. Wait, I know I shouldn't ask this. But how's Kacchan Bakugou doing? Is he okay? 27. A small gasp left my lips. The group remained silent. No one wanted to respond to his question. I'm sure they didn't want to tell him about the fact that I pushed everyone away, or how about the one where the sound of my voice shocks everyone. It isn't loud and threatening anymore. I can't even begin to describe what it sounds like anymore. His Bakugou. No one really knows anymore, Yorozu quietly stated first. 1. They all shuffled uncomfortably. Ida takes his chance and adds, we are all really worried for him, Midoriya. He doesn't speak anymore. He doesn't yell. His training isn't even the same. No one has spoken to him since the day you left. Tokoyami rubs the back of his neck, he's fallen into a pit of darkness, even I can't reach that. 26. Does he know where I am? I have no idea, I don't think so. None of us have the heart to tell him. I can't tell if he would have a mental breakdown or actually break something, Hagakure responds. Pain changes people, Todoroki tells him. 10. The subject of the call changed after his remark. I took a step out from where I was standing. I was in clear view. Now, we just wait until they notice me. The class continued their conversation for a little bit longer, then hung up the phone. They seemed so happy, I hated it. I wanted to be happy. 8. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗁. 𝗎𝗪𝗧𝗃 was the first one to notice me standing there. 6. I looked up, and tried my best to scowl at them. It was now where the anger started boiling out of me. Their eyes widened in a mixture of fear and surprise. No one moved. You all knew. The sentence was short but everyone winced. The venom seeped out of every word. 5. We wanted to tell 𝗎𝗪𝗃𝗃 started. You all knew. I repeated, angrier this time. 3. Please Bakugou, we are so sorry. We were all too afraid of the outcome, 𝗎𝗪𝗃𝗃 pleaded, stepping closer to me. 1. I told you guys. I told you guys everything because maybe for once I thought I could open up. There was a reason I kept everything inside. I let down my walls for you guys to come in, isn't that right 𝗎𝗪𝗃𝗃? Isn't that what you wanted from me? I began to yell. The sound felt so strange in my throat. 13. No one said anything. They all just looked down. I could feel the guilt radiating off of them. F you all. You all left me when I needed you the most. 25. You're the one that pushed us away. Don't act like this is all of our faults. How can we help someone that doesn't want to be helped? A heart filled with anger has no capacity to love. Todoroki fires back at me. 28. Tsuyu slaps a hand over Todoroki's mouth before could say any more, but the damage had already been done. The words sunk into my skin and burned my insides. Everything that stayed built up inside me was about to come spilling out. For my group of old friends began to approach me. 𝗧𝗪𝗼 even reached out to place a hand on my shoulder, as if he wanted to comfort me. I quickly smacked his hand away when his hand was only an inch away from me. You guys are worst of all. You were supposed to be the ones that were here for me. I thought. I paused and lowered my voice until it was only a soft growl. I thought you were my friends. 23. They seemed taken back by my words. I never really called them my friends. I never called anyone my friend. But these people meant so much to me. I just wouldn't admit that. Don't do this. We had no idea what to do. 𝗎𝗪𝗧's calming voice rang through the crowd of students. And then everything inside of me snapped. You didn't know what to do. Do you even know what that feels like? To be so lost while the entire world seems to have a map that they won't let you even glimpse at. You guys were holding that stupid map and had it dangling in front of my face. Can you imagine how it feels to find out your mate is halfway across the world and the people you thought cared didn't even bother to tell you? No, you obviously don't. None of you understand how this feels. You don't understand what it's like to need a break from your own thoughts. I've bottled everything up. I kept my emotions hidden. Of course it's unhealthy, you think I don't know that. I don't want to be weak, I won't be weak. Nothing would make me feel shittier than people having to worry about me. And God, I miss him so much. But I hurt him. I broke the soul of the only person who had the decency in his heart to actually know me. To find out that I'm not just the monster all of you think I am. That's the worst part of pretending you're strong all the time. No one gives a flying F about how you feel. I'm so sick of all of this. I want him to come back. I don't want to be alone anymore. 57. I don't know how it happened, but I began to sob. Everything came crumbling down all over again. I was angry, so angry. But I wasn't just angry, I was sad, empty, and so broken. The feelings drowned my body in something I don't even know how to explain. So I cried. I fell to my knees in front of my classmates, vulnerable, and I cried. When did I get so weak? 12. Kirishima was the first to do anything. He stepped closer, until he was right in front of me, and then embraced me in his arms. Then Kaminari, 𝗧𝗪𝗼, and 𝗎𝗪𝗃𝗃 joined in on holding me in their arms. 12. You'll never be alone Bakugou, we will always be here for you. I thought you knew that, Kirishima whispered only loud enough for us to hear. 9. The rest of the class slowly began to inch closer to us. Before I knew it, I was being held by the entire class of 2A. Something about that made me cry even harder. The tears wouldn't stop coming. The funny thing was, I wasn't even the only one crying. It felt nice. 14. Even if you're going through hell, it's okay. Keep going Bakugou. 3. It'll be okay. Maybe not today, or tomorrow, or for the next 13 years, but one day I promise you, it'll be okay. 4. Sure, you're kind of but sometimes, but you deserve happiness too. 23. You're still here, aren't you? We are all so proud of you. 6. Even if you have forgotten how to walk, we will be with you while you learn again. For every single baby step it takes. Don't lose hope. Please, never give up. What kind of number hero would you be if you keep giving up? Yeah. To be the best, you must be able to handle the worst. This is only just one obstacle, use it as a stepping stone to aim higher. 3. Everything happens for a reason, so what if this door closed? Find an open one. 20. Their words were so kind and inviting. To know that my classmates were always going to support me, despite what has happened, made everything seem a little bit less shitty. My heart was not going to heal overnight. But from here, I know that in due time, the healing process will start and I will be okay. But today was not that day. I still wanted to scream. I still wanted to cry and burn down the entire city. I tried so hard to speak but nothing came out of my mouth. Only silence. There's only one thing I can do now to finally get this 3 million ton weight from off of my shoulders. I didn't even care if he didn't respond to me, I just needed him to know. For Deku, please, if you're still there, I want you to know, maybe we will meet again, when we are older, more mature. Maybe then I will be right for you and you'll be right for me. But I know, right now, I am nothing but the pain in your chest every time you breathe. So please, stay away from me. 1. I can't stand hurting you anymore. Words I wish I could say to you, third person. I miss you, you f***ing nerd. Please come home soon. Plus written on a ripped up piece of paper found under Izuku Midoriya's pillow. I can't read 12. The darkness in your eyes. 2. Katsuki Bakugou's 𝗵𝗃 sometimes, it's just done. No formal goodbyes. No final glances. Nothing. You just have to walk away and pretend you're okay with it. Because just like that, it's just no more. Time skip 1 year. 47. Goodbyes hurt the most when the story has not been finished, but the book is closed. 13. Even if it had been an entire year, I couldn't seem to forget. Sure, I could delete his number from my phone, the messages, the pictures that I held close to my heart, but how could I delete you from every single memory we shared? How could I delete those too? Some days it was a light, almost non-existent feeling, like a slight itch on my heart which could easily be fixed by a mouthful of spice cake. Other days, I felt everything. And honestly, my heart was so exhausted from the constant suching, from being just fine to being on the floor with everything falling apart around me. I used to believe that pain was worst feeling in the entire world. It was no DMN secret that I missed the SHT out of him. Because if I was being honest, I thought about him a lot. He was the thoughts I had at 4 a.m. during those countless nights where I couldn't sleep. He was the soft whistle of the wind that breezed through during the fall. He was the loud crackling sound of the fireworks on the holidays he wasn't there. He was the sound of the river, softly traveling down a pathway that never ended. It was always him, him, him. He was everything I wanted, but he was also everything I could never have. 26. Before I realized that love was the way that Deku spoke my name, I really thought there was only 2 different categories of love, love you would kill for or love you would die for. The way I felt towards him made me realize there was a type of love that you would live for. I kept screaming for him, but it was like no one could hear me. Every time I blinked, I could still see the dim outline of his bright green eyes. His silhouette seemed to flicker in the corner of my dorm. Everywhere I looked, I could have sworn that I saw him. 9. He's right there. I promise. But I knew better. I knew he was nowhere I could reach. 2. You know the feeling where you just can't be sad anymore. Like even if you try to cry, you just can't. Your body just refuses to do it. You are just so f***ing tired and you literally begin to crave to sleep. Maybe forever. Just wanting to relive your childhood and be a child once again. This is the only way I can explain how I feel every day when I realize that he's not here and I can't go to him. 42. But I had to learn to look past that. I had to learn how to live again, to realize that maybe the outcome of what had happened was for the best. Maybe it wasn't the best for me, but it was the best for him. Maybe he could have stayed. Maybe he couldn't. But in all honesty, maybe he shouldn't. I learned to ignore the sharp pains in my chest that began to appear for no reason. I learned how to breathe again. Most of the time they were short and shallow gasps for air, But I was getting there, wasn't I? 5. Even if I spent all this time, learning and learning, I still had so much that I had yet to learn. I still had yet to learn that maybe the only reason I was hurting was because somewhere deep down, I really hoped Deku would come back to me again. I still had to learn that everyone leaves, either by choice or just because they have to. I still had to learn how to live with this constant feeling of guilt riveting through every single piece of my body. I still had to learn how to live. I trailed slowly behind the rest of the class, taking in my surroundings. The class decided to take a trip to the mall just for the hell of it. It was nearing the end of our 3rd year. We only had a couple months of high school left, and the class wanted to make sure that we spent as much time together as physically possible. It was honestly suffocating, but I couldn't imagine it going any other way. 2. Come on, you have to try this on. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 tugged on my arm, while holding a maroon button-up. In your thing dreams, round face. 2. She laughed genuinely and gave me the shirt, shoving me into the nearest fitting room. I had gotten into this habit where I could never say no anymore. Maybe it was the fact that I was too scared to lose any opportunities that might turn out okay. Maybe I was just scarred because he was the best opportunity that I didn't take. 11. Despite being the absolute worst when it came to talking about my feelings or even just feelings in general, everyone started to warm up to me and become less afraid of my explosive behavior. I slipped the shirt on and buttoned it up. The reflection of myself in the mirror would have startled anyone a year ago. My face wasn't turned up into its usual scowl. My eyes were no longer angry and uninviting. My body was slack and relaxed. For once, maybe I looked even approachable. I scratched my neck as I stepped out of the fitting room. 5. You have to buy it, 𝗎𝗪𝗄𝗧 gawked at me. If I wasn't gay, I would be now, Kirishima laughed, pecking Kaminari's cheek shortly after. 3. Looks really good on you, Bakugou, Yorozu smiled softly. Whatever. I could feel my face heat up slightly. It was getting hot in here, that's all. 1. I turned around and took a good look at myself in the mirror. They weren't exactly wrong. I couldn't deny that this shirt made me look way more presentable than an average everyday black tank top. I shrugged my shoulders and walked back into the fitting room to change back into my clothes. Feeling confident in myself. The old Bakugou might have easily agreed with the comments that my friends had made. Now, it just felt like everyone was just saying these type of things because they felt bad for me and the situation I was in. God, and there I was again. Why can't I stop thinking about it? About him. About the entire situation. I can't move on, I just can't. I don't want to. And if that means I am weak, then I'm weak. 19. Why did I have to be the one who was put on a constant repeat of pain, agony, and just ever terrible feeling you could ever imagine? Why does the feeling of his skin pressing against mine always dance across my skin to the point where I can't help but flinch? How could I let it get to the point where I was losing parts of me I thought I needed just without realizing what I needed to actually live was gone? There were always so many questions swarming my head, even now, standing in front of this dirty scratched-up mirror, in a store that I could not give 2 shits about. 3. I kept looking at myself in the mirror. I hated how my hair stuck out in all different types of directions, like seriously. Choose one. I hated how my mouth curled in an automatic scowl. I hated how I wasn't anything I wanted myself to be. I hated how I had no qualities of a hero. I hated it. I hated it all. How could someone even love someone so heartless, arrogant, and overall just a complete utter butt? 16. I seriously thought it was so crazy how Deku could give out so much love because it never seemed like he gave that much love to himself. He kept giving and giving. It was so strange because I never saw him receiving, but he was somehow okay with that, I guess. 12. Me, on the other hand, when I get to tell him I love you, I want him to know that loving him almost makes me want to be alive. I want to tell him that he was the reason that I found out that love could be eternal. Just being so in love with him almost made me forget how much I hate myself for putting him through every single tear that slipped from those appealing eyes of his, because I would assure him that this is not a joke. I have all this love that I could never give to myself, and giving it to him is me putting it to good use. Loving him was the last thing I felt really good at. And I'm sorry. I really am. I'm sorry for existing the way I do, for saying the wrong things at the wrong times, or even saying the right things at the wrong time, but most of all, I'm sorry for everything that I have said that made you doubt yourself for one moment, because you are everything I am not. If I were able to take all the agony and hurt in your heart and take it all upon myself, trust me Deku, I would. But the fact that I can't even apologize to you because I can't even see you, makes all these made-up conversations that keep ringing through my mind pointless. I would pay any price to hear your voice, to call my name again, to say you love me again. Because when you say it, you're the only person who sounds like they mean it. 3. I look up again. I let go of the breath I had no idea I was holding. My eyes trailed to my hands, where they were balled up so tight into fists, my nails began to break skin. I let go of that too. Standing in front of the mirror, my eyes seemed dull and lifeless. I was empty. Bakugou-kun. You've been in there for a while now, are you okay? 1. Fine. I just needed to breathe. I stepped out slowly. My jaw ached from biting down to prevent whatever weak sounds threatened to slip past my lips. I purchased the shirt. The class still proceeds, oblivious to the words that want to come out but won't. They still laughed and talked like the space where he was supposed to be was already filled. I found myself walking behind the group again. Dissociating. We walked around for seconds, minutes, maybe even hours, I couldn't tell. I would open my mouth to try to include myself into their conversations, but the words that came out of theirs wouldn't process in my head. Their words became distant and then would disappear into thin air. I could feel my throat closing again. Not here. Not now. I had forgotten how to breathe again. My walls built back up, higher this time, stronger this time. I stopped walking. They continued. I couldn't do this anymore. I hated pretending. I hated being just okay, because okay was not happy, but okay is also not bad enough for people to ask you if you are okay. So I ran. The sound of my feet hitting the tiled floor sounded almost inaudible. Every single small conversation of those around me, all those happy people around me, began to fall upon deaf ears. I'm not okay. 5. I'm not okay. 19. I don't think I will ever be okay again. 25. I came to halt only because I didn't realize that I wasn't breathing. I coughed and let the air back into my lungs. There was so much pain in the world and I was stuck alone, trapped with all of it. I lost myself and only now do I feel unsafe. Someone please, help me. I was calling out to no one now. Everyone seemed to be caught up in the lives of people that actually mattered to them. And it actually 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 to know that I was nobody's priority. 5. Then a warm smell of cookies hit my nose. 48. My heart stopped beating in that moment. The people around me were looking at me as if I were a psychopath. My head whipped around, looking everywhere for the thing I could never seem to find. The scent that I tried so hard to forget was lingering in the air. It couldn't be. I followed it slowly. Was I afraid? I had no idea. How could I face him after all this time? I didn't know where I stood with him. And I also had no idea what I meant to him, but all I did know was that every single time he crossed my mind, I knew I wanted to be with him. The smell felt so familiar, yet so different. I couldn't describe it. It was no longer a scent that reminded me of home. It was still warm and inviting, but it was no longer inviting me. Everyone always told me, if you love someone, let them go. If they come back, they are yours to keep. True love has a habit of coming back. 20. Maybe this was it, my second chance. My breath caught in my throat when I caught sight of Deku. I almost couldn't recognize him. His back seemed broader. There were freckles on his cheeks that I didn't even remember ever being there. His hair fell across his eyes in an enchanting way. His then porcelain skin now a slight golden. But it was him, still as breathtaking and appealing as I remember. His smile still bright, warm, and welcoming. I had to stop myself from reaching out and grabbing a hold of his wrist and kissing him. Making all the things wrong turn into rights as a mess of teeth, and the connection of our lips soothe all the pain. 9. I could feel my heart putting itself back together again. He was so close. He was finally somewhere I could reach. Yours, Bakugou. Come on now, you can do it. Go up to him, this is your chance. Ask him to give you one more chance to love him right this time. 2. But then he turned, and he smiled at me slowly. I could feel my heart shatter in my chest. This wasn't his smile. The one that was filled with joy and life. His smile was forced, and it was as if he didn't have the energy for the smile to reach his eyes. His eyes were dark and unwelcoming. His fist clenched at his sides. 11 My eyes began to sting and my heart dropped, and in that moment I went numb. I had drained him of every bit of happiness he used to have. And I swore, I died just the littlest bit inside when you were in the middle of that thing sentence. I knew where it was going, and I didn't want to hear the rest. Bakugou, it's nice to see you. 3 Because it was then I realized, 3 The loss of oxygen in my lungs when he crossed my mind, the tears that drown me in my sleep, the constant nightmares that haunt me even when I am awake, it was all beginning to make sense. 3 He was no longer mine. Whenever I think of him, I can only think of how he will never love me like he did before. 6 But maybe this is just my body getting used to how it will never have him in my arms ever again. My affection was never loud enough. 8 And now you're gone for good. Katsuki Bakugou's 𝗵𝗃 I am never going to be good enough for you. I am never going to be what you deserve. So why can't I stop being so selfish? You're happy. I should be happy that you finally got everything you wanted. 2 But despite everything, I'm never going to stop wanting you. 2 Every single night in front of the mirror, I practiced what I was going to say to him if he ever came back. A million different tries each night, but none of them ever sounded right. After an entire year of staring at the reflection of a sorry excuse for a human being, still there was nothing I could say to him that would make him forgive all the wrongs that I could never make right. 2 I must have looked stupid as F, standing there with nothing coming out of my mouth. I waited a year for this moment, and the only thing that came out of my mouth was 𝗧𝗪𝗑. 1 His name felt foreign on my tongue. I wanted to say that it stung and something that was too hard to swallow. But it didn't feel that way at all, it just felt out of place. I waited for you for so long. I spent this entire year turning every corner in hopes that I would maybe see you there. It's so funny because I still don't know what hurts more, the fact that you were never there or the fact that I never gave up looking for you anyway. I guess I held onto you too tight, but you still managed to slip through the cracks of my fingers like sand. No matter how hard I tried, you still found a way to pull away from me. Even when I opened my hands, there was still traces of you in the grooves of the places I thought were left untouched. But now you're actually here and nothing was going the way I expected it to. It's been a while, hasn't it? He paused and walked closer to me. Bakugou. 16 And honestly, I had no idea what I was expecting out of this anyway. I shivered at the way he let my name roll off his tongue, filled with poison. Every syllable killing me slowly. I had always been so used to being called Kacchan or even Katsuki, but hearing the formalities of my last name left my heart splintering and vulnerable. His eyes narrowed at the fact that I didn't respond, but he didn't let that affect him for too long and began to speak again. 5 I only got back 3 days ago. I was going to go surprise the class by showing up to school one day. Guess my surprise is ruined. Deku chuckled softly, uncomfortably rubbing at the back of his neck. 1 Sorry. His head snapped up at the single word that came out of my mouth. He grimaced to hide the fact that he was surprised, but it was always so easy to read his eyes. The sense of surprise spread all throughout his features. He quickly turned away. I took note of the fact that he was consistently scratching at the back of his neck. Well, who are you with? He decided to pick up the conversation again after a period of tense silence. Everyone. Oh. The silence enveloped us once again. We just stood there, staring at each other. I have no idea why, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the stranger that stood before me. Deep in my heart, it felt as if I were to blink, he would disappear all over again. He was someone I used to know everything about, from the callus on his hands to the way he gripped on the sleeves of his shirt when he had something to say but didn't know how to. How am I supposed to talk to him again when everything about him felt different, looked different, was different? The way his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. The way he spoke my name like it were fire on his tongue and he had been burned too many times. The way his fist stayed clenched against his sides. The way he stood tall and unafraid. The way his appealing green eyes dulled the moment his met mine. Whoever existed in that familiar body was not the Deku I remembered. But of course I understood that it was my fault. I had ripped the smile off his face and replaced his bright and pure heart with nothing but darkness. Why did you lead us? Hey, Bakugou. There you are. We were all looking for you, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 always came in during the best moments, didn't he? 23 I turned around to come face to face with my class, all out of breath, from chasing me probably. I watched as all of their jaws dropped slightly at the sight of the person that had so mysteriously left for all this time. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 𝗬𝗪𝗏 managed to choke out. I turned back to face him, watching a pure and genuine smile break out on his face. Tears threatening to spill at the corners of his eyes. Hey guys. I missed you all so much. 21 𝗬𝗂𝗁 𝗬𝗪𝗏 was the first to come barreling into Deku's arms. I moved out of the way as everyone else came running to greet him. It took everything I had to suppress the growl that was forming in my throat. You didn't tell us you were coming back home. Kaminari took his turn in taking Deku into his arms. Come on guys, let the boy breathe. He's probably jet-lagged and needs some rest. It was easy to see that Ida was just as excited as everyone else but chose not to show it. It was some type of bittersweet reunion out of a movie that I did not buy a ticket for. His scent intensified and I could tell he was really happy to see everyone. I let my heart leap out of my chest when I heard the sound of his laughter for the first time in forever. How was America? Did the training go well? Ojiro asked kindly. Tell us all about it. Is it as wonderful as everyone describes it to be? 𝗵𝗃 basically waltzed over to him like a model. For it was absolutely amazing, the scenery, the people, and don't get me started on the food. They have things from everywhere and anywhere. I was so surprised when they even made katsudon in certain stores. Of course, it could never compare to the food back at home, but it did help me feel a little bit less homesick. The training was brutal but also so much fun, and the villains out there are actual psychopaths. I really wish you guys could have been there. He smiled at all of them. 20 I could tell that everyone felt a sense of relief now that he was back in town. The group dynamic had been restored to its original state with the missing piece now back into place. It made me smile slightly, at least they would have no reason to try to shove me into his place. They continued their conversation of catching up for a couple more minutes before something caught my attention. Aren't you hot in that, Midoriya? Ashido pointed out, you keep scratching the back of your neck. 15 I snapped out of my thoughts and reeled myself back into the conversation. I noticed earlier that he was always touching, rubbing, or itching at his neck uncomfortably. He always tended to have nervous tics when something was bothering him. I would have asked about it earlier, but I knew if he drew down the back of his turtleneck, the desperate urge to mark him right then and there would take over and I could never forgive myself after that. 5 Oh no. Really, it's fine. It's just a habit. He tried to laugh it off but failed miserably because he began to scratch at his neck even more furiously. Come on now, you'll get a rash, Yorozu teased. Yuraka, can you get my bag? I believe I have some type of itching cream in it. 2 Yuraraka rummaged through Yorozu's bag and pulled out a small white tube of cream. She walked over to Deku and reached out to pull down the back of his turtleneck. He flinched and quickly slapped her hand away. It's really fine, nothing to worry about. Really? I'm perfectly normal. Nothing to see here, aha. 6 We are just trying to help you, you have nothing to hide from us. We are your friends after all. Yuraraka reached up again and successfully pulled the piece of clothing down. She gasped and turned towards me. Everyone began to scramble around him to get a closer look at whatever was on the nape of Deku's neck. The looks of sympathy immediately notified me that something was wrong and I made my way towards him to see what the fuss was about. 𝗬𝗂𝗁. My breath caught in my throat as his nape came into clear view. This can't be real. Who marked you? 96 He slapped his hand over the back of his neck and his face burned a bright red. I got a good glimpse of the mark that laid upon his neck. Something burned in my chest at the fact that someone marked him before his actual mate had the chance to. Before I actually had the chance to. Someone I met in America. He stated the obvious, a light pink rose to his cheeks and he didn't dare make eye contact with anyone. I bet I was the only one who knew what they would see if he did. 2 A pair of sparkling green eyes, filled with love and passion. A pair of eyes where you could see the entire galaxy in without needing to look up. A pair of eyes that could take on the world if you allowed them to. 2 Only I would know. 6 Because those eyes used to be only for me to see. 3 Kirishima and Todoroki immediately pulled me aside and away from the group. They had been the only two people actually supporting me throughout this entire process. Everyone else seemed to move on around me as if it had never even happened in the first place. Kirishima took me quickly in his arms as the tears began to flow steadily out of my eyes. For some reason, I had thought this pain was finally over. But I was wrong. The memories of us pooled in my eyes in the form of tears. The tears turned into an ocean in my body, and it was as if someone had taken my ability to swim. "It's going to be okay, Bakugou," Kirishima whispered quietly. 21, but it wasn't going to be okay. They wouldn't understand what I was feeling in that moment. Hell, I didn't even understand it myself. They would never understand because their mates already belonged to them. They saw the mark, didn't they? The mark that clearly wasn't mine. The mark was absolutely breathtaking, like the boy who wore it. It was a depiction of the night sky with all the stars surrounding a blindingly bright moon in the center. The rest of the mark plunged down below the neck of the sweater. I did not know whether I should be intrigued to see the rest of it or angry due to the fact that whoever gave him that mark had already seen it before me. "I'm so sorry, Bakugou. I really thought if he came back, you'd be able to make things up with him." Todoroki stroked my back gently. 12. I took a deep breath and chose my next words wisely. "I don't think I will ever be whole again." 14. The thing about losing someone is when you first realize it, you're sad. Miserable. And after a while it stops and there's nothing left. You're just numb. And then you'll get sad again. And it's like a toxic relationship of constant pulling and pushing because you know it's bad, but it feels like if you don't feel sad, you don't feel anything. In the end, hurting is better than feeling nothing at all. 11. It wasn't fair, Deku, the fact that if you were to ever say goodbye to me, I don't think I could bring myself to say it back. But you left and you didn't even said goodbye. You left me waiting for you to say goodbye so I could tell you I love you. How I love you like a natural disaster. In my arms you will be safe, but around us everything will be destroyed by the excess. I cannot promise you that you won't be hurt in the process as well, but I can promise you, after we are done you will not be the same as when you started. For I wanted to tell you the story of my love for you in a letter between my teeth and the nape of your neck. Because somewhere in between, you would become mine. But I guess it's too late for all of that now. I waited all this time for you to come back to me, only to find out that you found yourself a home in someone other than me. If you let me hold you, 3 maybe then, I can have the world. Warning. Mentions of anxiety and panic attacks. Katsuki Bakugou's POV. You were the sun, planets, moons, and all the stars. For I may have only been debris, but I could never be happier just existing alongside you. Because in the end, we will both end up turning into nothing. Maybe then, we can finally be one. For everyone is so happy. For I hate that. I know I've said that just short of 1,000,000 times and that's so selfish of me, but what else am I supposed to do? Deku is back and I should be happy for him. He finally found someone that will hold him in their arms without any problem, without any hesitation. It's obviously something I couldn't do for him. I realized how much I wanted him when it was too late and now I have to deal the consequences. That's my fault. If I could go back and change everything, trust me, I would. But that's the thing about this world, you can't. The worst part of it all is the fact that I can feel our bond growing weaker and weaker every single second. I should have realized it was happening all along. At first I thought I was just going crazy. The slight pulling at my heart that left me gasping for air was just my imagination. The way I couldn't feel his emotions as strongly as I used to was just a result of being so far from him for so long. Or even how slightly and steadily his scent was changing, becoming less inviting and somewhere along the way, fading away. After the process of separation is completely over, I would officially become mateless. It was the last thing I ever thought would happen to me, but I know deep down someone like me deserved this. Maybe I was probably being stupid. No, scratch that, I was just being stupid, holding on to something that wasn't even there in the first place. 10. And even we sat there in that shitty class, just hearing him talk about America made my stomach churn. It was always America this, America that, training this, training that. I was suffocating and everyone was strangely okay with it. After all, I was just a replacement until he came back. They never needed me. I was just there to take up space. So I have been wondering, how did you even communicate with whoever gave you that mark? We all clearly speak fluent Japanese with little to no understanding of English other than the limited and basic material we learn from 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃, and I bet it's the reverse with your person, Uraraka questioned, totally neglecting the fact that I was there, plus you haven't even told us anything about them. Spill everything. Deku automatically flushed and placed his hand over his neck out of habit. The class found it adorable somehow. I found it adorable somehow. Too, well, they are half Japanese and half of some other Caucasian descent. Although the Japanese they spoke was broken, we managed just fine. I even picked up some English along the way. And for telling you guys about my person, they were really nice to me. I winced and bit my lip. The way he talked about his newfound mate was so familiar. 15 by familiar, I meant that I knew that voice and tone from somewhere else. Some other time. It was soft and kind, as if he were holding something so precious. If only he realized, if only I could hold him, then I know, I would be holding the universe at my fingertips, sunlight at my forearms, and everything in between pressed up against my chest. I dropped my head quickly onto my desk and didn't bother to look up. When did I get so embarrassing? I didn't want to see anyone looking at me because I just knew that they were. It was almost routine now. Everyone was so happy that he was back, but as soon as he starts talking about America or anything else along those lines, I could always feel it. The sensation of dozens of glances of pity, I hated it all. Sky was really something else, you know, a small laugh riveted from his throat, an amazing person with an amazing quirk. Thern Sky. As in like, a girl. Mineta leaned into the conversation, chuckling slightly, and here we all thought you were gay. 3 I propped my chin on my desk, staring straight at the board. 𝗬𝗂𝗫 is kind of invisible and she was the only person in front of me, so staring straight at the board was practically and completely effortless. Sky. Deku liking a girl. Maybe I know a lot less about him than I thought I did. This is what I get for pushing him away for so long. What else did I not know about him? I scoffed slightly. Who is the person sitting behind me? 1-0. No, Sky as in short for Skylar, so it's a boy. Sky's a boy. 20 For there was a slight mutter of understanding before he continued to ramble about his new boyfriend and his wonderful quirk. His quirk, it's amazing. Well, don't leave us hanging. What is it? Uraraka chimed, once again prompting a conversation that I definitely did not want to hear. I could honestly talk about him and everything about him forever. His quirk, it's so appealing, lunar manipulation, the quirk to manifest the power from the moon and manipulate all the aspects of it. He paused for a moment before resuming his thought. It's kind of sad. He doesn't really use it much. 2 But if it's so amazing, why doesn't he use it? Imagine how many lives he can save with a quirk like that, Jiru interjected. His parents both had sky-based quirks, therefore they believed that their child would as well. They wanted to honor the god of the sky, Fujin, by naming their child after the sky. Sky was everything that they wanted. He was intelligent, kind, but that all changed when his quirk manifested. His mother was where his Japanese roots came from, and once she realized that he inherited his quirk from the god of the moon, Tsukuyomi, she went crazy somehow, a soft sniffle. He didn't really tell me much after that. Sky just told me not to worry about it too much. He never wanted pity, because despite everything he went through, he still only uses his quirk for the better. For he sounds like a really great guy. I'm really happy for you, Kiro, Tsuyu commented, happiness radiating through her voice. He's everything I ever wanted. His caring, calm, and beyond sweet nature, it's something I never realized I deserved. I was so used to rough edges and sharp gazes. When he gave me smooth surfaces and delicate glances, the world stopped making sense. His voice was left dreamy and in a daze, with a hint of something else, pain. For once I didn't find myself falling in love. He taught me the feeling of rising up in love. 81 I flinched, feeling the sharp pain press gently against the already tattered skin of my heart. As if the knife were too afraid to cut something that it had already torn apart before. It's a feeling that had become so familiar to me over the couple days since he came back. Slowly, I stood out from my seat and left the classroom. I really couldn't listen to my own heart breaking in my chest anymore. I think after so long, I forgot how love felt like. But I'm almost sure that it should feel something like this. The door shut behind me. You should be happy. 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 Let him be happy. 9. Isn't that all that matters? 6. The halls were silent other than the light sound of my footsteps. I don't remember when I started crying, but I also don't remember if I ever stopped. It was always just something that was constantly happening. But there were some days where it was just worse. It was just this constant feeling of aching in my chest when the tears stopped coming and I was left trembling and weak because if I'm being honest, I'm living in a thing nightmare and I'm definitely not waking up anytime soon. 10. He held the universe in the palm of his hands and made sure never to drop it. Even when it was shaky and broken, falling upon itself, he always found a way to make it seem so appealing. He found beauty in broken things and broken things in beauty, but when he loved me, he couldn't find that simple thing within himself. But Deku, how can't you find beauty when the definition of beauty is the way your lips curl slightly whenever you're happy? Who hurt you to the point where you started to believe that there was nothing good about you? Oh, that's right, isn't it? It had been me all along. I don't know when I decided to stop walking, but I remember that I did. The cold walls of the building pressed up against my back as I sank against it. I buried my face into my hands and all the ugly sobs came breaking out from my chest. It had gotten to the point where I stopped caring who heard because crying is the only way I could ease the searing pain of our bond severing. 6. I could hear the loud sound of footsteps running towards my way. I already knew I probably sounded like I was dying, like the pain was delivering the final blow to my existence. Accompanying the footsteps were loud voices. The combination of those two sounds began to drown within my head. I could only hear the emptiness that I felt in my chest and the desperate gasps for air. This can't be happening right now. My body went slack and heavy and I found myself rocking back and forth. My thoughts kept screaming at me. Someone please help me. I can't breathe. I can't move. The thoughts that have been haunting me every day are back again. The palms of my hands began to sweat between my clenched fists, threatening to explode any second. My body shook and trembled as if I was trapped in my own personal hell. Baku bro. Can you hear me? To Kirishima, I knew he was there but I couldn't focus. My entire mind went blank and my arms refused to move from wrapped around my knees. Kirishima. Don't you know what this is? Todoroki's voice now, it was so distant, he's having a panic attack. Hurry and get someone, anybody. Their voices got lost somewhere in my thoughts again. Am I going crazy? Is this where it all ends? In the stupid corridor of a high school. What about my hopes and dreams? What about Deku? Deku, he really deserved so much. So much that I could never give him, but I would sure as hell try to give him it if he asked me to. What was I supposed to do now though? It would be way too selfish of me to try and take him from the one person that would give him just as much love as he gave away. How could I take him away from someone that could give him the world when I only had a fraction of that? The answer is simple after all. I would give him everything I had, the last blades of grass in my dying meadows, the last flower in the garden that used to be ours to keep, and every last bit of happiness I can find within myself. It might not be much, but it's all that I have. 24. I only have hope left that maybe somewhere in between the broken pinky promises that I know will fix in our future and giving you all that I have left to offer, you can find it in your heart to believe that I swear that I will love you until my very last breath. 6. And then my lungs filled back with air. It felt like hours, but the sweet taste of oxygen finally eased the hoarseness of my throat. This is okay. It will be okay. Because that split second where I could finally breathe again marked the moment where I promised myself, before it was too late, before our bond is broken forever, plus I would bring you back to me. Right back in my arms where you always and will forever belong. Back to a place that we could finally call home. 5. Please promise you'll wait for me too. I will always love you. 18. And that will kill me. 1. Katsuki Bakugou's PV. Soon the pain will subside, the tears will dry. We will find new people in our lives, but that never occupy the gap. The emptiness shaped exactly like the ones we have lost, a hole that can never seem to be filled. 1. The funny part about life is the fact that we spend a majority of our lives chasing something we know nothing about. We are given this idea of love and soulmates and that's about it, but that seems to be all we need. No one tells you what it is or how it feels. We are only told that it is something that is necessary to live. Love is given no definition or context, but it turns into something that swallows us whole. We become desperate for it. We let the words, "I love you" slip off our tongues as if it were easy, but is it? How can you say something like that when you aren't even sure that what you're feeling is actually love? Aren't we just lying to the other person, or even worse, just lying to ourselves? 5. Is this what love felt like? The feeling that swelled in the depths of my chest, that was clawing its way out of my throat, trying to find an escape route. Did it really feel like you were letting your entire world fall apart just because you want nothing more than to feel the soft graze of their fingertips against your skin? Did it really feel like your heart was being ripped out of your chest but being okay with it because you know that your person would be there to kiss your wounds into scars? Did love really feel like giving up everything you want just so they could be happy, even if it meant giving them up as well? 3. Was this feeling love? Moreover, was what I gave him love? 9. I gave Deku pain in his chest, and yet he still convinced himself that the ache was love. That this was okay. That this is what he deserved because that is what I gave him. And I guess that's what tore at my heart the most, the fact that he was perfectly fine with being loved by someone that has hurt him countless times over something so stupid as image. 7. The past few weeks that he has been back at school made everything feel so complete, yet so unsettling. I know I told myself that I would go and win him back, but all the guilt from hurting him kept me back. Also, wouldn't it be selfish of me to pull him away from the one that gave him everything he wanted? But I would do it today. I promised myself that no matter what it would take, I would at least exchange 3 words with him. Start off slow, Katsuki. You can do it, you know you can. You've won countless things without hesitation. Why is talking to this nerd any harder than that? 15. The last bell of the school day rang and I packed my belongings into my backpack. I turned around to talk to him without realizing that he was already halfway out the door. Deku almost seemed as if he was trying to escape, but when I come to think of it, he probably was. I never really saw him at the end of the day. He was always gone before I realized it. I would not let him slip through my fingers. Not today. When I ran out the classroom door, searching for him. Our bond was getting severing every minute that passed, and I was so sure that if I didn't talk to him that I might just die. Or maybe I wouldn't die, but our bond would just tear completely. He wasn't in the hallways or in the classrooms. I ran out of the school and scanned the area around. If he wasn't there, I don't know what I would do next. Would it be stupid to go to his dorm and talk to him? He probably wouldn't let me in though. I walked around the area a little bit more. I sighed in relief because there one he was. Hey, Deku. I hated the way his name felt out of place in my mouth. Oh hey. He paused but didn't turn around to look at me, his eyes stayed trained on the floor ahead of him. 15. I wasn't really expecting him to acknowledge me, let alone respond to me. The fact that he still gave me a second of his time even if I treated him like absolute garbage took me back. My mouth felt dry and fell open slightly as if the tent surrounding us was a source of water. I wasn't mentally prepared to have an actual conversation with him yet. I really should have thought this through. Can we talk? My nerves made their way out of mouth and fell into the empty space between us. Deku didn't say anything for a while, but when he broke the silence, his voice was stern and low. What is there to talk about, Bakugou? 32. I tried to say something about us, something about how I was trying to make everything okay between us again, something about how I would get him to fall in love with me all over again. Because that was how it was supposed to be, right? Fate put us together for a reason. It wasn't supposed to end up like this. Why did I realize so late that he was all I wanted? There is everything to talk about, don't you understand? He spoke up again, still staring at the floor. You had all the time in the world to talk to me ever since we were kids. I disappear for a year and now you want to talk to me. 8. I winced at the tone of his voice, filled with pure hatred. I just want to dash. I just want to make everything up to you. I want everything to be okay. I want to hold you and kiss you and make you mine. I want so many things, but those words never seem to come out when I want them to. Want to what, Bakugou? Fix all the damage that you evoked on me ever since we were kids. I gave you countless time to make things up to me, countless chances for you to give me the slightest bit of attention. I swear to God, Baku, I would have been yours if you even gave me a second of your time. 11. Please do, just listen to me for 1 second. Please, listen to me. Do you think I never noticed the trailing gazes or the broken smiles? I noticed them every single time. I would trade my entire being just to meet your eyes and see happiness in them again. Please let me explain, I promise I won't hurt you any longer. 3. Why do I need to listen to anything you say? You don't. No answer, he scoffed silently, kicking at a pebble on the ground. What am I supposed to say now? Am I supposed to forgive you? Deku continued, for leaving me behind all this time. I still couldn't find myself saying anything, despite how much I wanted to. There was nothing I could say that would make anything that happened to us in the past okay again. Would telling him he's my mate now just be selfish? 5. I loved you. 14. He spoke the words into existence as if it was some empty promise that was neither broken or fulfilled, only abandoned. His words lingered in the air, as if were haunting both of us. A silent bond tying us together. And it was killing me. How painful could that the one you love was always the one holding the knife up to your neck. Now the knife is in your hands. What am I supposed to do? Our bond, I could feel it. It's splintering and shattering with every single word that fell out of his mouth. The distance between us only grew more and more. No matter how far I reached, I couldn't even graze him anymore. He had moved so far past me that now I have no idea if he will ever return. I gave you everything that I could and know that was never good enough for you because you wanted more. Deku's voice was stern and unwavering, as if he had trained himself not to show any type of vulnerability. You kept taking and taking until there was nothing left for me. Now there's nothing left in the world I want, other than you. 3. You don't think I realized that I deserved better? Of course I did. 3. Of course you deserved better, you deserved the entire universe. And I'm so sorry. I can't tell you how sorry I am. Because no matter how much I want to let you go so you can get what you deserve, I can't. I want you and only you more than anything. Can't you hear me like you used to? Is our bond already that broken? I just thought that maybe if I kept trying that you would one day look in my direction. I watched as his posture tensed, still not making eye contact with me, that every single time I try would make some sort of difference. Someone should have told me that it never would. Can you still hear all the words that I can't say? Didn't you always feel my eyes on the back of your neck? That was supposed to be where my mark is supposed to be, not his. I guess you don't really notice something that has always been there, right? I was always looking in your direction. You were always the only thing on my mind. There was never anyone but you in my eyes. I guess somewhere along the way I realized that spending all my time on someone like that wasn't worth it. I told myself I would move on. That I would somehow get over the person who always meant the most to me. Yes, we had amazing memories, some of my favorite memories ever. But I had to realize that no matter how happy you made me when you wanted to, a majority of time, you kept me out of your life. It hurt so bad, Bakugou, so bad. You don't understand how much I wanted to hurt you in the way you hurt me, but if I was given the chance, I would never wish the same pain on anyone. And especially not you. When do you think I don't understand that you moving on was the best decision for you? I just want the best for you. I want you to be happy. That's all I wanted. I want to move on too because then I can let you live your life and be everything you wanted to be. Skylar must be so amazing because he gets you. He has all I wanted in my life. I messed up. I messed up so bad. I never meant for any of this to happen. No matter what I try to do, I can't hate you. I want to hate you so bad because maybe that would make seeing you every day so much easier. I promise to never hurt you anymore. I can promise you so many things, please just look in my direction one last time. I felt everything with you, sadness, anger, happiness, I felt it all. I don't think I'll ever be able to completely get rid of you. We could have had something great, you know. We will probably never know in the end, I guess. I'll never forget all the happiness you brought me, but I'll never forget how you hurt me more than anyone else had. 16 And if I could take back all the hurt I gave to you and put it all on me, I would. I wish I could back time to kiss the tears from falling down your cheeks whenever you stayed up crying about me. I would hold you when you needed me. I would be there when you needed me. If only I did all those things, I could have been yours now. Please let me show you something great. I'm here. I'm right here. Just look at me. 3. I remember it all, you know. The way your body felt pressed up against mine like the puzzle pieces. I remember feeling complete with nobody but you. I remember the way you smell, warm caramel, almost inviting me to stay. But I always knew that you never had to ask me to stay because there was nothing that felt more like home than your smile. I still remember how the syllables of I love you felt in my mouth. I don't think I will ever be able to say that to someone else with the same passion. I know what it's like to get burned by myself. I remember it all too. I remember the exact number of freckles that litter your shoulder blades and how you smile when no one is around about everything and nothing at the same time. I remember the way your name tasted and fit into my mouth like my favorite snack. I remember how you told me you loved the ocean because no matter how many times it left the sand, it always found its way coming back with a kiss every time. How could I forget someone like you? How could I forget you? 2. It took me months to teach my head and body to forget the way it felt to be around you, and sometimes in the middle of the night I still wake up feeling your warmth. It is only in those moments where I wish for the cold. Every day since you left has been cold and terrible. I forgot how it felt to actually sleep at night. Your eyes haunt me to sleep. Your laughter rings in my head. I want to feel your warmth all over again. I don't even remember when or how it got so bad. I don't remember when you started filling my head like you belonged there. You were always there, and I can't remember a time where you didn't haunt me in my dreams. The worst part was the fact that those dreams weren't even nightmares, they were all so happy. I would wake up crying because we would never ever be like that. We could be like that, Deku. Just ask me, and I'll be yours. I can give you everything you've imagined. You have my heart. You have always had it. Even on days when you don't realize it, you will always have it. 4. I can't just be here for you just because I'm convenient when you need it. You have a mate. You have someone you are destined to be with. Deku was breathless at this point, as if every sentence he was whispering took everything out of him. So for one moment in your life, can you please stop f***ing with me? 20. I'm so sorry, Deku, for breaking you for all these years. I'm not f***ing with you anymore. But if you don't believe me, I understand. I have given you no reason to. You're my mate, Deku. Can't you feel our bond too? I'm happy now. He makes me happy. His voice cracked slightly. He loves me. Isn't that all that matters? God, Skylar, how does it feel? How does it feel to be important to the person I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life with? I bet it feels amazing. I bet tastes like berries in fields of rotten. I bet it is everything that I don't deserve. I moved on. Don't say it, Katsuki. All you have to do now is walk away and leave the situation. You've done enough to him. He doesn't want you in his life anymore. Don't make this any harder for anyone. Just walk away. 5. Let him be happy. 1. Walk away. 1. Let him be happy. 1. Walk away. 1. Let him be happy. 1. Don't you f***ing dare do it. 13. And finally I let myself fall to the floor, letting the words slip carelessly off my tongue, almost as if it were easy. 3. I love you. 8. I did it. Because in that moment, I realized that I had caught what we have all been chasing for all our lives. I guess I always knew what love was. 26. It had been him this whole time. Losing the pieces of you I thought I needed. Izuku Midoriya's p bolded italics are flashbacks. I know you will never hear this because I don't think I actually will ever build up the courage to actually call you without wanting to go back home again. I must look really stupid right now, haha. Holding my phone to my ear and talking to no one. I just wanted to hear your voice again. I cried into the silence softly. I've only been away for 2 weeks, but I can't handle feeling this distance between us anymore. It might actually be killing me. I should just let you go, shouldn't I? Let you go and be happy because God, does it hurt so much to love you? But that was probably my fault. I let myself get too attached to something too obviously temporary. Kacchan, I still think of you. 1. Maybe even just see your smile one more time. I really miss you. I want to actually call in for you to pick up and burst out crying, telling me that these past 2 weeks have been as hard on you as they have been on me. I found an old picture of us, I can't help but wonder, was I in love with you this whole time? We were so happy as kids, and maybe I was silly enough to even think that we could have gotten close like that again. One eye sunk against the wall and let my sobs rivet through the empty apartment. A small laugh found its way through the mess. I must really be going crazy without you. The fact that I am willing to let myself fall in love with something I know I had already lost long ago proved the idea that loving someone could drive you insane. I knew the consequences of wanting to be yours. For once I thought, if you loved me back, I could ignore them all. Please, Kacchan, I still think of you. I think it's just finally hitting me right now that this is the end. When I come back, I'll act like we never happened. I will act happy and pretend that everything is perfect because I know you will finally be happy. To be completely honest, I'm so jealous of the person who gets to be loved by you until death do you part, but that's okay. You are the love of my life, maybe I'm just not yours. I love you so much, Kacchan. I hope that's the one thing about me that you will never completely forget. The phone slipped from my hand and I buried my face into my hands. Kacchan, I will always think of you. When other people touch me, even for a second, I am still searching for your warmth. I let myself sit and cry for an hour before I picked up the phone again. I practiced a smile, a laugh, and just any type of fake happiness I could muster after that failed attempt of a phone call I promised myself that I would bring myself to making. I have gotten really good at faking happy, so I dialed, for a real call this time. Hey Mom. I'm sorry I didn't call yesterday, All Might and I were training. You'll never believe how appealing America is. I really wish you were here with me to see it. I miss you so much. Isn't it a little too late for that? I whispered, finding my hands running through my hair. I have always loved you, Baku, always. 7. I heard your breath hitch quietly in your throat as if you didn't hold your breath in. You might have said something, anything. I bit down on my lip lightly. It is too late, isn't it? But still, you were always going to be the boy that I could never stop thinking about. There will never be a time where I could just forget what being next to you felt like. I always found myself apologizing to the mirror, wishing that I had never met someone like you, wishing that I had never fallen in love with someone like you. You were always my most important person for as long as I can remember. I guess after all of this, it's just so hard looking at you and seeing you slowly becoming a stranger to me. I have always wanted you to tell me you loved me, but I couldn't play the same waiting game with you that I've been stuck in for years. I stopped crying about you so long ago, so why am I so close to breaking down my walls and letting you in again? You have a mate and I found someone that is almost as great as one. I love you, Izu. For a moment, I felt my heart plunge into his hands as if I were ready to be loved. The corner's sky's mouth curved slightly and my eyes followed the movement, carefully, cautiously. I would never make the same mistake of letting someone entrance me with meaningless words. But he meant it. There was not a single flaw in the way he said it. Still, something about those words made my stomach stir and my head spin. At this point, I couldn't tell if it was a good thing or a bad thing anymore. All I could muster up was a soft smile and quiet laugh. I wanted to say it back so the air between us didn't feel so unfilled, tense. I couldn't lie to him. I couldn't do what you had done to me for as long as I could remember. I wouldn't wish the pain you brought upon me on anyone else. So I stood there dumbfounded as my mouth opened and closed and opened again. I just couldn't find the right words, the right response. I remember always wishing that I had. He laughed kindly and genuinely. I watched his features, always soft and inviting. His pure white hair and appealing violet eyes. Sky was everything that you were not. He enveloped me in his arms quietly. Isn't this what's good for me? Isn't this what I always wanted? It's okay, I know it's hard for you. This whole concept of loving and being loved. I understand that, Izu. Loving will come to you slowly, but surely. I promise you, you can learn to love again. I will be there with you every step of the way. 7. Somehow, I felt sick to my stomach. 12. The feeling deep in my stomach returned. A feeling that had repeatedly filled my chest over and over again. It was always as if something that was supposed to be there, something that was always there was suddenly splintering. Ripping and pulling itself apart when it was something that was supposed to be piecing us back together. It happened whenever Sky looked at me like I was appealing. It happened when I didn't think of him when I smiled. It happened when I thought that I could finally be happy without him haunting me. It happened all the time after I had left. But it was only my imagination, wasn't it? There was nothing holding us together, so why did it still feel like we were falling apart? For the first in my life, I saw something that I never thought I would. The one that I would give the entire world to just so he could smile in my direction, broken. He looked weak and vulnerable, as if those 3 words were the last words he would ever say. I opened my mouth to say something. But for the second time, I found that the words that I was trying to find in my head would fall from my mouth like autumn leaves, waiting to be crushed. All I could do was stare at him. Really just looking. Finding the pieces of him that I had somehow forgotten were there. Finding the pieces of me that I left behind in his eyes. Finding that maybe, just maybe he wasn't the same boy that I had left behind a year ago. The first time I saw Skylar, I immediately felt my heart drop. A boy with red eyes would only break hearts and smile while doing it. It had been weeks since I had seen Kacchan, but not a minute went by without the hue of his eyes flashing before mine. Red was happiness. One red is pain. One red was everything. One red is nothing. One red was you. One red is never for me. 5 When I looked at Sky for the first time, his eyes glimmered a dark crimson red. I couldn't help but be drawn to it. It reminded me too much of the part of me that was always going to be missing. The part of you that I was always missing. Maybe it was denial, I would always say a part of you, but deep down I knew it was really all of you. He blinked, and his eyes turned a deep violet shade. Our eyes met for the first time. I'm sure he could make me fall in love with his eyes. They dulled the light of the night sky and engulfed me completely. I couldn't help but wish they were red instead. One, you were always going to be as appealing as I remember. Maybe that was something I should have prepared myself for when I came back. One, you weren't appealing in the same way though. Your eyes glimmered at me like broken pieces of glass from a window that we had left shattered for too long. I stood there, wanting to pick up the pieces of him. My fists clenched by my sides. I couldn't let myself redundantly try and fix something that is the closest thing to impossible to make whole again. But still, did he never notice that I needed to be fixed by him as well? There were days that I believed that he might have just wanted to fix me, but in the end, there was always a missing piece of me that he could never seem to find. If only you didn't keep giving up on me every time things got remotely difficult for you, if you just took a step back, maybe you would have noticed that after all this time, you were always the missing piece. 2. Did you ever think of me? I asked, fully aware of how my voice trembled. I kept wondering if I ever crossed your mind like you were constantly flickering in mine. 5. When you finally looked up at me again, tears threatening to fall from your eyes, yet you still painfully smiled, I thought of you every single day. 5. I miss you, you f***ing nerd. Please come home soon. 1. When I found the note that you left for me under my pillow, I wondered how old it was. I stayed up that night thinking about why my bed smelled more like home than the times I spent actually sleeping in it. You were already long gone from my life, yet I still found myself tracing my fingers along each messily scrawled word because if I did, maybe I could feel what emotions that filled your chest the moment you wrote it. 2. I smiled, then cried. The fact that you even thought of me just once when I was gone was enough to make it feel like I made you feel at least a little bit of pain to compensate all those years of agony from loving you. 1. Promise me, Kacchan, that you will love your mate with all your heart. That he won't spend a single day crying because he knows that you are only a call away, a step away, or maybe just not away at all. I hope you never break his heart and he never breaks yours. I hope that he will always remember your warmth the same way that I do. 19. I fell asleep with your note on my chest while the soft hum of my phone chimed repeatedly on my nightstand. I'm sorry, Sky. Let me love him for just one last night. 12. The worst part of it all is I don't think I could ever really say that I don't love you anymore. I don't even remember stopping. On a random sunny morning, everything just stopped. My first thought of the day stopped being you and suddenly started becoming, what should I have for breakfast? Or, I wonder what the weather will be today. I stopped missing just you and started missing everyone back home. It was as if all of a sudden all my feelings for you just disappeared. There was no love, no hatred, no sadness, no anger. There was just nothing. A year ago I thought feeling nothing at all was worse than feeling sad, but that day, I realized you have to be numb before you can learn how to feel again. 2. I thought I would be okay moving back home and seeing everyone. But now, standing in front of you again for the first time in a whole year, just us, I don't know what made me think that coming back would be a good idea. 1. When did you sink into my skin and become permanent? This is goodbye Baku Kacchan Katsuki. Ts to me I am an it this time I mean it. I have to do this before I realize that I need you again. I have written this letter in my mind over and over again, but I guess actually putting pen to paper is a whole different story. I just wanted to start this off by saying thank you for everything. Cheesy, I know. You taught me so much that I think have shaped me into the person I am today. In the end, I really just wish it had turned out differently for us. You are becoming a memory to me. I never wanted that for us. Maybe it's for the better. I like to think that you were the right person for me, just at the wrong time. 2. I don't hate you. I don't think I ever could even if I tried. Trust me Kacchan, I tried. I know somewhere deep down I will always love you to some extent. I've come to accept that. It's okay to love someone, even if they don't love you back. I learned that you should only stay if you want and you should be able to leave when you must. 3. I have found a boy just like me, mateless but trying. He treats me nice and I know I will never love him in the same I loved you. Sky taught me this. He said that it's okay because you never love the same way twice. But he fills my days with smiles and laughter. I get excited to see him because he makes me forget the feeling of your name on my tongue for just a minute. He is everything that you weren't to me. I think that's good. 1. I'm going to ask him to mark me today. So today marks the day that I finally take my heart back from your grasp and make it my own. Time does really heal the wounds of a broken heart. I know everyone says it, but I think I'm just starting to believe it. I think my life is finally going okay, even a little bit good, and I really hope yours is too. Maybe one day, we can become friends again because after all, you will always be my hero. 7. Goodbye, 𝗵𝗃 𝗵𝗃. Oh, I almost forgot. Happy birthday Kacchan. 29. I put down my pen and picked up the paper. I couldn't tell if the emotions racing in my chest was pain or pleasure, but I smiled. Of course, I would never give the letter to you, but at least I can finally let go. I tucked it safely in a drawer. Finally forgiving you is my birthday gift to you. Finally moving on is a gift for myself. 7. I heard a knock and I quickly raced to the door. I let it swing open and there stood my future. He held a bouquet of red roses with a smile. Where should we go today? He rubbed his neck awkwardly, a crimson blush flourishing across his face. Today, let's go to your place. I love you so much Deku, you repeated, just quiet enough for us to hear. If you can find it somewhere in your heart to forgive me, I'll do anything. 2. I watched the corners of your mouth as they curled slightly at the corners, leaving me breathless. Cautiously, I reminded myself, carefully. Remember, never make the same mistake of letting someone entrance me with meaningless words. I must have been going crazy because somehow, it seemed like you meant it. I'm sorry, the mark on my neck began to burn. I can't do this. 6. You laughed, or at least it sounded like you laughed. I guess I couldn't tell because looking up at you would only mean that I have to see you face after rejecting a confession I've always been waiting for. Were you upset? Happy? Confused? Were you looking at me with eyes filled to the brim with remorse and hands trembling from the pain of just thinking about all the times you had the chances I gave you to hold the heart you have broken? If only I had looked up, maybe I could have experienced how you felt after going through the same thing you put me through. Still, I couldn't do it in the end. I could hear the light skid of your shoes as you turned to walk towards the dorms. The soft patter slowly getting lighter and lighter until it disappeared into the distance. It took every ounce of strength I had to stop myself from running after you again. When I looked up again, you were finally gone for good. I had finally completely lost a part of me that I thought was going to permanent. 6. I felt my knees buckle under me, but I couldn't tell if it were from the sharp pain in my chest or from something else. It took me a minute to realize that this wasn't the same torment that usually only resided in my chest. This time, it was worse. It was almost the same as the ripping sensation, but this time it was different. Sharp pains crawled up every inch of my skin and through every vital organ in my body. I gasped for air to fill my lungs, but no matter how much I inhaled and inhaled, It was as if something was stripping me of my ability to live. My ability to breathe. 6 skies marks seared through my skin as my whole body was enveloped in discomfort. Why was that what I was most cautious of? I desperately tried to scream for help, but everything seemed muffled out by the beating of a heart that had been broken for too long now. My body dragged itself down as the endless burning took over. It had always just felt as if something was splintering and falling apart. It was never like this. It never felt like something I needed had been taken from my chest. I clawed at my chest thinking if I could rip out my heart maybe the pain would stop. Every single PND of my heart cascaded a new sensation of torture. It's okay, Izuku, I thought to myself, you're okay. This will pass just like everything else has. Suddenly, the agony stopped abruptly, as if it were never there in the first place. Then just as quickly as it disappeared, it was replaced by the other feeling that brought me to my knees. This isn't right. It can't be. It was supposed to stop after getting marked right. So why am I going into heat? A book 6 for Katsuki's thoughts. Katsuki Bakugou's POV. A book written about you would not be considered a classic, instead a hidden gem only for those who know what treasures you hold. If I could, I would write you a book with all the things that I have ever wanted to say to you. The walk back to the dorm was quiet, but I also thought it was better that way. I had a chance to think about everything. I know that you don't love me now, and I have to convince myself that this is for the better. You confirmed everything that I had hoped wasn't true. There wasn't any love in your heart left for me. The further I walked away from you, the pain seemed to ease itself. The constant ache in my chest, the pulling and tugging finally released the tension, and I could breathe a little better. A little better than nothing at all. Still, it somehow felt like I stopped reaching for something that I was already supposed to have. Without the pulling in my chest, my body felt just short of empty. I would tell you that loving you was the best thing that has ever happened to me. That even if it brought me endless pain, it is something that I will never regret. It was all over now. You moved on. I finally told you how I feel. Although it was a really shitty confession, I gathered all the broken pieces of me that I have been picking up for the past year and put them all on the table. I thought if I could put all the pieces in one place, maybe it would look whole again. You finally looked at the pieces one last time and decided that you were sick of putting them back together. I had my chance already. I lost it. I could wish on every single star to change how you feel, but I know it's not possible. Because if that was the case, I would have changed my feelings for you a long time ago. As much as I want to have you back in my arms, I can't bring myself to try and take away the love you have for someone else. I would tell you that there was never a moment where my heart wasn't filled with nothing but you. I paused. Could I actually bring myself to walk to the dorms? Everyone would be there, probably talking about how great it is that you're back and how things finally went back to normal again. It's been the hot topic ever since you came back. Didn't they promise me that they would try and get us together? The whole love lesson thing and the whole plan to make sure that we could both be happy. I guess I was wrong. All they do is talk about how you look so much happier now. I'm sorry that I couldn't make you that happy when you gave me the chance to. I think the thing that hurts the most is that they don't think I notice, but I do. I always do. Anything revolving you, I always notice because my eyes are on no one but you. It's the small things, but I don't know why they hurt so much. How things get quiet after I walk into a room, how your entire mood changes just seeing me. The class is supposed to be complete again, but it's still not normal. I thought that everything would be okay when you came back. You could see that I have grown and I have matured for you. I want to apologize, but words can't erase everything that I have done. It's back to me being alone again. I would somehow put how I was feeling when you were gone into words. I missed you. I still miss you, and I know a part of me always will. The love I had for you never went away even when you did. The distance didn't make me love you any less. If I had the courage, I would have bought the first ticket to America to see you. No, I have no idea what I would have said. I've practiced so many times, promising myself that I wouldn't mess it up this time. There wasn't a this time, and I am beginning to think that there won't be a next time either. The last page, I would leave it empty for you. If I could, I would write you a book and would pray that I would be okay with only a word from you. I would be okay with it because I would know that even if it was just a word, it would be for me and for me only. Maybe it was better this way. You could be happy with someone that is never going to hurt you. They'll hold you in the way that I promised myself I would. They will be everything that I am not. That is what you deserve. It's not always going to be about me, I forget that sometimes. This time, it's about you and what makes you happiest. It's the bittersweet ending to a love story that I thought was mine. But I think I will have to be okay with that. If he makes you happy, then I will let you live the life that you deserve. Although I would rather spend my life alone than spending it with someone who is not you, I promise to always be happy for you. But still, I will never love someone the way that I love you. And I know that all books have an ending, but for you, I can promise that there will always be a sequel. Even if our story ended long ago, I would make sure that you would never forget about how I felt about you. I'll say it's for you, but I think I'm trying to convince myself that if I keep telling you how I feel, maybe my feelings will finally lose its meaning and words will only become letters without hidden significance. I think I can let you go then, but will a time like that ever come? My love for you will always be limitless. Unmeasurable by the world, but somehow you can still fit it all in the palms of your hands. Now tell me, what will you do with it? A light scent snapped me out of my thoughts. It drifted through the air, and if it were anyone else, I know they wouldn't notice it. It smells like home. It was you. It's always going to be you, isn't it? But, how could you be starting your heat right now? You're marked. I ran towards where you were, ignoring the pain that slowly began spreading through every inch of my body. I would try to put it into words, but the ache was nothing like I have ever felt before. It felt nothing like the tugging and tension that I felt when you were gone. Piercing aches riveted through my body, but I couldn't let that stop me from getting to you. I have told you before, haven't I? I will never regret the pain that comes along with loving you. Whenever you need me, I promise I will always find my way to you. All I could hear was the sound of my shoes hitting the cement and my deafening heartbeat. The world had suddenly blurring around me. Are you safe? Are you okay? When you came into view, the pain disappeared almost simultaneously. Shaking slightly, we were both painfully aware of how your scent was slowly filling the air surrounding us. Your back was facing me with your arms wrapped tightly around yourself. I'm sure you were just as confused as I was. Your heat should have subsided by now, don't you have sky now? But even moreover, why was I not as affected by your heat as I should be? I was still your mate by fate, right? I walked up to you slowly, and called out to you quietly. Deku. You jumped slightly at the sound of my voice. I ignored the hurt that pulled in my chest because you were more important than that. Quickly, you turned to face me, or most likely towards the dorms. Your face completely flushed in a light pink while your breathing ragged and desperate. You took a couple steps before stumbling slightly. I rushed towards your side, still not daring to touch you. Is it okay if I carry you back? First, you didn't want to acknowledge the question or even my presence. You took a couple more careful steps past me. You were hesitant, but why wouldn't you be? I was an alpha, of course you'd be afraid. You didn't trust me. I could only describe what you feel towards me as hatred. But still, you dropped your head slightly and looked away before slowly nodding yes. The minute I picked you up in my arms, you let go of all the strength you had left. Your head nuzzled gently into my neck while I started walking towards the dorms. Your body was burning against mine, a feeling that I feel like I used to know. You were no longer mine, so the memories I have shared with you should be losing their meaning too, but I know better than that. They were all so painfully engraved into my mind. Even if you don't want to be, you will always be so important to me. I made another walk back to the dorm, this time with you. For some reason, this walk seemed even more lonely than the first. If you were this close to me, how come you felt millions of miles away? I still remember the pieces of you that I tried so hard to forget. While you, on the other hand, have you already forgotten about all the things you used to love about me? How could you turn into a stranger after all of this? You loved me once before, so is there not a part of you that still loves me? Maybe I am greedy, but just a little bit would be okay. Once we got to the dorms, for once, no one was in the common room. You started shifting in discomfort, scent getting stronger by the second. We are almost to your room, be patient kitten, I cooed quietly, rubbing circles into your arm. I could feel you press your face deeper into the crook of my neck and nuzzle closer. Your breath feathering over my scent glands, I let a small amount of my scent in order to comfort you. You relax in my arms again and we make our way up to your room. Somehow I feel like this has all happened before, hasn't it? When we get there, I gently placed you down so you could open the door yourself. Your body fell back into mine as you reached into your pocket. The key to your dorm always in your right pocket, I knew that by now. I've seen you fumble to get it every time I walked past you to get to my room. You reached for it and with weak hands, they fell to the floor. I picked them and unlocked your door. I helped you into your bed, tears streaming down your face, hands reaching out to pull me back into you. I force myself to smile while I grasp onto one of your hands, placing a light kiss on the back before letting go. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. I'll say it one last time and I promise I won't say it again. I knew I had no right to say it, but just one last time was enough. I love you now and forever. 6. What expression were you making? I couldn't bring myself to look. I quickly turned to leave. My head was clouded with nothing but thoughts of wanting to hold you and make sure you were safe when I knew I shouldn't. I had to be stronger than that. What type of person would do this to someone, especially when they are in heat? On top of that, you have a partner already. It was just because of your heat, I promise would have never laid a finger on you otherwise. You belong to someone else. You are no longer mine. I couldn't stay any longer. I was breaking my own heart being that close to you yet knowing you are so much more distant than I realize. This is it, I am making a promise to myself now. I will be happy for you now and that's as much as I can do for you. I will love you from a distance, please allow me to do just that and I will never hurt you ever again. When I got to the door, it took everything in my body to not let myself turn around. I will keep my distance in hopes that someday when you think about me, you'll remember at least one good memory of me. Keep walking, Katsuki. I can do just that much, can't I? I heard a quiet creak of the bed and soft footsteps trailing behind me. Please, Deku, don't do this. I am too scared of hurting you again. Please let me leave everything behind so we can both forget. But why can't I bring myself to move? I felt a slight tug on my jacket and you spoke quietly, barely above a whisper, please don't leave me alone again. The closure that we both needed. 1. Izuku Midoriya's please don't leave me alone again. 2. I watch as you come to a halt. My body burning from inside out but somehow it still yearns for your touch, you. Imperfect but all it has ever wanted. It took so long to throw away all the pieces of you that had found home in my heart and fill the emptiness with myself. Do you know I let the butterflies in my stomach when I think about you linger? I still have the last one's wings somewhere in my fondest memories. I am no longer yours but still, I want you to stay by my side for a little bit longer. The last thing I can ask for you is to stay with me tonight. Please, I repeat. You could ask me why, but I don't think I have an answer. But you didn't ask, so I didn't answer. The silence surrounded us like a casket, buried 6 feet beneath who we have become. My dorm room the cemetery of everything I have left behind. You no longer belong here, but there you are finding your way into a place where you will never be welcomed. 1. There was no reason for us to try and fix things but we both knew that we couldn't leave things like this between us, something always brings us back together. You turn and slowly approach the bed. You sit on the floor facing the bed, close but still maintaining your distance. I think I will always remember this gentle part of you. I won't touch you, voice quiet, it was hard to believe it was yours. I know. We sit quietly, just a pair of childhood friends lost in the aftermath of all the emotional debris. We've fought before but this time, you feel so much further from me than ever before. I have so many things that I want to ask you. How have you been these past couple of years? Like how have you really been, not that oh, I've been good small talk. Have you been okay? Did you miss me at all? If you had told me you loved me before, what would have become of us? How come you changed back then? Why is the old you back a year too late? How come you never called? 3. I had so many questions but somehow the one that came out of my mouth was, can you get my suppressants? In the drawer. You pull them out and pour 2 pills into my hand. 2 capsules full of everything that was wrong with me. I never thought I would have to take these again. Thank God I still had them though. I sat up and leaned against the wall behind me. The pills were a painful reminder that somehow, Fate has decided that I still wasn't complete. As my heat dissipated, I reached my hand out to you, searching for your warmth instead. And you enveloped it in yours. I don't know why I needed it, but I think it's because I wanted to make sure that you were really there. You were as warm as I remember. I wonder if you know that I will always have memories of you burned into my fingertips, in places of me that no one would ever look. The parts of me that I have only shared with you. The memories don't make me miss you anymore. You still don't make eye contact with me when you ask, "Can you tell me about him?" Him. I knew exactly who you were talking about, but for a brief moment maybe it could have just been us. Moon boy, skyscraper, or whatever, you know. The one who put that mark on you. 7 Instinctively, I use my hand to rub at the mark. It is as if I want to hide it from you. I don't think I have the heart to tell you that it is the most special thing to me. The mark that dips beneath the collar of my shirt, it's a secret that I will never share with you. For the first time, it is only mine. Wouldn't that hurt you? In times like this, I still care for you when I know I shouldn't. Probably, but I'm going to have to be happy for you somehow. You scoff slightly while squeezing my hand a little tighter. Plus, it'll be easier to move on if I know you're clumsy but is in good hands, literally. If you talked to me like this before, I never would have left. I will never tell you that. It's strange how my heart doesn't beat for you in the same way it used to. Are you sure? Would I have asked? Okay, I get it. Let me think. I think it still hurts to even think about it, the whole process of moving on. I am no longer reaching for the hand you never held out to me. I am living in a reality where I have learned to love someone other than you. After a minute, I continue, well, I never wanted to fall out of love with you. Every day I tried to bring myself to call you but I couldn't. It was the most difficult thing in the world, getting over you. When I met him, his eyes were just as red as yours. Strangely, it was comforting. I missed you so much that I kept looking for pieces of you in places where you weren't. Isn't that stupid? No, it's stupidly sweet. In a very way, the corner of your lip pulls upward into a half smile. Oh, shut up. This time I squeeze your hand, your eyes are softer now. Am I known to shut up? We share a small laugh, reminiscing. I think about him again. Well, his eyes are actually purple. Really pretty, I think. You think? I mean, probably. Why do I sound so unsure? Yeah, they are pretty. So, he's got eyes, so you like him. Your eyes finally meet mine, but this time, my heart doesn't skip a beat. I got eyes too. 3 I wonder if the pieces of me that I gave you can still be traced in your smile. I look for myself in your eyes. They are filled with love and warmth, and for once they are eyes meant only for me. I don't know if I want to laugh or cry. He's also nice to me, treats me well, selfless. He doesn't yell. He tries his best for everything and anything. He has broken pieces but he never fails to pick them up. He's strong beyond imaginable. He loves deeply without boundaries. I mean to say that he is everything that you are not. I'm the luckiest person alive to love and be loved by someone like him. The days where I love you are long over. Time has made a desert of the feelings that I used to drown in. You lay your head on the bed next to me. Does it hurt, Kacchan? I am no longer yours, can you tell? He's the luckiest person alive, to love and to be loved by someone like you. You respond, knowing the impact, but still saying it anyway. It could have been you. I always told myself that maybe in a different world, you could have been mine to keep. But that's not it, you could have been mine in this one. I would have loved you forever, but you weren't ready to love and expected me to wait until you were. I'm worth so much more than that. We both know that. 3 I break eye contact when I ask, how about your mate? Don't worry about him, you close your eyes, I lost him a long time ago. 5 Did you love him? I should have asked you, are you okay? You start rubbing circles in the back of my hand. I think I'll always love him, for the rest of my life. We both don't acknowledge how you begin to tear up. I want to ask you more. I want to know what happened. Did you hurt him too? I grimace lightly, knowing a part of me will always want to make you feel better. I know it is no longer my place to wonder about the things that hurt you or how to fix that hurt, but you are always going to special to me. Instead, I give a half-hearted, oh, sorry. Did it hurt, Kacchan. No, I'm sorry. You can apologize all you want, but it's pointless if I have already forgiven you. It must have been 𝗵𝗃 It was more than 𝗵𝗃. It was like rock solid 𝗧𝗃. You're stupid. Sometimes. The room is filled with everything that I have ever loved, all tucked neatly in their place. The posters, the figurines, and the old orange box hidden somewhere under my bed. I will keep it close to me because it will show me that I have grown. I can look at the memories, and when I stopped crying, I knew that one day you will too. No matter how much pain that you gave to me on a silver platter to try to convince me it was a delicacy, you have and always will be my hero. You may not have saved me, but you have taught me that I have the strength to save myself. And no, I do not love you anymore, but please don't forget that I am always wishing the best for you. 10 I'm sorry too, I shouldn't have lashed out on you. I think I was just upset that I waited so long for you and you came too late. Don't apologize, I deserved it. You did. And with that, I had felt like everything had been lifted off my shoulders. If I had been waiting for something, this short conversation was it. I can finally completely let go of all the remorse that I had for you. I couldn't hate you anymore or even try to. I forgive you because this time I know you mean it. You never meant to hurt me, you were just too scared of your own shadow. Thank you, I want to say. Thank you for allowing me to move on for the better. We sit in the complete silence again, but somehow this time it felt comforting. Just two people that could have been something much more, but instead have become nothing at all. We bury everything that hurt us beneath the footprints that we will leave behind. This was the goodbye that I have always wanted to say to you. It is a goodbye to all the regret, goodbye to the past, goodbye to who we used to be, goodbye to who will never be. Do you think we can start over now? 5 You know, I think we all rather have the loud and rude Kacchan back. 2 Shut up, stupid nerd. I think that it's better this way, for both of us. I found someone that will love me unconditionally and who I know I will cherish for the rest of my life. No, he will never be you, but I think that's why I love him. I can put the pain behind me and grow as a person. He taught me how to love the world even if it is cruel and unforgiving. Together, we are exploring the world beyond the darkness. I am happy, Kacchan. I am so happy. I hope that you will be too. 3 I'll never tell you, but I hope that you find yourself. I hope that you fall in love with yourself first. I hope that you will be able to look at yourself in the mirror and realize how much you are worth. I hope that you reflect and rebuild just like I did. I hope that you find something that you love about yourself, no matter how small, and hold on to it. Through loving yourself, you will discover that you are capable of being loved by someone other than me. Once you do, I can only hope that you find happiness. Yes, there will be days where you think there isn't a single thing going right for you and there is nothing good about you. Days where the sun shining just makes you feel worse because how can the world be so bright in a life full of darkness? Don't forget that with those days come days where you will smile, and even for a second, forget the hurt. I hope that you will be able to give your heart to someone that gives you everything you deserve. Even if it isn't me, I hope you find the person that completes you. But first, make sure you believe that you are whole. Then you will heal when you are ready. Katsuki's Guide to Moving On. 25 Katsuki Bakugou's POV childhood love is 𝗵𝗃 and early bedtimes where we wrap ourselves in blankets, not realizing that our feet are still out. We never notice the cold because the laughter is warm. It is pure and innocent because the world can't hurt us unless we hurt ourselves first. Perhaps, my toys knew I loved you before I did. I told them everything. Teenage love is hushed voices as we stay up late and listen to old love songs claiming them to be ours. It is the phone calls before we go to sleep so we can make sure that we meet each other in our dreams. It is passionate but messy. We love wholeheartedly and break the same way. I still call, wondering if you will ever pick up. I don't know a thing about adult or old love, I haven't gotten there yet. All I know is that I want to share it with you, but I don't think that it is something I will ever get to experience. My love for you is the broken record of our song with the last few lyrics repeating itself over and over again. I ask my toys if they still remember you. I think they have forgotten that I loved you before I will ever stop. 2TW, panic attacks, please read with caution, it's good to have you back, Bakugou. Kirishima wraps his arm around my shoulder, It's been too quiet. F off, I scowl, but I don't make an attempt to move his arm. Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Zero laugh. Lately, hanging out with them again made everything feel less heavy. They were stupid and they have done stupid things, but I missed them. My group and I were sitting in the common room of the dorms. The room filled with chatter as always, but now I was involved, kind of at least. I missed everything if I was honest. It's nice to know that I can feel content once in a while. That I can take my mind off of things even if it's just only for a minute. I also like to think that I've been okay and that I've been doing so much better, but I think we all know I'm lying. I had spent so many days stuck in my room and in my own thoughts. To take a break every once in a while was better than letting myself drown on purpose. Everything was falling back into place, slowly but surely. Maybe even a little better this time. Definitely better this time. A month had passed since Deku and I patched things up. I will admit, it has been hard to think about how his heart now belongs to someone else, but I have been mostly okay. By okay, I mean that I have been living to the best extent that I can. Some days are worse than others. I still spend nights crying myself awake, waking up from dreams that seem just too real. Sometimes, I can still see the outline of his smile whenever I close my eyes. If I could, I would have his silhouette tattooed on the insides of my eyelids so that I could remind myself that despite his permanence, he is too appealing to be touched by someone like me. Other nights, I find myself sleeping peacefully and waking up as if there wasn't a single bad thing in the world. I wake up and brush my teeth and breathe like I had never known any pain. It may not be perfect, but it is better. I am trying to make it better. The change was small, but I started to come to class regularly again, spoke when spoken to, and once in a while went out with the class. I am trying very hard, and for now, that might be all I can do. I understand that this is okay, it is a part of healing. The storm will someday create something appealing out of the debris that it had left behind. 2. Todoroki presses a water bottle into my shoulder as he passes by, chatting nonchalantly with his group of friends. I take it, knowing the gesture has a larger meaning than we both would like to admit. Deku smiles towards my direction as well. I don't acknowledge it as usual, but somehow knowing that it is a smile just for me made me feel just a little bit better. It has been getting better. By that I mean we talk sometimes. It's never anything too special, at least probably nothing too special to him. Some days, he asks me for help with classwork or even how I'm feeling. It's small talk, I know, but I will forever be grateful for him. Grateful for everything that he has taught me. He has grown so much as a person, and if I'll be honest, I'm really happy for him. I think I am trying my best to be. When Deku talks about Sky, it still hurts, but it has become tolerable. The look in his eyes makes everything better. He is effortlessly and completely happy. That's everything he deserved. For my friends exchange glances before Ashido whispers, "Do you think you'll ever tell him that you guys were mates?" My eyes don't leave his back. I let my voice soften just a little, maybe one day, when the time is right. Kaminari starts poking at my arm while teasing, "You've matured, it's kinda scary." 3. I don't respond. Maybe one day, when the time is right, I think to myself. There may never be a right time to tell him, and I think I have come to terms with that. I know he deserves to know, but maybe keeping it to myself will be the best for both of us. He is the happiest I have ever seen him with Sky. Us being mates has nothing to do with what is best for him, so what good would telling him do for either of us? School would be ending soon and we would all be going different directions in life. I don't think I would have ever expected high school life to turn out like this, but if I had the power to turn my expectations into reality, life would be different for all of us. But I am just a stupid teenage boy in love with a boy that he has hurt way too many times. Life doesn't change just because you ask for it. It may be shitty and cruel, but life also gives you the chance to grow. I learned that I can't stay beaten by the things that hurt or scare me. I have to stand up with all the broken parts of me tucked into tattered sleeves and find it in myself to keep going. Life does not wait for those who refuse to move forward. It is my responsibility to make the change that I want to see in myself. This part of our life was almost over and I was just watching as it went by. I think about how in a couple years I will probably be happier, more understanding of why everything happened in the way that it did. When I hear his name, I won't remember how it felt to have my own heart shatter in my chest with the sound of each syllable. Instead, I will laugh and joke about the happy memories. He will smile because we have both watched each other grow. I hope to have his number saved into my phone. I don't think I would call very often if at all, but I would still like to have it anyway. I would have someone else in my arms while we fall asleep, and he would be somewhere else in the world waking up to gentle kisses. I think I will be okay with that. I hope that I will be okay with that. One for now. I watch his back. How his shoulders raise and fall every so slightly with every breath, and I try not to smile. As long as he is happy, I will try my best to be as well. I listen to his laughter as he shares parts of him that I hope to one day forget. As my mind continues to wander away from my current self, I feel myself start to tremble slightly. I try to shake it off, but I know it's something that I can never get rid of. The guilt. The regret. It has been like this for a while. Everything comes back to me just when I start thinking I'm doing okay. The dark feeling creeps into the cracks that I had thought I fixed. I miss him. I think I will always miss him. Not that I have any right to forgive myself. I know that this whole thing was my fault. I was too late to find the right words. If I had been just the littlest bit nicer, it could have been my mark on his nape instead. The room goes quiet. I can see everyone's mouths moving, but I can't hear a thing they are saying. Have I always been this lonely? I feel a gentle squeeze on my shoulder. I'm getting a little tired, to be honest. Kirishima tells the group, let's get back to our rooms and rest, we have quirk training tomorrow. I get up and start making my way to the elevator, not bothering to say bye to everyone. They don't say a word either. The tears found themselves pooling at the bottom of my eye without permission. Why would I ever give myself permission to cry in front of all these people? I rub them away quickly. If they do not fall, they don't count. The pain isn't there if I don't think about it. My breaths became more ragged. The more I try to breathe, it seems like less oxygen is coming into my system. The elevator climbs the floors slowly, my heart beating louder than the whirring of the elevator. The world seemed so distant, yet why were the walls of the elevator still closing in around me? I'm afraid of being here. I'm afraid of being close enough to hurt everyone around me. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. If I say it again, will the fear go away this time? I hear the chime of the elevator ring and I walk quickly towards my dorm room. I still keep the door unlocked. I wonder if you'll ever come in. This time I stare at the lock for a second longer than usual. I lock the door behind me. There is no reason you'd ever come in anymore. You don't need someone like me. I hurt you. All of this is my fault. My breaths become shallow and desperate and my vision blurs. I find my hands running through my hair and my back presses against the door. I don't feel like moving. Every part of my body is shaking. I want to go to my bed, but it seems so far away. It is right there, just a couple steps away, but my feet remain glued to the floor. I try, but I can't bring myself to turn on the lights. I'm afraid of the mirror that stands propped up near the closet. If I look at it, what will I see? Myself, right? I don't think I have been more afraid to see anything in my entire life. For I shut my eyes before I force my body to take a couple steps. It shouldn't be this hard to move forward. It shouldn't be this hard, but it feels like it is taking every ounce of energy in my body. I continue to take slow and shaky steps until I feel my leg bump into the comfort of my bed. My eyes flutter open slowly. I let myself collapse. The lights remain off as I fall on my bed. I wrap my arms around myself as I feel myself disappearing into what I can only imagine is the undying sense of yearning. I am reaching for his hand, his smile, his touch. I am reaching for him. I still see him in my memories. He still calls for my name. We run around without a care in the world because we thought if we ran fast enough, the world wouldn't be able to catch us. We were right. The world never seemed to catch us. It caught me instead. The tears begin to find their way from my eyes. The shaking doesn't stop. I bury my face into my knees, nails digging into the skin of my arms. It wasn't supposed to be like this, Katsuki. Can't you see that you made it like this? That everything that you ever wanted was right in the palms of your hands. All of it could have been yours if you weren't such a shitty person. Deku would have been all yours. Did you know that? Did you know that all of this is your fault? He is so much happier than he could have ever been with you. He has been in someone else's arms. He has given his love to someone who deserves it. Why are you so upset? You think you deserve anything after what you put him through? Do you really think that, Katsuki? The screams stay suppressed in my throat, my whole being trembling. It's nothing new, this has happened all before. It just feels worse and worse every time. Am I having a nightmare? Why can't I wake up? Isn't time supposed to heal? If that's the truth, then why is my clock moving so slow? I want to heal already, I want to feel better already. I want to move on and love someone else already. I want to be happy already. Why can't I be happy already? 9. I can't recall how long I was in that state. It could have been seconds, minutes, or hours, but when everything started to calm down, the moonlight was already finding its way through my curtains. My room was dimly lit by the night sky and my eyes drift slowly to the mirror. Wow, I look like 𝗬𝗂𝗁. I get up slowly, legs still shaky, but at least I feel a lot better than I did before. My body felt like it was mine again. I walk towards my desk to grab a drink of water. Slowly, I come to a slight halt. Was it always going to be like this? Is this what it would be like for me for the rest of my life? All these questions remained in the back of my head. I have to do something, anything. I can't just sit here and hope things get better. If Deku can pick himself up and move forward, so can I, right? I'm Bakugou Katsuki. If things don't get better, I'll make it better. I sit at my desk, pen in hand and a paper waiting to become of use. Not pencil. Pencil would give me the ability to erase all my mistakes as if they were not there. The mistakes I have made are permanent, I know that now. The mark that stains the back of his neck makes that more evident to me than ever. I begin to write, the pen skidding across the paper, remembering every single smudge and every single sloppily connected line. I can't even remember what I was writing. Was I giving myself advice? Was I just writing out everything I want to do for myself? Was I writing everything about you that I was so terrified I would forget into something that will never disappear? I pinned the note right above my desk, so I could see it whenever I needed to. Slowly, I stand and take a step back to look at it. It was messy, but it was the best that I could do for myself. It was a step towards the right direction despite me running away from what I needed to do for myself for so long. I'm not sure if I was smiling or crying when I was looking at it, but I think it's best if I don't think about it too much anymore. I can do this. I can, and I will move on. Maybe it will take a couple more days, months, years, but I know that someday it'll get better. I'll just say, healing process, if you can somehow hear me, you better pick up the thing pace. I'm getting impatient. Extra, note pinned neatly above Bakugou's desk to Bakugou Katsuki, from Bakugou Katsuki. Walk with pride. If you convince others you can move on, then you will start to believe it too. Acknowledge that you are not okay, but know that is okay. Cry whenever you need to, the uglier the better. 1. Call your parents once in a while, stupid. They miss you. 1. Look at the mirror and try to not hate everything that is looking back at you. Reconnect with the things that you used to make you happy. Like destroying things. 1. Learn to apologize. You can't be right all the time even if you are most of the time. Forget everything you thought you knew about yourself. Rediscover who you have become. You don't have to stop loving him all at once or even ever. Love is too precious to be thrown away. Don't forget that the class still owes you an all-expense-paid date from that one time at the beach. Use it wisely, who knows who will get rich. 6. There will be millions of bad days, but don't let that break you down. The good days will come for those that keep fighting. 1. You don't have to keep everything to yourself. There are so many people that care for you. They will listen anytime you ask. Find happiness in yourself. I know you are living with so much regret, but please. If you could love yourself literally 1 second more than you did yesterday, you are doing so amazing. Everyone deserves to smile once in a while, and yes, that means you too. If you fall in love again someday, treat them how they deserve. If they deserve the world, share yours with them. It's okay to leave people, memories, or anything behind. If it doesn't help you grow, you don't need it or them. Sometimes you won't want to, but you have to. Forgive yourself. You have done shitty things, we know. Do 100 good things for every single bad thing. Or at least try your best to. Be happy for the him that he is today, tomorrow, and every day from now on. Sometimes, the world has better plans for the ones that were once your world. Fate is funny that way. Time will heal all wounds. It will leave scars, but that will only show that you have grown. The best of us are covered in them, we wear them with pride. Live a little, and love a lot. The future is yours, spend it well. Become the hero that will save those like you.